There's one more secret I feel I have to share with you. I did not care for the Godfather.
What?
Alright. Well, I think I've tried to record this intro like 3 times, and I've never really liked it. You're staring. And I've never really liked it. So here goes again. I thought this video needed a little bit of an introduction because it is freaking long. Me and my friend Michael, Michael Pierce, you can find his YouTube channel, wanted to watch through Arcane because we had a lot of gripes with it. And well, we wanted to go through and see if we could figure out what exactly we disliked about it, and if those were rational arguments at all. So it's pretty raw stuff. It's just going straight through the show. Obviously, I haven't really ever done anything like this before, so recording and stuff like that is a little wonky. Someday I might go back through and make sort of more informative videos where I actually talk about like the big issues I see with the show, versus where we're going through and, you know, we are nitpicking, you know, the color of clothes people are wearing and things like that. So anyways, it's lighthearted. I don't know if you should take it too seriously. Hopefully someone in the world likes it. Thanks for watching.
In case you're wondering, if you think what this is you're going to be like, oh, someone is finally doing like a watch along for Arcane, and I really liked Arcane, and so I'm going to sit down and snuggle up with these two goofballs.
This channel is not
like,
for
well,
you.
Yeah, I mean, so we might be the only people on the internet.
That's not true.
Arcane.
There are other people who. There are other people who have disliked.
There's some other people.
No, there's people who have made videos on their dislike of Arcane and trying to explain their frustration with it.
So have any of them gone as far as I feel like you have in our conversations privately?
You mean thinking that Arcane is the reason that Western civilization is falling, or?
Yeah, along those lines.
Yeah, no.
I don't think you ever actually
No, I've never said that.
Just for your benefit. No, you have used some hyperbole.
Well, some of them have gone. It's really interesting because the ones that have gone the furthest that I've seen have been like niche ones.
Okay.
Like, there was someone who made, it was like a 2-hour-long video, which there's nothing wrong with a 2-hour-long video as long as you, like, actually cover stuff, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But they were really into, like, how Jinx does not mirror proper, like, psychological, like... which I don't get because it's a story, like, real insanity does not play well in a story, like, because stories need to be structured and archetypical so people can anticipate them in a specific way and so that they can be built. And so there was a lot of things there's things I agreed with on this person, but it was a very, like, they weren't breaking down the entirety of Arcane and trying to, like...
Right.
It was this one thing that really hung them up to such a degree that they didn't like the show, which is fine.
Yes. We have many more various complaints.
Yeah.
one other thing I figure I would like to say before we begin is that, and we'll see if this does hold true throughout the watch through of this, because I don't know what my reaction will be as I watch through this another time. But upon my reflection and talking with Brigham, but also just reflecting on the show and watching back over the first couple episodes, the summary of my critique, which I will elaborate upon as we go through, is that Arcane is a show that is better out of context. Most pieces of media are much better in context, because then they make sense. Arcane is a show that I feel like actually works better out of context, like
short stories,
like a bunch of short stories, and because there's just a lot of logical things that don't fit when you really think about them, and not just logical things. Actually, that's the least of my concerns. There's emotional work that, and it's weird because people talk about it as though it's like this very, very. I'm already off to a great start explaining my point of view. Well, I'll be able to point out examples of precisely what I mean by that, but that's my summary of my point of view at this point. It is a show that is better out of context. It's better as clips on YouTube where you can imagine there being extra stuff in between that, makes things make more sense. But when watching it straight through, things tend to just switch almost schizophrenically. I'll point it out as we go through. But
yeah.
Anyway.
Well, with that, we should probably get started.
We should get started. Okay. You didn't have any other opening thoughts?
Well, I'm gonna try to avoid giving out my mailing address so I don't get like a postal bomb or something. Okay. But.
Okay. We shall see.
Well, we'll see if there's a postal bomb later on.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll start, and we're probably gonna be stopping it a lot and talking about things.
Oh yes.
And we'll cut out little in between bits if we're not entertaining for 5 minutes or whatever.
That's right. That's right. You only get the cream of the crop with us.
Yeah, which is probably taking about 10% of what our conversation really is. So.
Hey, listen, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
All right. Wind it up.
Oh, sorry.
What?
Did that catch any of that? I was making a noise. I was making a noise of like a.
Oh.
Well, anyways, we're playing the show.
Okay, we're playing the show.
Oh, look, it's Netflix.
Hide the Netflix. Take us down. Oh.
You don't remember this intro? Yeah, it's got a nice little intro here. Yeah, it's classy.
It looks really great.
It's like cigars. It's classy.
The show, by the way, just so it's quite clear, is absolutely gorgeous. No question about that. I mean, just unbelievable.
Oh, these are the ads, by the way, that I did not pay to remove. So.
Oh. Okay. Pause for reaction. Okay.
Instagram. Are you going to get Instagram now, Michael?
No, I am never getting
People
Instagram.
Want those glamour shots, Michael. Or, I mean, I do.
They do not want me.
I've been asking for them for years.
No. I don't know how to respond to that. Anyway, just play it.
But yeah, no, it's very, very pretty show. Very pretty show. My sister actually thinks it's too pretty. It hurts her eyes.
Oh.
Like in a good way.
Okay.
But yeah, very dark opening. Very red saturated. I'm a film critic.
Yeah. Volume is very good. Yes, very good volume. Okay, perfect. Absolutely perfect. That's just, that is amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, full disclosure. We watched this little clip first before starting just to make sure everything was good, and it's just so I'm just admiring anyway. It's so good. So lush. the colors and everything, the sound design,
I like Ryan Johnson. Very good. Sorry.
No, you don't. I think I dislike Ryan Johnson more than you two, actually. I really don't care for Ryan Johnson. Not as a person. I don't know anything.
Yeah, I don't know anything about him.
But his films irk me.
I suspect we'll probably have a lot more to say once we actually get further in this, because right now it's just opening stuff.
I say let's just let it run for a little bit.
And we'll cut it all out.
Yeah. Obviously, there's plenty of little things we can cut out. But.
Yeah. I mean, so early on, right, you have Jinx's, wiring overlay. It feels too early. When I first watched this, it was very confusing for me. The kind of the overlay thing.
Yes.
Because I didn't
like, what is going on?
I don't know. I didn't know what was going on, why it was going on. All right. So first thing I gotta say.
Yeah.
Why the heck are they here at this bridge?
Yes, that is our first question.
And obviously, we don't have the information at this point. Like, if we were, as the, never mind. I'm not going to bring in that trend here. But if we were watching this for the first time, right? That's a legitimate question we could ask, but it's an answer that the show hasn't given yet, right?
Yes.
But with
that right there. Well, you go.
But with the details that I know going forward, I still don't know why they were here at this time.
Yes.
Because it's implied... go ahead.
I was just going to say, this already is a perfect example of what I mean by it's better out of context. Because, all that setup, that shot, the cinematography, that little moment of, she's, singing to herself, and you realize, it's a little girl singing to herself. She's holding on to Vi's hand, and then she looks up. All of that's perfect as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it's very pretty.
The problem, right, and if I watched that out of context and didn't watch the rest of the show, I would be like, they're probably going to explain, this is so well done, they must explain, why they are there on this bridge in a war zone, and that would be extremely interesting to know. They never talk about it. They never explain it. They want the emotional moment there.
Well, in fact, they add details that you would expect would run in the opposite direction, because it's implied, I don't remember exactly, maybe I'm wrong, it's implied that their parents were freedom fighters of a kind, right?
Yes.
And you would think if you were going into this, this wasn't like a spontaneous accident, this was an intentional uprising of some kind, right? It wasn't like a riot that broke out suddenly. This was an intentional action. You would have left your kids somewhere where they would have been safe, and you would have told them that, hey, we'll be back 3 days from now or whatever. There's these other people who will take care of you. And so if you add that into the mix, it makes no sense for them to be there whatsoever. The only thing I can think of why they would
have to do a story of you could add it to the story of they wanted to check on if their parents were okay.
But
even though
why would their parents even tell them where they were going?
That's true. Well, they could have been smart. They could have figured it out.
Maybe, but that you're right. That is an entire story that would have to be told.
You see, we're already.
It's not impossible.
In the blanks,
it's not impossible. It just. You have to do a lot of work to get them on the bridge at this point. And I know people are probably going to watch it at this point and be like, wow, this is nitpicking. But that's what I do.
That's what we do.
And at this point, it doesn't really affect the story, right? It kind of confused me the first time I watched it, where I was like, okay, why are we on? What has happened? This entire first scene. The first time I watched it is just me going, "What the heck is happening?" It's very pretty and it gives you the emotion you want, but I didn't understand until I probably didn't understand until the second episode or so, what exactly this scene was.
Yeah.
And they get some benefits from
definitely-
keeping you in the dark because you don't ask the question of why the heck are these little kids on the bridge?
Exactly.
Because you just have this sort of raw emotion of the moment. But on a second rewatch, it's like, okay, why the heck are these little kids on this bridge? Especially if their parents were freedom fighters of any kind and were involved in the planning of this incident. Like, it doesn't add up. But even that aside, like this doesn't break the story. It's just a detail about what's going on.
Yeah.
Like the story could definitely be fine from here, but
the thing about it, and I know we're just spending so much time on we haven't even really started the episode yet, but the thing about it for me, and this will be sort of the theme of at least me talking about the first few episodes, is that it bothers me because it, from the emotional storytelling standpoint of like, okay, these kids are on the bridge, like it's the emotions that it sets up here, like don't really, I guess you
they
can
don't go
argue
forward.
they care. They don't go forward. I mean, people I'm sure will argue, well, of course they go forward because, Vi and Powder are tortured, by this. And it's like, I mean, yeah, but only in like a generic way. Like you could take this scene out and you could have the other scenes and they would still
it would be
work.
fine. You
Like,
wouldn't.
which is weird because you have the one shot of, well, we'll get
there.
but of Vi looking behind and staring at Piltover like with this angry look. And I mean, at least in my head, I look at that and I'm like, okay, emotional setup right there, which is very potent for me. I'm like, she wants to get back at Piltover. And
she never
it's not that they
does.
contradict that, but that doesn't at all become the focus of the story.
No,
the focus of the story is on Jinx, which I mean, so
it feels like it's setting up but not paying off is what it feels
there's
like.
a lot of that. It's subtle, but it bugs me. So
anyways, we'll get to that moment.
Yeah. But I mean, look at that. It's beautiful.
Very pretty. Yeah.
It's so moving, and that's why it frustrates me, because I don't feel like I get any satisfaction from, like, I want these kids to be okay. Like, and
here's the Giga Chad at the moment. Oh, sorry.
Here's the Giga Chad.
Dun 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 dun. Oh, sorry.
This is another moment. Don't pause it. We can just keep watching. But this is another moment where it's like from this first scene, I'm like, all right, I know where we're going with the story. Like, and I'm here for it. Like Vander, because we learned Vander set this all up and it got everybody killed. And now these kids are here and he's like, I've got to take care of these kids. But I never feel like that.
The first time I watched this, I didn't realize that was their mom.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right.
I just thought it was some random woman.
Oh.
I'm a little bit of a dumb watcher sometimes. Yeah,
For all we know, her bawling didn't tip you off.
Well, it felt like something momentous had happened, but I didn't quite
see. And you look at that, like he drops.
Oh, epic shot!
We don't know how he gets them back, but
I assume you can collect those pretty easier, like the day after this event. Like,
I guess
that one doesn't bother me so much.
See,
or maybe he made new ones,
Maybe he made new ones. Yeah. So this is the shot where she looks back at Piltover, and
and the Enforcer particularly. He looks back at the Piltover and the Enforcers, and she is enraged.
And she's thinking to herself, if I meet a hot female lesbian enforcer, I am going to fall in love with her.
Bring up these oddly specific details, Michael.
That's what she was
unnecessary, I think.
Yeah. I guess it's just I like beautiful first scene, but it's like, I don't know. I just feel like my heart has been yanked out of my chest, and then I don't receive
due compensation.
and to be perfectly fair to the viewer who may be yelling at the screen, I will be fair and say I don't know if I can always fully articulate quite where my longing is, but never doubt that it is there. That I feel like I am not satisfied with how the show takes care of the things that it sets up. Like that one little shot there, I'm like, all right, I'm ready. I want this series to be about. It's just going to be about Vander raising these kids. They find out about Vander's past, but then they go in a different direction. I don't know. It just, the things just feel kind of like collaged together emotionally, and it gives me whiplash.
I mean, the first time I watched this, I was just confused at this point. I had the emotion, right? I had the emotion. Like, I got the sort of, like, sense of tragedy and rage, right?
Yeah.
But I didn't... Obviously, it's not an event, and I don't think even it's an event that's designed to be understood at this point of the show. Like,
no.
We just know that something happened. You could sum up that scene right there with something happened, and... Yeah,
which I will say, just as a point of writing advice, this isn't Arcane's fault, because this is just something that people do a lot, and that I've fallen into. I've come to realize it's not a good tendency to start just completely without the reader not knowing what's going on. Like, I feel like people have been encouraged to do that, to just drop people right into the action, so that they're like, oh, trying to figure out what's going on. And I'm like, you can make it work, sure, but I think it's way overused, and it actually hamstrings you. The older style of beginning from the beginning and setting up everything, like, that was what I was thinking when I was just watching that scene, where I was like, this would be 100 times like more powerful if like this was the end of like a 3-episode arc. Like, it's not a bad idea to start a little boring. Like, people don't want to do that because they're afraid of losing, connection with people. But if you made the whole thing just like you built up to the bridge, you introduce who Vi and Powder are, you learn about the parents, all of this stuff, it would, but when I watch it out of context, it just feels like, okay, I'm sad because I'm seeing people who are sad, but I'm frustrated because I don't know what precisely has taken place, or who's done what or anything. And,
so you wanted you're suggesting, and maybe not that you want it, but you're suggesting here an entire act in front of this first act that has the Vi and Jinx when they're little kids and their parents, and you have...
Or even just an episode. Maybe just an episode. I don't think you need a whole arc. You just need an episode to set up, okay, here they are, here's the parents, here's the difficulty between Piltover and even set up Vander and Silco and actually show that. They show it in flashbacks, and that's a typical way to tell stories these days, but I guess I've just kind of realized that I don't really like that anymore. I think it's just confusing and undercuts the...
It would definitely emphasize the tragedy if you had the entirety of basically the beginnings ideas of this rebellion to its implementation and its failure. It would definitely emphasize the tragedy, and if you knew Jinx's and Vi's parents as like actual people, that would obviously you would actually care that they died. Where I mean, I don't care that they died because I didn't know them. I guess it's sad, and I guess I can care a little bit seeing how it affects the characters, but I don't see what the characters are like without them. I don't think they ever mention their parents either. Like they never once. Throughout the entire show. I think once. Do they? Yeah. Yeah. In like the first act. Like, well, clearly this was very traumatic. It's like, why? Or at least should be traumatic. Yeah. It should be traumatic, and then there's a lot of like. But a lot of these human elements that are missing. They're also, I guess, young enough that maybe it's an event that gets kind of bottled into the past, but not something that you actually like. I guess so. Dwell on every day kind of thing. Like maybe if they were older, it's something that they would think about every day. But
well, they do become older, as we see.
What?
Anyway, that's enough on that. It's like I've seen this before.
I don't know. I just thought it could have been better.
Yeah. All right, and now we have flashed forward, and again,
We're almost there.
in many subtle ways, it feels like it's same characters, but it's disconnected. It's a different story now.
Well, yeah, because you're not running.
Before.
You're not running off of the rage and revenge of the. That could have been from the first. It does feel like a disconnected event.
It feels, just in all these subtle ways, it feels like you could have just started here, right?
Yeah.
Because now we've got like, all this.
I think it would have been better to start here, honestly.
Piltover. Yeah, I mean,
because it would have been
it would have been
a subtler start.
Yes, a much subtler start. You set up Piltover, and
One day,
you set up these two characters who we didn't see
the Giga Chad
before.
is here. Milo, the best character.
Yes, Milo is really short-changed. He's made comic relief.
Clagger is too. Well, Clagger's just nothing. Like he serves like a physical purpose in the story, but he doesn't have much of a character. Like,
yeah, and
his character is that he just lets anyone tell him what to do. Is about it.
Yeah. His character is to die so that spoilers. Actually, that is a good point. That if you just started here, like, I feel like their deaths would, in a subtle way. I feel like I'm saying that word a lot, and people are going to make fun of me for it. But whatever.
You could be a little more subtle with your subtle.
With my saying subtlety.
Mm-hmm.
So if you started the story here rather than with the stuff at the bridge, when you start at the bridge, you're like, oh, okay, main character Vi and Powder.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose you kind of already know that because that's what all the marketing.
Well, they have colored hair.
They've got colored hair, and the other two. Oh, you're right. The other two have just boring brown hair.
Well,
they're just NPCs.
That's because they live next to the Rainbow River, and when you drink water from the Rainbow River,
it makes your
hair color change. Yeah, and for some people it turns them into mutant frogs, but we're never going to address that.
We're never going to address that. Is that something that happens later in the show? No one has talked about.
Okay, so in what is it? Episode Act 2, Episode 2. There's this random frog person or fish person, and it's just like. I just want to ask, are you a normal thing? Like, are you, an industrial accident? Like, are you a Batman villain?
Right. Are you an alien?
But they just kind of drop it there and leave it, which isn't a bad thing. It kind of feels a little disappointing. The same thing with, Heimerdinger. They don't really, is Heimerdinger a species? Is he a mutated furball? I assume he's a species, but we never see anyone else that looks like him.
This is true. We never do. We don't really know the history. I mean, you can argue that's all in the Arcane, not Arcane, the League of Legends lore, but
it would have been nice to have a few details here and there, where it's yes, I am like Yoda, the last of my kind. I don't know if Yoda is the last of his kind.
Well, it's important because, it's a natural question to ask. Okay, where did you come from, Heimerdinger?
Where did you go?
What,
Cotton Eye Joe?
Shut up. It's a natural question to ask, and it would have story implications if you asked it, or if you answered it. And when you don't answer it, then the question is, well, then why is he a fluffball? Why not just make him human like everybody else? And he's a fluffball because it's League of Legends, and I'm guessing he's referencing something from
he's
League
a character in League of Legends.
Oh, he's a character in League of Legends. Okay.
My understanding, I'm still a newbie to League of Legends, but there's a whole. It's weird. So there's a whole group of characters that are, I think they're called Yordles, and they're like supposed to be slightly animalistic, but they're also like 2 feet tall.
Okay.
But like none of them look like each other, right? They all have like their own animal that they're based off of or whatever, and some of them don't even look like animals at all. They just look like Smurfs. So Smurfs. You know,
Smurfs. Okay. Sure. Anyway, the point here is Milo is
the best.
Short change.
He's my favorite. His purpose other than dying is to be the butt of every joke, right?
Yeah. Well, The point I was going to make earlier is that their deaths would be more impactful later if you didn't have the scene at the bridge and you just started here, you'd be like,
this is our group. This is our ensemble.
Two of them get popped off, Notice you just have there's a conflicting atmosphere with how Piltover was portrayed in the beginning and how it's portrayed here. I know people will say, well, there's different sides to Piltover, and I'm like, I understand that, but
it is a little, I mean, if you ignore the little, the credit intro thing, right? If you put these two next to each other, it's a pretty jarring transition from like Murder Hobo City to the glorious adventure.
The glorious adventure. Here's our ragtag team of kids who are a little uncertain of themselves. It's like in the last scene, I was expecting Vi to grow up to be a domestic terrorist. All right.
There's still time. But like if you wanted to bridge the two scenes, right, a little bit better, maybe you could put in a scene where you have Vander at the bar with someone else, right? Like that's the next scene, and maybe it's like the anniversary of the event or something, and they're drinking like a single shot in remembrance of the dead, and then Vander is like, by the way, where the heck are those kids? And then we get like this, right? And so there's a little bit of like it's not quite as Murder Hobo to a grand adventure. You have this sort of settling scene in between where you get to feel what happened in the previous scene before moving on to the next one.
Yes, and honestly, just adding in that little scene would make me feel like a lot better, and that's like the whole show. It feels like there's missing scenes. To me, like emotionally, it feels like there's missing scenes or even whole missing episodes that if you had them there, you could patch this thing together. Probably.
I don't. You can't redeem this.
Well, I guess I've only watched
the
first 3. Oh, okay.
You would have to make significant changes in the story for me to, even if you added in scenes in the middle.
Yeah.
But anyways.
Well, we'll see. Let's continue on.
Vi, are you sure about this? Look, if we get caught,
we're not gonna get caught.
Why are you asking this now? Well, because it's the script.
That's for the audience. I don't blame them for that.
That's fine. Keep going.
I guess you could be a little more tactful, where Clagger's like you've got someone maybe standing too close to. Oh, look at this.
Oh my
Giga
goodness.
Chad. Anyways, you could have had something a little more subtle, right? Where Clagger, like someone, like maybe you have Jinx, like goes up to the, I guess her name's not Jinx, is Powder goes up to the edge and Clagger like pulls her back and is like, no, we can't be near the edge. They're going to see us, right? That's a little more subtle than, I don't know if we should be doing this, guys, after we made the decision 2 hours ago.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose it's to show Clagger's character.
Well, it's supposed to show that Clagger's worried, but also tell the audience that what they're doing is not okay, and they're in some amount of danger, right?
Yeah.
There's subtler ways you could do it, but I can't blame them for that approach. Like, it's not bad. There's worse things to do.
Yeah. Anyway.
All right, everybody, follow me. Just don't look down.
All right, everybody, follow me. Parkour!
All right, okay, first question. Cupcakes. What? Who leaves cupcakes on the railing like this?
It's called foreshadowing.
I don't even know what they're supposed to be foreshadowing.
They're foreshadowing that Vi is a cupcake, or likes cupcakes, or something.
She just calls anyways, we'll just move on. There's no point.
Well, who leaves cupcakes on
parkour
their roof out in wherever? Parkour, yeah, parkour.
They're like on the floor. They're not even on a table. Like they left them out for their dog. You know?
Yes,
like,
they are just lying there on the floor on the balcony for everybody to get.
Like I know the shots are supposed to show us that they're there so Clagger can take it. It seems like a distracting element that doesn't need to be there.
Yeah. Well, it's so Clagger can eat one of them, and also.
But why does
important?
Clagger?
It's foreshadowing.
No, it's just the idea of It's not actual foreshadowing. It's just the idea of It's just like, oh, look, a cupcake. Well, I saw that in scene 25. I also saw it in scene 127. Ah, yes. The story is now complete, Michael. The cupcake.
The story is complete. I take back everything I said.
Yeah.
It all fits together as a whole. Just as a side note, very viscerally satisfying how...
Couldn't we have at least just walked there?
Gotta stay out of sight.
How, like,
also, that cupcake not have... I guess in the olden days, you didn't make cupcakes with wrappers, so you could eat them like that.
Yeah. Absolutely. Maybe he just ate the whole rest.
Yeah, maybe, he's just a Giga Chad. Yeah.
That's just, or maybe he dropped the wrapper below. Also, side note, shouldn't they be doing this at night? I mean, that's one of those things where it's like, it's more pretty. Well, I don't know. It'd be kind of pretty to show it at night.
I think the purpose was because they want to make Piltover a place of sort of splendor, and you kind of get that effect more during the day. It would make more sense to avoid getting seen to do it at night, definitely.
Yeah, well, I actually feel like it would fit the... Like, this is what I mean by, like, the emotional tone. Like, there's so many little things you could do. Like, the emotional tone of the first scene where they're on the bridge, very, very dark. You can continue that by having them do... Like, it would make more sense to my emotional brain, I suppose, if you do this scene at night and give it a much... Like, instead of trying to display the splendor of Piltover, you display, again, this ominous sense of... which is how Vi perceives it. Well, you make Vi a little darker, you make everything darker, show the guards on the ground, show how they're trying to, like, sneak around, and, you know, it better captures, like, oh, Vi is very, like, vengeful against Piltover, rather than just, like, it's a hard knock life kind of thing.
You could make it nighttime, and still, you could make it like a Gatsby party going up on Piltover, where you get the element of splendor.
That would work too.
Right.
And that's maybe that's why no one sees them, because everybody's gathered for the crazy party and they see the fireworks and blah blah blah, you know.
So, but you could have the dark but keep the splendor with this, sort of Gatsby party. I think we just made a better show. I think our work's done.
All right. Well, and. See, again, like, so, obviously Powder is
Powder,
like...
look at me.
This is a good scene, but it's better out of context.
That's right.
It's because now we're introducing a thing for Powder. This is good character development. It shows Powder's, and just so satisfying, all the sounds and everything, the facial expressions, the cupcakes look delicious. The jump, she almost falls.
I freaking hate the cupcakes. Anyways.
Very well done. Very, very well done. Shows a lot of... But this character building just feels out of joint from that first scene. We should have just started... We should have started here, because now the story is not about Vi. It's about, oh, okay, now I'm centered on Powder. You might say, well, it can be about both of them,
all the way up here?
Michael. And I'm like, yeah, but... I guess I can't articulate why.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was paying attention to the story and not listening to you as much. No, but once again, we have that kind of clunky Clagger is bringing up things that they should have talked about 2 hours ago.
Oh, yes, because they're trying to be economical with their...
Yeah, with their time.
We didn't,
but
there's other ways to.
I mean,
do it,
you could. A simple change, right? He's like, what is Vander going to do when he finds up we're this far up? Change it to, man, Vander's going to kill us, right? So,
right.
Clagger obviously kind of felt like he was roped into this. Like, this wasn't his idea, but he felt like he had to do it anyways, right?
Yeah.
But then we get the connection with Vander, right?
Right. We get the connection with Vander. Vander doesn't like them doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it's like we've skipped all this time, which is kind of sort of foreshadows the time skip later. We've skipped over a bunch of time.
You need to stop using that word, foreshadowing. It doesn't exist in the story.
Just because it reminds you of the cupcakes.
No, stop. Not the cupcakes.
Okay, well, we're not going to talk about the cupcakes anymore. We will not speak.
The cake is a lie, Michael.
Anyway, well, now I lost my train of thought. The time, like all the character development that would have happened when they're growing up with Vander. Like, I don't know what they're like. In some sense, it's like they're. You can argue, right, that like they're different characters now that all this time has passed. But if they're different characters now, and the stuff from before isn't having an immediate, is only having this very subtle effect. Sorry to use that word again, but it's just very like underlying. Then it's like, then don't bother showing it because it's just going to confuse me.
Don't show it until we really need to work with it.
Yeah, make it a flashback
what you want.
When if you need that as something like
you want them.
That would also be effective.
You want to start here and then have them cross the bridge like on their way back, and Vi like stops, and you kind of have the memory is what you want.
Or make it a flashback of Jinx. When Jinx is like later on in the season, when Jinx is having her episodes, like when she's more grown up, she remembers stuff on the bridge, and you're like, oh,
maybe
like,
I could see that working,
or something like that, like because it already has like the weird like stuff happening in the foreground, like of the weird graffiti stuff, so it already kind of feels that way.
Well,
but,
the kind of the graffiti MS Paint over thing that's going on, I don't think you really start getting any of that until... Do you get any in episode 3 of Act 1? I forget. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll find out.
And Topside's going hungry? Besides, this is exactly the sort of job Vander would have pulled when he was our age.
A weird thing, once again, to bring up Topside, because I don't believe Clagger really cares about these people up here. He's more cares about getting in trouble.
Yes.
So it feels weird to bring up.
You're right.
Obviously, they're trying to emphasize the economical differences between upper and lower Piltover, right?
And we'll get into
it feels like it feels very ham-fisted to throw it in there.
Yes, you're right. That and you notice that. At least in this episode, there's a few more examples of that where it's.
Which, to be fair, it's like, the beginning. You're trying to prime the audience fast.
Yeah.
You know.
You're trying to prime the audience fast, but it is a little disorienting at times, just mildly, because it's like I didn't even notice that before, which is remarkable. But now that I think about it, it's like I can't stop thinking about it. Like, why did she leap to that?
It's like Pringles chips, once you have one, you can't have.
Also, just as a side note, does Clagger really look like he's in... I guess this is
he's definitely
unfair,
he's definitely not underfed. He's got the mass, but he could also just be he has the body of like a 40-year-old plumber. Like, and plumbers are crazy strong. So
I'm not sure. Oh, well, yes, okay. The strong, the strength part. It's like kids when they don't get enough to eat. They're
very skinny. They don't look like Clagger.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a health expert. I mean, I don't know what it would affects. I don't know. if you can get like bloating or something, but then in that case, I don't know if these kids
wouldn't
are
be
in pretty
running
good
around.
physical shape to be doing this.
Well, I mean, okay, physical shape. They're obviously eating enough. Clagger. It would be interesting if Clagger came from like a wealthier Undercity like family where he actually like could eat more than the rest of them,
Right.
and he just got kind of involved with them, and that's why he always acts kind of a little bit like an outsider, is because he is in some degree. Obviously, we don't have time for that, but he's definitely not starving. The closest you get to starving is Powder, like on thinness, and I think that's just because she's a thin kid.
Yeah. She's a thin kid. They have that wonderful little shot where she eats the sandwich, right?
Yes,
like,
we'll get there.
We'll get to that, which is great. That it's like, okay, cool, I get it. These kids are hungry, but you got to really, I don't know. It's.
I have things to say about the sandwich, but
okay.
Good things to say. Good things, but
he has things to say about the sandwich.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. We really are like every frame of pause here, aren't we?
I wish we could. I wish we could be on that level, Michael.
I wish we could be on that level. We'll see if we incur their wrath.
Oh yeah,
that's our real goal. Is we want to make them
Arcane,
annoyed with us.
So
I know they liked Arcane.
We're like a hate-spiting fan base, is what we are, Michael.
I would be honored to have Rags make horrible fun of me.
Well, I mean, there's plenty to be made, so.
You monster. All right. Let's move forward.
I'm going. Are you with me or not?
They have like shoulder pads.
Because it's cool, Brigham.
Well, I guess Milo and Vi have these sort of They have
shoulder pads.
They have these shoulder pads. Clagger, Shia LaBeouf. Clagger and Powder don't.
You'd think that Powder should have something like that. It's all style. I mean, none of it is really thought out in terms of what the characters would actually need.
I mean, they look good.
Oh, we created the... Yeah, it looks cool.
The shoulder pads are kind of... they're just an interesting detail. It's like... they don't... I guess... So you have the shoulder pads, but then this looks like it's like stitched on. Like this is the actual sleeve that's been re-hemmed.
Which is kind of odd, actually.
Yeah.
I don't feel like that'd be very comfortable.
Clagger and Vi look like they have a really nice setup, actually. Their clothes look really good.
Yeah, they make a lot of sense.
Milo looks like he's on harder times.
Yes.
And Powder just has bad fashion sense, so...
I don't know if I agree with that, at least with Young. She can't help it. They've only got so many clothes, you know.
So don't screw up.
So don't screw up.
Alright, here we get to a scene that really irks me.
Yes, I know. We've discussed. Again, this should have taken place at night, because all I can think of is everybody down below can see them doing this and hear them doing this.
Their balcony.
Okay, so first thing. Do people not lock their balcony? Is that...
Not in Piltover, Brigham. I mean, apparently nobody else had the idea to try to rob Piltover.
I guess. It's just...
Even though Vander has pulled jobs like this before, so they've had a history of this.
The other thing is Milo is from the Undercity, right? Where you would think they would lock everything all the time.
No, they're communists down there, Brigham. That's...
You mean they have nothing to... they have plenty to eat. What are you talking about? Anyways...
continue your point. I'm sorry.
Okay, but yeah, first thing, right? Because they obviously, so what they want to do is tell to the audience that something is abnormal,
of course,
right?
Yes.
But the problem is, I don't know. Maybe I've never owned a balcony, so I don't know. But I feel like you would lock your balcony while you're away. Like that's just
even
if you don't think people are going to get up there, that's just what you do.
It doesn't make a lot of sense, even just in terms of the script writing of the scene, because it's like, well, but no, what you do is you have them assume the balcony is locked because they're breaking in. Like, it would be more odd if they were like thought someone was expecting them to be there and it was locked or something, but they're trying to break in.
If you want to emphasize that something is weird, I think a better way to do it would have been, you have, what's his name? Jace, who owns the apartment. You have him, not only has he locked his balcony, he's ran a chain around the doorknobs on the inside and put a lock on that. So once they open the first lock, like, they have to unlock another piece, and it's like, what the heck is going on? That would be a better way to tell the audience that something is abnormal, in my opinion. I don't know, maybe even balcony owners down below, if you lock your balcony while you're gone, just tell us. We need to know. This is important data. We'll set up a poll.
Well, if you lock your balcony, yes. Do you lock your balcony?
Do you lock your balcony while you're not home?
Where do you live?
Yeah.
Where?
I don't care where you live. Just do you lock your balcony when you're not home? But yeah, so that's the first detail, right? Obviously, they're trying to tell the audience that something's not right. But yeah, they should have expected the balcony to be locked if they're planning to break in. Yeah, because it would have been like, if it wasn't locked, you would have had it like, phew, it's not locked, right? You know, like something like that, right? But they should have been not expecting, but hedging against it being locked so that they're prepared.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's continue with this.
So now he's going to show his skills.
Yeah, his skills. His very important skills, Michael.
Very important skills. See, look, there's people
Means
down.
we're in the right place.
Yeah. You think this would be better at
That door
night,
open anytime soon?
where people can't see you. That's something I didn't even think of.
All right, let it loose, Brigham.
Why couldn't they just let a... Because no one wants Milo around for this entire... Like, there's never a point where they're like... Oh, I mean, I guess in the final, like, episode of the act, right? They're like, it's good that we have Milo around. But they never act like they like him, that they want his company, his opinion.
His skills.
He doesn't do anything useful for them until the final episode of this act, right?
Yeah.
And he and everyone else just dies anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But it's like, you could have had an interesting dynamic where, like, everybody does hate him, but he's got this thing that he can do, so they need him. Also, depending on how this door works, I don't believe that Vi can break it in like this. Because, right, so
is very strong.
Well, it doesn't matter if she's very strong. The normal way you break a door, right, is you're not actually breaking the lock on the door, you're breaking the wood frame around the door when you kick it.
This door is made of metal.
That door is made out of metal. Like, the frame is made out of metal. And, like, the way you can prevent someone from breaking down your door, and it works really well, is you just get a really long screw to screw in the contact of the door, of the lock on the door. Like, you get, like, a 3-inch long screw, and it becomes way harder. Because, you just, it takes way more force. And Vi, I guess, is strong, but is also still an adolescent. I guess she's 16, so maybe she's fully grown. But I don't know. It's a metal door. I feel like Giga Chad Cop would have a hard time breaking it down. Like, you would have an easier time breaking the glass out and opening the door from the other side than busting it open like this. I know, nitpicking.
Also, I mean, maybe Milo unlocked the door already because he's so good.
It doesn't sound like
doors. I know. That's.
I mean, I don't doubt it. It's probably true. Milo could do anything. He's
Milo
the best.
Could do anything if he sets his mind to it.
He's my favorite. I love that expression he's got on his face right now.
Yeah. He's like, ooh. Also, I mean, okay, this is totally stupid nitpicking, but why wouldn't it make a little more sense for the balcony? Well, maybe not.
Right.
Like, because they open inwards. Wouldn't they open? Maybe not.
I mean, nowadays all your balcony
really
doors are
matter.
sliding, right? So I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it could go either or. I imagine they would open inward if I were to design it. So that way you could have that beautiful shot of you opening the doors inward to reveal some. I don't know. I don't think it matters.
It doesn't matter. That's that. I'm ashamed. I brought up that point.
Yeah, how dare you?
Of myself.
Yeah.
Continue on. Let's see how this resolves.
But yeah, it's just like, why can't you just let Milo? But people will say, some people will say, oh, it's foreshadowing for when he'll. But it's not like he failed to unlock it. He didn't even have time, right? It's not like it was like character development. It's just them crapping on Milo again, and it's like he's my best man. Leave my man alone, you know?
Would anything really be lost if it was just Vi and Powder, like doing this? Like,
well, I mean, obviously the people dying at the end.
The people dying at the end, yeah, but Vander still dies at the end.
Yeah,
and he's the one who really matters.
These two don't have a whole lot of character to them, so you're right. You probably could have. I mean, okay, so the one downside, right, is Milo gets to repeatedly say the truth,
right,
which is that Powder shouldn't be on these missions.
We'll get to that, yeah.
So that's the one thing you definitely can lose Clagger. You don't need Clagger.
You don't need Clagger, yeah.
But Milo does actually serve a purpose in that he speaks the truth. And we should protect him at all costs, Michael.
And we should protect him. It's not his fault that he's kind of annoying in the way he does it, because look, someone smacked him on the back of his head. Just like, why? He was about to
be useful. And
why did you bring him if he can't unlock it?
I don't know. It
guess they're just
bothers me.
Each other, but
it just. Because even at that point, like, don't even have him try to unlock it. Like, it would have been better if he's like, oh, it's locked. And then, like, he motions, like, do you want to try to kick it down? And she busts it open. Like, I would have liked that better. Right?
Right.
Well, or something where he's like, it's locked. Would you like to take it? And she's like, you don't want to pick it? And he's like, I mean, I could, but this is more entertaining. And then she busts it open, right? And then you have the setup of him being able to pick locks and not just him humiliating him for no reason. Like, leave my man alone.
Continuing on.
Animals.
Yeah, kind of. Everyone would have heard them kicking open the door in the square below where there are guards.
I don't know how it would echo. You've kind of got like a funnel with the balcony. Someone might, hello, learn more. Amova. But
oh my goodness.
She's looking into your soul, Michael.
She is looking. She's looking to my soul, and
I don't have a soul, so I'm fine.
You don't have a soul. You're made of eldritch glue.
Eldritch glue. What was I going to say? I was going to say something. I forgot what it was. No, I think it's reasonable that people might not have been able to hear. It would definitely be more reasonable if the Great Gatsby party was going on and it wasn't centered in this area, right? And everybody was out at the party, and it would have been perfect timing for our heroes.
It would have shown that they're clever, that they know how to gather intel.
I was just going to say it was an accident. They showed up when they did.
Time. No. I think it's much better that they are like they've planned this out and everything, because that's what is implied here is, these kids are like pretty good thieves. You know, they know what they've done, tried to do this before, and you know. But I don't know. I don't buy it. I think that if you hear like doors go bam open when
lockpicking would definitely be quieter. Yeah.
It said there's enforcers below, yeah? It's just like, anyway. Hey, let's continue on.
There's a lot of dust on that bag.
Yeah, there is, you're right.
Big plumes.
Yeah, kind of weird. I mean, it looks pretty.
For once, you're right. We are definitely not supposed to be here.
Brilliant point, Milo. Very, very wise. So they're just gonna grab whatever. They don't even know what it is.
No, they don't know what
grabbing.
they're taking. They're just taking whatever looks like it could be worth something.
Yeah,
An inventor.
which I guess is just little metal things.
I think this is a real Valdiani.
She knows what it is.
Yeah, she knows what it is. And also that it... Oh, Celsius. Live fit.
Okay, we need to stop noting every ad. She knows what it is.
She knows what it is. She also knows that there's like authentic versus illegitimate ones.
Right. Well, she would know that because she's a thief, right? She deals in stolen goods.
I don't know
stuff.
how much of thieves they are based on their past experience. To be honest,
well, we don't know. We don't know. Which is part of the problem.
All we know, like the most of their exploits that we know is like Milo vandalized a billboard or something. Like we learned that later. We don't learn much about them stealing. Like,
yeah.
So she must have learned this somewhere, which it would be great when we get to learn about where she learned about this stuff. You know.
Yeah.
Did she get a book when she was little? You know.
I legit don't.
They don't ever mention it. No.
Yeah, they don't mention it. Whatever.
It's supposed to demonstrate that she has competency, and in order to properly demonstrate that she has competency, we followed up with
What
this.
about this?
That's a nose hair trimmer.
No one should have ever designed a nose hair trimmer to look like that.
Yeah.
That's not going to do anything.
Is it for like trimming an elephant's nose? Like
that is.
It looks like a torture device.
Yeah. I don't blame Milo for not knowing what it is, because it looks like a toy you got from McDonald's. Like,
it's made out of solid gold, though.
Well, it's probably copper, a really polished copper. You know.
I know it's polished copper,
but it's like, oh, we just got to put Milo down again. Like,
we got to put him down because we need jokes in this. We need jokes to make them relatable.
The thing is, like, he didn't even do anything to deserve to get put down. He's actually asking for her opinion on something. He's like, you know what that is? Well, what about this cool thing I found? And it's like, oh, that's not important, right? That would have been
an idiot, Milo.
Yeah, you're an idiot. It just leave my man alone.
It really irks you.
Well, I think the reason it irks me so much is he's the only one with a rational sense when it comes to Powder's like ability. And and they keep putting him down for it, and it's like, leave him alone. Anyways, nose hair trimmer.
Yeah. Nose hair trimmer.
That's a nose hair trimmer.
Keep an eye out for anything that looks valuable, Powder.
Yeah. Why does she have to mention that now? Like, what does she think we're doing?
Here?
I already know they're looking for valuable things that they don't even know is valuable. Like,
yeah, how would they know? That would be interesting because it just occurred to me. Okay, so clearly what they're setting up here is that Powder, because Powder is supposed to be a bit of a mechanical genius, right? Like Powder is really into this stuff. Mm-hmm. I'll give it to them. I'll say, okay, Powder has gotten her hands on books and things, so she's read about this stuff. She knows what this stuff is.
Well, you can self-experiment. It's not impossible.
Or that, so that's all fine. So it would be interesting if, like, okay, they brought Powder here because she could identify what was more valuable.
That would be, like, they had a limited amount of, like, what they can actually carry, and it's like, okay, we're bringing Powder so that we can, like, figure out. Yeah, that would have been an interesting way to incorporate her. The only problem with that is you can't have her wander off on her own for that to work, right? Because it would be them bringing things to her and be like, do we keep this? And it's like, no, that's an automatic soap dispenser, you see. And
Well, you could make...
The other one is a live hand grenade.
You don't need her to wander off on her own, per se, though. I mean,
You do,
well, I guess you
because
could,
the other people can't know about the mini nukes.
Yeah.
She has to be alone for at least what has happened in this. What the story is constructed around. She has to be alone for that event to happen properly.
Maybe we should just rewrite the story.
I've mentioned that too many times in my life.
Poor Milo fills the bag with junk.
And he's just picking his nose with the nose hair trimmer for some reason.
He's just trying to figure out if it works.
Yeah.
Wait, Vi, how the hell did we find this place?
It was a tip from Little Man.
We'll talk about that later. A tip from Little Man. We'll talk about that later.
A tip from Little Man, and Clagger didn't even know he's just like, oh, I guess we're going to go rob something.
Yeah.
So
you think they would have discussed about
along
this
the way? Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
A better question would have been
just exposition.
Where did Little Man find this place again? Like, that would have been...
I'm trying to remember what... Wasn't it that... because
we'll
Little Man followed... We'll talk about it. Okay.
Yeah, anyways.
You have thoughts.
I have many thoughts on that.
Man,
okay.
leave it. Come on.
I would have taken that. That looked important.
That looked important, and you guys don't know what you're getting.
Yeah.
Way to let Powder wander off when she's a liability. I mean, who knows what's in this apartment? Like,
could be a
there
snake.
Could be like booby traps and stuff. There could be a snake. I just love how they're just taking random stuff. Like, I never really thought about that. Like, it makes so much more sense if... Okay, well, we need to talk about the sandwich scene.
Yeah, the sandwich is a good scene because she's not eating it like she's hungry. Like, she's not snarfing it down, right?
Right.
It is the fact that there's flavor there, which she is not used to.
Right.
Right. She eats very
also
bland food.
Yes. And the expression.
Yeah.
And, like, she just immediately is like, I want the food. Like,
I want the food.
That's
great.
great.
It's great.
There's a lot of...
And it is something that a kid would definitely be very, like...
Especially a hungry kid.
I don't think she's hungry. I think it's just bland food. And she's used to bland food.
Right. I think it's
I imagine that Vander keeps her plenty fed. Like,
okay, that's true.
I have a hard time believing that Vander has let them starve, especially with the way Clagger looks.
Well, we'll talk more about that later. That That is another thing, that it's like there's times when they kind of want...
They're the upper of the lower class. Like, Vander's the high-fluting guy, right?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I guess you can say that everybody's starving down there, but then it's like, well, but...
Vander's not starving. He's got a pub. He's not starving.
Vander's definitely not starving, yeah. It's like,
and
okay,
his
so...
kids can't be starving if he's not starving, because he would starve before his kids.
He would, yeah, he definitely would starve before his kids. So, and you don't, like, it's, again, like, I think I told you about my proposed, like, totally redone opening for Arcane, which kind of would end up leading to rewriting the whole thing, where I think I told you about that, where it's like, okay, the first scene would be...
When the Power Rangers showed up, I was a little confused, but yeah.
Shut up. You have, like, that shot of the record being placed on the record thing, right?
Yeah.
But instead of no music playing, you have a song playing, and I chose a song, which is not really in line with kind of what songs they've been playing, but it's "We Gotta Get Out of This Place" by the Animals, and to the tune of that song, you show all these shots of what life is actually like in the Underdark. And what you show is, this is like a mining community. They mine stuff, and it sucks, and people are coughing, and they don't have enough food, and they're fighting with each other, and there's guards, and it's like, the slaves in Egypt at the beginning of Prince of Egypt.
Yeah.
It's like,
we don't get
please
that.
deliver us. But we never see what it's implied. But
it's implied. It's implied that the guards aren't there.
Yeah. In fact,
the opposite is implied. They're left to their own devices down there. Like,
and it's like, I don't understand how the economy works. Why are they in this scenario? Why?
It's because all they do is steal from each other. We'll get into that.
Apparently.
Well, because they talk about I'll bring this up very quickly because they'll talk about it later. But the kids talk about the fact that they've done other missions, at least if I remember correctly. And it's like, well, if their missions aren't in Piltover, their missions have to be in the Undercity.
Right.
Which means they're stealing from other Undercity people, which, based on the way they talk about it, that's pretty common. Like,
right. Well, I mean, you do see those other kids come up to them and are going to steal the stuff. Obviously, they were set up by Silco, but they don't react to it like, "Oh, we're both Undercity. What are you doing?"
That too.
No, they react to it like, "Oh, this is commonplace down here."
Yeah.
And it would be more. I mean, that's fine. Like, I guess. We have to be fair here. I don't know if we're necessarily complaining about this. I mean, it certainly explains why the Underdark isn't as good as it is, but it does make it kind of weird.
Doesn't make it Piltover's fault if they're stealing from each. That's because, they really want to emphasize this sort of. Many times they're like, "Oh, Piltover could just fix this," and it's like, I don't know if they could. Yeah,
you can't. How are you going to magically fix it? I mean,
Piltover has nothing to do with it. For the majority of the series.
To be fair,
it just leaves the Undercity alone.
Certainly not during the series. That's true. They leave the Undercity alone. Certainly not during the series. To be fair, I mean, you could argue, oh, well, there was all this history of Piltover exploiting this part of the town, and they don't do it really anymore, but it's still kind of their fault from the past.
Yeah.
That's very, a lot of people, I think that's how they'd read it, which I'd be very interested to hear about that. And but they don't want to get into complex economics.
They don't want to think about it.
Yeah.
But no.
It would have been really interesting.
Great little scene, because, like I said, I don't think...
little scene.
I can't imagine Powder is starving, but the sandwich is the thing that interests her the most because it actually tastes good.
Yes.
Which is something she's not used to, supposedly.
And they really convey it.
Very
I feel for her. She's so cute. And then she finds the box.
And she finds the nukes. That's a heavy box.
She's like, this is probably valuable because
what is it made out of?
It's a really heavy box. I have no idea.
Why does it have to be that heavy when it's mostly empty? Okay, another detail. This is very nitpicking.
Oh, yes, I remember you telling me about this.
Why the heck is he taking them out in this order? Why can't he just start at the beginning? And if it's because each of them are different, why aren't they labeled? This man cannot be trusted with science.
How dare
he? He has no sense of procedure. No wonder he needed someone to tell him how his research worked.
How dare! I bet he's not even a real scientist. He's just a himbo. I really couldn't tell you. I bet he's also the kind of person that puts his beans next to his asparagus on the plate.
I thought you were going to say you put it on toast.
Do people do that?
That's a UK thing. Beans on toast?
Oh, well.
Have you not heard of this? I was making a joke because I'm assuming it actually tastes good, but...
No. I don't remind me about the diet in the UK.
They have an excellent diet. But anyways, yeah, we were saying that Jace is unqualified to be a man of science with the way he arranges his nukes of death.
Yes. Are you going to cut out my rant?
I don't. Maybe for your own protection. I don't know. I do love this theme, the kind of the arcane, magic theme, like that.
Yeah.
It's a very nice little, mysterious, exciting theme.
Yeah. She's looking into this strange little object. They've completely trashed this place. Wouldn't it be...
I think it was already pretty trashed when they... no, that's pretty trashed right there. Never mind.
I don't know.
They have turned the place a little bit.
They've turned the place. They've taken too long. They didn't really plan this out.
Milo! How do we gotta go?
I'm not sure why they're being quiet at this point.
Yeah. Oh, no! The animation's so good.
It is really good.
I have to say that several times because it's true. Such a shame. And... Roll credit.
I love that whiplash.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a great explosion.
Yeah.
Amazingly... Okay, to be fair,
it takes out, like, half of the building.
Takes out the whole block.
No, it doesn't take out the whole block. It just takes out, like, most of that room. Yeah.
It's amazing they, it should have, like, collapsed in... yeah.
The Zambonium is going off.
Now, how'd they get on the ground? That's the first step.
I imagine I would think that you'd want to stay on... I don't have problems with them getting on the ground. I just fil like you might want to stay on... 6 digestive symptoms, the power of nature.
Stop it. Continue your thought.
But you would... I would think you'd want to stay on the roof. Like, because it's harder to see you up there. It's just kind of a hard transition where you don't show them getting down, right? They're just all of a sudden in the streets.
Yeah.
Which is not a bad thing, it's just...
It just seems very disadvantageous because anybody could maybe grab you down there. And also, you got here via the roofs. Anyway, whatever. They're on the ground now. You could have had it be like, oh, somebody, like, slipped a bit, and they're just like, just get on the ground and run, whatever. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I guess the guards didn't notice them until they blew up the building. Not when they were...
Well, they're not trained to look up, you know. They're like video game guards, where like if they notice something is wrong, they forget about it after about a minute.
Yeah. It's like, must have been the wind.
Must have been the wind.
Oops. Must have been the wind. All right. They're running for their lives.
Where did this bullet in my chest come from?
Here, running for their lives.
Now, first interesting detail, right?
Okay.
These are very non-lethal capture methods.
Yes, they are.
Which is it's a good thing. I'm not complaining, right?
I was about to say that I don't know if that thing would actually be non-lethal. That thing looks like it's going to take your head off.
Well, but, I think the idea of it's supposed to be like Ebola, right?
Yeah.
It's just supposed to wrap you up, right? It does look a little sharp, but I'll give them benefit of doubt. It's Ebola.
It's got metal parts, but
Ebolas can have metal parts.
The point is it's non-lethal.
The idea, it's a non-lethal takedown, right? They're not just shooting these kids immediately, which is a good thing, you know?
Yes.
But that tells you a little bit about the sort of the policies that at least it is fair, though, they are on topside in the middle of Piltover streets, right? So maybe if they were in the underground, they would just shoot first.
Possibly, yeah. Maybe it's a different feel, but
they may not even know that the kids they're chasing are from Zaun, or whatever you want to call it.
Oh, that's also true. Well,
maybe they do know based on the clothing, but also it's kind of hard to get a good feel of the clothing when you're chasing them.
Well, I mean, it's also possible that they have as we've implied, they have a history of these kids robbing Piltover. So
no, that's actually the opposite is implied.
Oh,
that no one robs Piltover. Yeah.
Right. So it almost... Maybe that's why the balcony isn't locked, because nobody robs Piltover.
Oh, yeah.
So that... Maybe... but then
still
in that case,
feel like you lock your balcony.
Yes, but in that case, Milo shouldn't know. Like, why would he say who locks their balcony?
Yeah.
It's like, well, of course, he would think people lock their balcony.
Because he's from the Undercity. If there's a balcony in the Undercity, you never unlock that thing. Like, you never use that.
By the way, I feel the need to apologize. I have continually been calling it the Underdark. That is the D&D thing. It's
No, I like that you call it the Underdark, Michael. There's drow down there.
There's
spiders.
Are there spiders?
No, I don't think there's spiders. There's giant lizard things.
You know you see how well I remember this. Anyway,
I remember it too well for only have watched it once.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You remember a lot.
I remember those things which spite me.
Anyway, this thing... Oh, boy.
Because, yeah, it does seem to be... check your reviews before watching, too.
Stop it! Someone make a super cut. If we ever become famous, someone make a super cut of him just noting every ad. Stop.
But it does seem to be... Like, it seems to operate in a non-lethal functionality of some kind. Because it looks like it's supposed to wrap you up. It might hurt.
It's supposed to wrap you up.
It's supposed to wrap you up.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's going to hurt, but they're just running through the city streets.
Most people seem to, like, they don't, like, get out of the way or anything. They just kind of stand around most of the time.
They're just like, what is going on? I think they're just confused. Also, if nobody robs Piltover, why do they have so many guards up there? Are there crimes in Piltover?
Well, you see, Michael, it's a very complicated explanation of... it's actually a money laundering scheme where they're funneling money through the police, Michael.
Okay. Anyway, they're about to cross over the bridge, which I'm surprised doesn't have like 5 garrisons after the last time stuff happened on the bridge. Like,
well, okay, so I think this is Ye Olden Days, kind of. It's supposed to be reminiscent of Ye Olden Days, right? So the enforcers are both the police and the military, right?
Yeah.
And so if you want to have a sizable military and not have them do nothing all day, you just have them patrol the streets for no reason.
Okay.
So that would maybe make sense why there's a lot of enforcers, even though there's not a lot of crime. Either that or they just like wasting money, you know.
That's also true, or possible. Anyway,
very clean streets.
They should totally have like a 5 garrisons posted at this bridge after the last incident at the bridge, which was
there is no.
Everybody tried to go through.
You would think there would be. I don't know if this is the same bridge or if this is a different bridge. There is some bridge, but you would think whatever entrance there is to Zaun, there would be some kind of way station, even if it's not like actively being checked at the moment. Like there is a way station with people there that could shut it down in an instant, right?
Yeah.
You would think that they would have a pretty tight control over that. I mean, I guess maybe 5. It's been like only 5 years though, right? Like it hasn't been that long. It hasn't been that long. I feel like you need a little while for people to really start like how long did it take the US to like really get over 9/11? Kind of
took quite a while.
Yeah.
Though, to be fair, I mean, we don't know how many Piltoverians were actually killed in that uprising. I don't think really.
You imagine,
right?
There must have been maybe an enforcer, at least enforcer injuries. Right?
There must have been enforcer problems.
I don't know if
it also
there might not have been any regular citizens, but the enforcers would have been at least injured, if not. Oh, we saw one get his brain smashed in by Vander. There's at least one death.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah, which is also very strange that he was able to just bash in one of their heads while they're like, clearly there's other enforcers like proceeding through the bridge. You'd think they would like want to capture the leader of the movement. Maybe they didn't know he was the leader of the movement, but later they obviously know he's the leader because they're dealing through him. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Also, what did the movement want? Did we discuss this like specifically?
They wanted. Well, if we go off of the assumptions, the assumption is that Piltover was over-policing and potentially, like, if we want to go with the really bad assumptions, it was that Piltover was, like, enslaving the lower city populace to mine, right?
Right.
So you assume they would want an end to that, and it sounds like they got it.
Yeah.
They won.
Yeah.
They won.
Which is interesting because it's portrayed as a
loss. Yeah, but it seems like they won because the enforcers
are out
Zaun,
of there.
And if they're not there,
Zaun yet.
Whatever it is, whatever they want to call it.
They want to call it.
But yeah, they won. They got everything they wanted, and they only had to sacrifice a few people. You know.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm guessing. See, this is the stuff that I want to know. I want to know what's the economics. What's the politics? Obviously they're not happy because, like, how's the jurisdiction work? Like, what's the history? Like, you know, why? It's frustrating because they're just going off of the motif of, okay, we have the rich and the poor, the haves and the have-nots, and we're going to portray that. And it's like, I'm so tired of it. I want to understand how things got that way. Yeah. Because you can make a far stronger and more convincing case if you actually do that in favor of, like, like, this is a weird thing to say, but Karl Marx, like, wrote tomes trying to explain precisely how things got the way that they are.
Yeah.
And it's super interesting whether you think it's nonsense or not. It's like...
No one would call Marx nonsense.
No one would call... Yeah, well...
He's the great prophet of our day, Michael.
I feel like there's a lot of people who would call him nonsense, but... Anyway, you see the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
But it's like,
They're running off of surface level concepts.
They're running off of surface level. And
it's got no flesh to it.
As a result, it makes it so that, you know, they're able to kind of just do whatever they want with it, whenever they want with it.
Without consequence to the overall world or structure.
No clear... It all ends up being just about trying to paint a picture of, like, oh, we want it to be kind of like this, but then they don't do any of the work for it. Like that scene later where Silco is, like, doing his whole speech before, like, I guess the crime lords of the Undercity. And
yeah.
Like, okay, why are there crime lords? What do the crime lords rule? Like,
oh, well, they rule crime.
They rule crime. Because, like, is that the entire economy is based on crime? In order to have crime, you need...
From everything I have seen of Zaun after the bridge incident, yeah, the entire economy is crime. Except for the one pub. The one pub.
The one pub.
And also the brothels, which I guess some people wouldn't consider crime, so...
Yeah, I guess...
The entire economy runs on brothels.
How do you... Oh my goodness gracious! Yeah, like anyway, we've talked too much about this. It's fine. We're barely through the episode.
Yeah, we might not finish the episode today.
Oh my goodness gracious!
We might have to. Sunday ticket. Watch up to 4.
Stop it! Why? All right, well, let's see how far we can get. But like,
okay, so interesting detail, right? You have a raising bridge.
You have a raising bridge.
There's like people like coming off of that bridge. Like, they didn't clear that bridge before they raised it. Like,
well, to be fair, I mean, how are they going to clear the bridge?
There's someone there on the bridge, like right behind Vi. Like, there's no enforcers. Like, all right, everybody off the bridge. We gotta raise it. Like,
well, how? Like, I guess the problem is that it's like, they shouldn't be raising the bridge if they're... So are they raising the bridge, or are they raising up like a shield?
No, they're raising the bridge because there's a boat. It's a drawbridge for a boat. This has nothing to do with them.
Oh, I thought... See, I was about to take back everything I'd said before about, there should be like 5 garrisons. It's like, oh, well, if they just put like a big thing that raises up when there's people trying to escape... Then, I mean, that would answer my question.
No, I don't think this is the same bridge because this one raises and it has boats, and I don't think the other one did.
Oh, okay, so my point is invalid for a totally different reason.
Yeah.
That this is just a rando bridge.
But anyways, there should be enforcers clearing this bridge before they raise it.
Yes, there should. Yes, there absolutely should.
And if there were enforcers there, they would have interfered with this.
They would have interfered and stopped them from doing this.
But there's just people on the bridge. Like,
yeah.
There's just people. It's not safe at all. He's dead.
Yeah, he died. He 100% died.
Yeah.
They have blood on their hands.
Yep. Well, that was his fault for trying to jump that. To be honest,
That is.
You would not
that
get.
is fair.
You would not get charged.
Also, look. Just as a side note, a little praise. I mean,
Yeah.
look at the physics on that body. That was a weird.
That was
way to say
really
that.
weird thing to say.
What I mean,
they
by
get the
this
physics
is-
done really well for like the fluidity of motion and the reaction
Yes,
of
as they're like moving and
as
running.
they
It's
slam into
very-
things. Yes, very
so
satisfying.
so
Yeah.
satisfying to look at. And that's why we're frustrated. Is
Yeah.
Because it's like it's so fun to look at, but I'm frustrated for other reasons. Ooh, see, look at
That one like closed up. It closed up on itself like perfectly. Did you see
Yeah.
that? That's an interesting
It was cool.
little. Oh, anyways, we break.
like a little bit. Whatever.
We break
they
the
break the thing,
and then obscures view, and they go down a different path. And nice detail. The enforcers don't just get lost; they split up into different directions, which that's nice.
Right,
That's smart people working. But it does slow
they've
them
got
down enough that they can do this.
Not again. I just got this shirt.
You just got that shirt.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like you just got that shirt. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
So this is. I don't know. I don't know entirely where this goes. Well, I guess we'll see.
That is the question. Well, it's a sewer drain, so I guess
Yeah.
the sewers, like the Undercity, clearly that's where all the sewers.
But
and
this
they
isn't
should've-
this isn't the Undercity, because they then go back up again where they run into the people. This is I guess this is just a
Right.
random sewer depot, which is fine. I guess that makes sense.
It's not really. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. See, to be fair, I remember being somewhat confused about what counted as the Undercity and what didn't. Like,
I think the Undercity is the places where you can actually live under the city, and the sewer is not part. Sewer is a different thing, I guess.
the sewer is a different thing. Okay, that's just on me, not being clever enough. Anyway, they probably should have died when they fell on the trash.
No,
Like, they should
no,
have been impaled. Impaled. Look,
trash is
there's like
soft.
iron beams.
That is interesting that the stuff. Maybe it would have been too gross to just have it all be excrement.
That's, I mean,
it is-
probably what it should have been.
It's just like a bunch of random trash. Like,
Yeah, how did it get there? Like,
well, I guess people threw it down there, but like, you think
I
that would
guess
be a
so.
problem for the way that a sewer system works? Like,
yeah, I don't really know how sewer systems.
I pour a little
in
grease
general.
down my drain, and all of a sudden everything doesn't work. You know?
If Piltover is so sophisticated, you'd think that their sewer system would be built so that it wouldn't just naturally build up and make everything smell after a year. But I'm not an expert.
There's
on
there's an
sewer
air vent that just takes all the smell directly down to Zaun, so it's fine. They fixed the problem, Michael.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, like, there's chemical waste and stuff down there. That's why I assumed this was part of Zaun, because the whole point is it's supposed to be, well, that's like literally the underpit of the city, which is why they're not happy there. Okay, I feel like we're getting a little too caught up on
In the
stuff that
details.
is really like the kernel. Yeah.
No, these
I
are
mean,
very
it's,
important, what we've been talking about. They do come out very violently.
Last time was the last
They do.
time we were gonna do this.
Well, this
Ha 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 ha.
So, I guess they do this in Zaun too. So Zaun has a separate sewer system. Oh, buy one get one free. Xfinity Internet customers.
Yes, I know.
But
Well, do you think it's just straight up that they're being inconsistent? That, like, they write... Because when they write this, like, I'm watching it, and I'm just assuming, oh...
well, that's a very classic line, right? Oh, I thought last time was the we can't keep doing this, right?
So they must rob Piltover on the reg or something. Like, that's...
Well,
my
if they don't rob
impression, but
Piltover, then they have to be doing it in the Undercity.
in the Undercity or something.
Which I
or-
guess the Undercity has as a sophisticated sewer system as the Overcity in order for them to say that statement.
You see my confusion. Is it's like, oh, so not all of Piltover is so great because, like, that sewer system looks pretty awful, and also the docks they go to don't look like pretty.
Oh, the
or
docks look
anything. So it's
fine.
like, oh, so it's like Okay, so you have like working class in Piltover. So like, how does that work with
They
the
don't.
economics of the Undercity?
No, don't.
Like,
Don't.
maybe I'm
Don't you bring that up.
misremembering this.
Bad. Bad, Michael.
Okay. What?
Time
What?
for last time.
Guys, what,
How dare you think about
What the
this?
hell happened back there?
I don't know. I didn't do anything.
You could fill a damn library with all the things you didn't do.
Guys,
I mean, truth, you know. That's...
You can fill a library with all the things you didn't do. Right.
To be fair, yeah, they wouldn't know what happened, and they wouldn't... Oh,
yeah, they would
more
have-
cool gadgets than a British spy
I guess
flick.
they're just assuming. I'm just going to ignore you. I'm guessing that they're just assuming.
That-
I mean, maybe the point is that they're assuming that because they do say she's a jinx. That's
Yeah.
why she gets her name.
Well, Milo
But
does.
I thought, but they don't normally bring her along, right? Wasn't this her?
Yeah,
Maybe this
is
wasn't her
supposed
first
to be
time.
her first time, I think.
So she doesn't really have time. I mean, maybe there's other things they've done that have made her become a jinx.
There's this inconsistency where they want it to be her first time, but also
They
it's not her
also
first time.
want them to be
so that
annoyed
Milo
with
can
her.
have this history of disliking her for based reasons.
You're really focused on this. Listen, she's
Milo's
got
my
to learn
hero.
how to be a. She's got to learn how to be a thief at some point. It would make 100% more sense if Vi argued, "Listen, we need Powder because she can recognize." Like
Yes.
Vi wants Powder to be on the missions because she wants she wants Powder to become stronger or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's like, "Okay, I can convince Milo to let her come along," but Milo the whole time is like,
This is a bad idea.
We shouldn't have brought her. Why didn't she just like draw us a picture or something? And we realize, okay, it's because Vi wants her sister to become tough like she is. And then you can play a little bit more clearly with that tension of, oh, Vi wants Powder to become something that she's not. And yeah, but we'll get into that more later.
Vi has this kind of strange... I don't know if it's wholly inconsistent, right? Where she seems to want to both enable and protect Powder, right?
Yeah.
Which those things I think should come into conflict more than they do, because right, if you're protecting Powder,
Yeah.
you don't want her on this mission. If you're enabling Powder, you want her on this mission.
Yes.
And there's this very strange kind of dichotomy that I don't think is explored enough for
And just as a side note, again, like that is a whole story dynamic in and of itself, which
Yeah.
has nothing really to do with what from that first scene I thought the story dynamic was going to be, which is, and not just I thought, but it was clearly told to me from that look she gives to Piltover. This is going to be a story about Vi dealing with feelings of resentment against Piltover, but now it's about Vi and
Jinx.
Powder. It's and then it, by the time we get to the time skip, it's like I don't even know what it's about, because it's like, anyway.
we just emptied a Piltover penthouse right under the Enforcer's noses.
Was that a penthouse?
Not really.
Was
but-
was that? What is a penthouse? I'm dumb. What? I thought a penthouse was like a huge suite, and that was like an apartment.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could just, I don't know enough about it. I do think of like a big suite. I mean, maybe it was, I don't know, maybe it was bigger than we thought and we just didn't see all the rooms.
Yeah, it seemed to be as big as their
suite.
place. So
Sweet, sweet, I think can mean multiple things.
Okay, when
maybe they think it's a suite.
yeah, I don't know. It seemed to be about as big as their place back home. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
whatever.
So, if you're done beating yourselves up, let's get this home.
it's kind of an odd. You would think it would just be like, let's get out of here before they figure out we went down the sewer. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
you were
could,
made
you
to
could
be the main
stop
character.
it. We keep forgetting what the points are because you keep doing this.
Well, I was making the point that you would think they would just want to get out of there fast.
Yes.
There's this kind of
Well,
strange,
they're
like,
trying to-
gloating, like...
They're trying to make a point. I feel like
They want to be the Firefly crew, and they're not.
They want to be the Firefly crew. It's fine. They're
fine.
showing Vi as a leader, and she's trying to like, okay, I'm gonna move their attention back to, look, we just did this thing. Let's not fight, right? Let's not start pointing fingers, right? So, which is a good leader quality, or at least a shrewd leader quality.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with that. Oh, you're right. Yeah. So they get out of the sewer.
I do like...
Climb back up.
Those are sewer holes that, like, actually exist, like, in some old cities. The weird hexagonal, like, triangle. Like, they're interesting. We will talk more about the motivations of these boys later, because we don't know anything about it right now.
We don't know anything about it now,
Nice
but
haul.
it
You could say
doesn't make much
that. I
sense
heard there was
later.
some action across the river.
So, when
Okay,
he says, I heard there was some action across the river, does he just mean I heard the horn blow?
Yeah.
Versailles. Eros.
Like the way that he says it makes it sound like
He was tipped off.
rumor has
Like-
yeah, which is
There's not been
maybe
time
when he says
for him to be tipped
maybe
off.
when he says there was there hasn't been time for him to be tipped off. I mean, I suppose you could construe it as he's literally saying, well, no, but that's not how they react. I was going to say maybe he's saying, I heard that there was a job to be pulled over there.
But there's
that's
no
why-
way
but-
that anyone else knew about this job. Like,
Well,
based
that's
on,
why they turn around.
Yeah.
Is they're like, "How did you know about that?" And it's like, "Oh," but they don't discuss that.
I think they just turn around
Someone really kicked the nest, huh?
because he's like accusing them, like he's gonna.
Yeah.
They're trying to figure out what he's gonna do next, right? Before they just run away. I don't have issue. It's just like. I don't know. It's just kind of odd the opening, like, of that, where it's like,
also,
I heard down the grapevine that, and it's like, what do you mean? Like, there's not been enough time for I heard down the grapevine, unless you literally mean, hey, the horns were blowing really loud, like, about 5 minutes ago. Like, but it doesn't
also,
sound like he's saying that.
The way he's talking about it, the way he says "nice haul," you'd think they were fishermen, and that they had been on like a 5-day trip.
No, I don't.
And
I don't
you
take
heard
issue
about
with that.
No, I do, because not because of the fisherman thing, but because he says "nice haul," which it's like, okay, obviously this is like criminal underworld stuff, but they're still in Piltover. So this again implies that they rob Piltover.
Yeah, which they don't.
Which it later says that they don't.
Yeah.
But they do. So again, they want it both ways, because that's something that you say to try to create this atmosphere, right? They want the atmosphere of, oh, these are ragtag thief kids, but it's also like, it's not like a happy-go-lucky scenario. It's a pretty rough scenario, and like they want to paint these pictures. But again, it makes more sense out of context.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if I just saw this scene on its own, I wouldn't have as many questions at all, because I'm just like, oh, okay, well, I guess they just robbed this other city like all the time, and this is just like part of like, so that, and they all know about this. They have their different crews and stuff. But but it's like they created the scene in isolation from the others and then kind of stitched everything together after the fact, is the feeling I constantly get.
Frankenstein's monster.
Is that
Yeah. And there we go.
Once again,
I will say,
only people with colored hair, Vi and Powder. And they have different colored hair. I want to have whatever they drink growing up, so I could be an anime protagonist.
So I can be an anime protagonist. Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, frankly, I think it's partly because their characters have colored hair in League of Legends. Yeah, and they were wise. They were wise enough to realize that if we have everybody have colored hair, it's going to look stupid.
Yeah.
So we need everybody to have normal hair, and we'll just have them have colored hair, and it makes them stand out. So
it does.
It's like, okay,
it's just kind of funny.
It is funny. One thing I will say also for this scene is that while I have, if I recall correctly, I have, I don't know, well, I can't remember if I have story issues with it or not, but I will say that atmospherically, like, very well done, I think. It's
tense
like,
moment.
I remember watching it. Very tense. They've set up good stakes that's like they've got the loot, and now, oh, come on. It makes Vi's earlier line actually serve a really good purpose, because she's like, look, we just pulled off this amazing job. We're about to go free. Like, and so you know that if that stuff gets stolen, everybody's gonna, the other two are gonna turn on Powder again, because it's the fact that they have the nice haul. So that all is very well set
Clanger
up.
never, it's just Milo.
That's true, it is just Milo. Though Clanger does turn
he's the
around,
only based
but-
one. No, he really doesn't do anything.
It's, oh my goodness. But yeah, the scene, the tension of like, oh no, and now they're gonna fight. Like, I like that. I mean, it's very intense. It's well done. So well done, Arcane.
But now you're dragging this mess of yours through my streets.
Your streets.
Oh,
What
my
makes you
We
think?
don't want any trouble, okay?
Yeah, what does he mean by my? Because I might be wrong. They're still in Piltover. I mean,
Yeah, see, that's my confusion.
it's just kind of an odd. Is Zaun's whatever spilling into Piltover? I don't know. They don't ever talk about it.
What's the relationship between these two places? Maybe they. I don't know. I guess they don't ever really clarify it. Did they clarify it in the later episodes, like later in the season?
No.
Okay.
No.
I guess we're gonna find out, but.
Deckard,
Because isn't Victor from like this area, like the slums? Because these are clearly slums. These are back alley slums.
So I mean, I guess they could be in like if the bridge is the divide between Zaun and Piltover, right?
Right.
Then you have to have a certain part of Zaun that is above ground for the bridge to work, right?
Right. Yeah.
So maybe that's what this is, right? And it is his streets or whatever, because it's on the other side of the bridge.
But Vi, of course, questions.
But why didn't we see them cross the bridge? Like, I feel like that would have been such a great moment to revisit your opening, right?
Right.
Where they sneak across the bridge under. Just, I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's why I was confused, because they do cross a bridge, but it's a bridge that
I think it's a different bridge.
It seems to be a different bridge. Yeah.
Yeah.
It lets a ship under it. So it would have been. It would have been a great
has many
thing.
bridges.
That would have been a great way to tie back in the opening. You're absolutely right. Like, have them manage to get over the bridge, and it's like a weird memorial thing.
Also, inform the audience where you are. Like, that they have actually gotten out of Piltover. Like,
set up the geography of the city, make it clear, like, and then when you pass over, it's very clear, okay, Piltover's really nice, and this other place is terrible, though it's not really underground, so I guess that's part of the problem. Also, you could have had a great moment that would tie it in better with the beginning if you had this would be really like a good gut punch.
Yeah.
You could have there be a memorial at the
there is
bridge.
one that we see later.
There is.
There is a memorial guy of sorts, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say, you have a memorial at the bridge, but the memorial is only memorializing the enforcers who lost their lives.
That would have been...
It doesn't mention anything about the people. It just says there was an uprising, and you just have this shot of Vi, like, fuming as she looks at it. Like, she's seen it before. Like, that would be perfect, because you would really feel like, you know...
But she can't do anything because they're inside of, like, enforcers, and so, like, you can sense that she wants to, like, topple a statue over or something like that, but she can't do it because...
She's just looking at it, and she's so angry. And then I'd be like, okay, we still have that rage that we saw in the first scene. That is still, and, you know, that's still motivating it. And she wants Powder to become like her, because she's like, I want someone to be able to help me fight Piltover, you know, and that's what's driving her to push Powder too hard. So you tie it all in, you know,
But she doesn't push Powder too hard.
She doesn't, exactly. Like,
it seems like the show wants us to think that she enables, she doesn't push.
Yeah, it should have been. It needed to be more. I think the problem is that they didn't. They weren't brave enough to show their relationship as being dysfunctional. They were like, no, we have to introduce Milo and Clanker to do that. but it doesn't really do it.
Milo just helps you show the dysfunction. That's all. He's just based.
Yeah,
he's just the best. No one better.
Yeah, but like throughout the whole show, like the whole idea is supposed to be that there's this like kind of, because like that's the whole, like you have these two characters, Vi and Powder, who becomes Jinx, and they've got this like yin yang thing going on, right? Like that's sort of this motif in the show, but it's, I guess at the very end you sort of follow up on it, but I don't know. I just feel like the emotions there were kind of confusing. I know a lot of people are like, what are you talking about? Have you not even seen the 3rd episode? It's like, yes, I have, and we'll talk about it when we get there.
Yeah.
But anyway, they're about to fight.
Trouble finds you. There's no reason this has to get ugly. How about you share a little taste of your treasure there, and we'll call it even.
No. We worked too hard to...
Just a taste?
Just...
Yeah, funny moment.
A funny moment.
Also shows the kind of resignation I guess the characters have.
Right.
And Clagger is just a
like,
muscle in this fight.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very, like, kind of vicious fight.
Do not like this slowdown moment. I don't know why. It just seems... I don't need the slowdown here.
I think the idea is supposed to really emphasize
it's supposed
the
to
violence
emphasize
that Powder is seeing.
Yeah, it's supposed to emphasize Powder's inexperience and uncomfort and terror.
Yeah.
But it just kind of feels, especially with the music, like the music, it's just odd. Like I don't think we needed the slow-mo here.
No, there's a number of issues here. Actually, pause it real quick. I have some thoughts here. So, again, we've switched a bit. Not too big, but we've switched a bit. Where we have, I was laying out, okay, at first I'm like, okay, this is about Vi's vengeance. Okay, no, this is about Vi and Powder and their whole group dynamic. Okay,
and
never
now
mind.
It's about Powder not fitting in.
Now it's about, I mean, it was there, but it's like, now we're introducing this idea of, okay, Powder has never been on a mission before, I guess, even though they're talking.
Even though they say that she has,
missions. And, you know, so she's not used to violence. But they never really follow up on this idea that she's, like, freezes up at violence. Like, not even to be, like, to show how when she becomes Jinx, that has, like, completely reversed. And so it's like, it's a moment that they spend so much time on, just sort of showing her, like, which is a powerful moment, but there's nothing, there's no scaffolding. Yeah, I know, but a lot of people disagree, and the point of it is it certainly sticks with you. Like, I remember that.
I remember hating it,
It doesn't have any follow-up, and I think it would have been, like, the show would be no different, really, if they just had the fight, no slow-mo, they just get into the fight, and
you don't
Powder,
emphasize this moment,
just have Powder look a little surprised if you want to have that, and then she's like, starts running, and there you go. Like, nothing has changed. But when you add that in, it feels like this extra bit that
feels like I should really focus on it.
Yeah, and it's like, but then it doesn't pay off.
Yeah, she doesn't overcome her.
You need a payoff that is as striking as the setup.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if you just had the short little, like, no slow-mo, just Powder is, like, unsure, then, as far as I'm concerned, that is perfectly well paid off by the fact that Powder completely overcomes that when she becomes Jinx. It's like, okay, you see the contrast, but when you linger on it in that way, I'm like, okay, there's a message here or something, because, like, there's this slow-mo going on. Like,
Yeah.
what are you trying to tell me? Like, I feel like there needs to be some conversation where she talks to Vi. Like, that would be better, is if you have later, she has this conversation with Vi where she's like, Vi, I don't know if I am cut out for this. Like, I don't know if I can do this.
Yeah.
Like, I just saw everybody beating people to a pulp, and I don't want to do that to people. And Vi is like, no, Powder, you have to do that to people. Like, you've got to be strong and blah, blah, blah.
Look, Marty.
Look, Morty, sometimes they're not real Morty. They're robots. They're robots, Morty.
I tell you, because they're bureaucrats, Morty.
They're bureaucrats, Morty.
I don't respect the system, Morty.
So stupid. But no, you see what I'm saying is it's like they could have had that scene, and really, I mean, I know I'm sort of pushing this new narrative for the story, but like you got to do a lot more to set up when I know you really hate the breakdown, but like you can change things about how the breakdown actually happens. But if you make it more of like when Powder has that breakdown in the third episode with screaming and stuff. Yeah. You got to set up for that of like, it would make more sense if the whole idea was that she doesn't want to do this, but she wants her sister's approval, and she's like, I've got to be strong, but I'm also scared, but also, and then my sisters rejected me. Like, I was trying so hard to be what my sister wanted, and then she said, I'm not ready, and she's like, and also, I've got latent schizophrenia, or something's going on, so, and then she's like, oh, I can, and then it builds up a bit more. I don't know. It'd be more powerful if you had a clearer... Yeah.
If the message they were trying to bring across was focused instead of, they seem to like hyper focus on every idea and then never expand on it. Like
they have
you get a shotgun of stuff. Yeah, it's a shotgun of these moments, and people pick up on each one of them. But I'm like, you need to focus on a couple of them, or figure out how to better synthesize them. I just don't feel like it is synthesized. I feel like people effectively do what I'm doing, but forget that none of what I just said is actually in the show, which you can see by the fact that people have other interpretations. But anyway. She's running away. And there we go. Oh, it's off the top ropes. Sorry.
What?
Oh, the steel chair!
Oh, my... Man.
Now, it's something that's not necessary, something that I really appreciate about, like, the Japanese way of storytelling. You really have a clear sense of, like, advantage, disadvantage, right? Where this probably helped in this situation that this is just a full-out brawl,
This day's turning
that
out
there's
all right
no,
after all.
like, sense of who's winning until it's done. But I like advantage, disadvantage, kind of...
To make that very clear, right, that there's strategy going on.
That ends?
I mean, he could just stab her.
He might get beat to death if he does that, so...
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what it says about me that I would have just stabbed her in the throat.
That says that you should never keep gambling after 5.
You know what I would have done? I would have brought a gun, and I would have just shot them and taken everything.
Well, the gun is an interesting thing, because it's heavily implied that Zaun does not have access to firearms.
They don't have guns. Which means that they totally would have access to firearms via a very lucrative black market.
They would have had some access, maybe. It depends on how the firearms are made and distributed, because if only the sort of enforcer wing of Piltover knows how to make firearms and no one else in the world, you could potentially, as long as none of those enforcers jump ship, right, you could keep that
just in my mind
information, like...
Yeah.
Obviously, there would be, like... there would be a really, like, expensive black market for, like the richest of the people in Zaun might be able to buy like a stolen enforcer's firearm or something like that. Yeah. And it would be really expensive because you just can't get it. So.
Yeah. I don't know why
my homework.
This is kind of different from what we were just talking about. I apologize. I'm going back to the fight, but because I just kind of realized my reaction there was rather violent, and I'm trying to understand why. There's something about the fact that they beat them actually bothers me in a way. Like they thoroughly trounced them. I know it's supposed to show.
It's a pretty thorough trouncing. Like,
yeah,
they're all standing, and all the people that are fighting are on the ground. So I think that's a thorough trouncing.
Yeah, they're all standing. I feel like it would have been. It again. It's just like, okay, well, what? I mean, I guess it's supposed to show. Oh, we're like a good team. We're good at fighting, but like, it would have. So first of all, we know that those guys were sent by Silco, and Silco.
I don't even want to talk about that yet.
They're supposed to be sent by Silco. Silco, give them a gun. Like, give them something that, like, there's no way that they'll lose. Don't just make them go in a
I guess they didn't want to.
Everybody's got a knife.
They didn't want to kill them. Like, because why don't you use the knife earlier, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
It implies that they didn't really want to kill them to begin with.
I mean, in my mind, I've never been in a fight, so I'm not the one to say. But no, I've never been in a physical fight. I've wrestled before, but that's totally different. That was like, roughhousing, blah blah blah. Yeah. That doesn't count. Whatever. But like, you see, my psychology is that when you're in that moment, you've just been like trounced, especially if you add in some. And this isn't really in the universe of the story, but if you add in some like latent sexism or something of I just got trounced by a girl, like the visceral reaction is like, you're not. I don't know. I guess it's just supposed to show that like Vi is so like powerful and everything. But again, that's part of the problem. Is it's like, but that doesn't. I don't know. The rhythm of the story in my mind seems to require it's. Sure, they win, but they've got to like lose some teeth or something. Like one of them.
You want them to barely win.
I want them to barely win because then it's like, oh, these are heroes I want to root for. But
or better yet,
thoroughly
escape, not even win.
Yeah, they need to escape because that makes the threat from Silco. I know that there's all kinds of problems with that, but that makes that threat much more present. It also emphasizes like I think it's because it jars with the fact that they were just like on the run from Piltover. Like they're just scraping by on the barest of luck, right? And like you need to start them off in a very low position to show like, oh, but when you make them like kind of top of the streets in this way, I don't know, it just sort of jars with me. It feels like it's kind of.
The interesting thing is
to show. Look, here is this, and I think they were more focused on. We want to show here is the strong female character. She's beat him in the fight, and that's what they want to show. Fine, but I don't know. Just in terms of the story, it would have been more impactful if, like, they didn't focus on just showcasing her power, and they focused on the story. I don't know. People are now going to think that my problem is that she's strong.
Well, I mean, you're a sexist, and that's fine.
I guess so. I did just talk about stabbing a woman, so I mean, that's pretty bad.
That doesn't make you a sexist as long as you think about stabbing men. That just makes you a psychopath.
See, if I was that one kid, I would arm all of my guys with knives, and we would just be like.
You would think they have knives, yeah.
We don't want to fight, so we're just going to show overwhelming force. Also, we're not going to go with 4 guys. We're going to go with 9 guys.
Well, he's only got 4 guys.
And we don't just have knives. We have bats.
You can only afford 4 guys
and stuff with nails stuck into them. You know,
it's like nails are illegal in Zaun.
maybe Silco shouldn't send kids. He should send grown men. You know.
Well, we'll get to what the heck Silco was thinking.
I
with this
know.
later. But
I'm spending too much time on this.
If we look at the end consequences of the fight, right? Because the end consequences is,
they do lose the stuff, and it's
they lose the stuff, and it's Powder's fault. And these people go back to Silco and report, right? Which they were going to do that anyways. Doesn't matter what happened. They were going to report to Silco. So the main end result is they lose the stuff, right? So if you wanted to give them an underdog, like you seem to want, right? You can have them lose badly, and the people take all the stuff, and they just leave.
But they don't get the stuff they wanted, because Powder has it in her pockets, and they don't search Powder.
Well, they don't.
Powder ran away.
They don't know. Yeah, or Powder. Yeah, you could have Powder drop the bag and run away, and that could keep the. Obviously, you don't have this great setup and payoff that's about to happen here. You know.
Yeah. Well, and before you started, I'm so sorry. I'm holding us up, but before we watch through the scene, this is actually going to set up one of the biggest issues I have, which is. Especially with the first 3 episodes, which is the weird theme, the pointless theme, the nihilistic theme.
You're using big words that I don't understand.
The whole idea is that Powder is a jinx. Powder, right? Because this all foreshadows what happens in episode 3, where they win. They win spectacularly, actually, against all odds. And then Powder does something to try to help, and it all ends up being for naught. And it's like, I don't understand why that is the theme. Like, it just really bugs me, because it's just like, that's just really mean-spirited as a storyteller, to make your entire story about how, this one character, Milo's right. She ruins everything. And she can't do anything about it. It's not entirely her fault, but it also is kind of her fault. Like, she chooses to do, like, every effort she makes to help doesn't work out. That's not what a story should be. A story should be about her overcoming the jinx. But by the time we get to the end of the season in the show, like,
it's a different story,
Yeah, it's a different story by then. It still echoes of that, but I mean, they just re-emphasize the theme, because what does she do? She blows up she pulls a 9/11. Is what she does. It's like, she
we
just
have a lot of ground to cover.
I guess that's the point, is that she embraces the fact that she's a chaotic jinx. Maybe that is what they were going for.
Yeah.
In which case, I mean, I guess I can't totally fault them, other than I don't like that message. That feels like a message for school shooters or something. I don't know. I'm going to dark places. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't like this scene. I just remember not liking this scene.
Well, it's pretty much, she throws out this. Okay, she's fine until she makes a mistake.
Until that happens.
And then she throws out a grenade that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Speaking of nails.
Come on, Mauser.
And it doesn't work. Which is meant to foreshadow later, when it does work. Oh, the tragic irony.
Well, the funny thing is,
it kills everyone.
The thing that works is not the thing she was working on there. Like, it's a completely different thing.
Yeah, it's a different. Well, she uses the little blue things.
No, she uses a monkey. A wind-up monkey.
Doesn't she put... I thought she put one of the blue things in the monkey, and that's why it exploded so big.
No.
We'll have to see.
Well, she put the little blue things, like the energy balls in, right?
Mauser, but she didn't work.
Who saw that coming?
But it was not actually like her... Later on, it's not her technical expertise that makes it work. It's just that she's working with highly unstable materials. Like...
Right, exactly.
Anyone could have done what she did. Like, it's not particularly interesting.
Yeah.
So, anyways.
Also, at this point, see, when I watch stories, and like, what Powder needs to do here is Powder needs to say, well, but I got these blue orb things. They look pretty valuable, right? And then Milo is like, screw your orbs, and he slaps them out of her hand again.
And then they all die.
The whole Undercity blows up.
Yeah, it is, because, yeah, I'm pretty sure if we play this thing, she doesn't mention them.
Powder,
No, she doesn't.
at least you're okay.
Okay. What about us? I get my face bashed in and she just gets a pass?
Yep.
Yeah, Milo.
Also, interesting they have this, like, random elevator. An abandoned elevator. It's like, I guess it's a secret entrance into the Undercity, but then what's the official entrance into the Undercity?
There's another kind of elevator. We'll see it later in, was it episode, like, 5? There's, like, a tramway or something.
Huh.
So,
interesting.
But this isn't much of a secret, because I'm pretty sure it just comes out in the open.
Oh, yeah, you're right, yeah. So you'd think it would be
Every time she comes, something goes
frequented,
wrong.
I don't know, or there would be
jinxes every
guards in front of it.
Just
Well, it's on the Zaun
see?
side of stuff, so there's no guards.
So.
Drop it, Milo.
She's such a good sister.
Who told you?
But yeah, sorry, I was thinking about something else at the moment. But yeah, here
every
he
time
says,
she comes, something goes wrong.
every time she comes, something goes wrong.
Yeah,
But it's implied.
Meaning she's come before.
Yeah. But then it's also implied earlier that this is the first time. They can't make up their minds on.
Wrong. She
Yeah.
jinxes every job.
Just drop it, Milo.
As far as we know, there wasn't anything special about the Piltover job other than it was in Piltover, which was a first for all of them.
Yeah, even though they talk as though it wasn't. So,
Yeah.
it's kind of weird. The other thing is that moment where Vi is like, shut it, Milo. It's a perfect example of like, oh, so there's no real conflict between Vi and Powder, per se.
No.
Like, Vi is supportive and wants Powder to be good. She never gets angry with Powder. You know, it's all Milo's doing, even though it's like, but later... And actually, that goes through the whole show. They, like, consistently avoid having consistent reason for Vi and Powder to be angry with each other than Powder is apparently homophobic. Doesn't like that Vi is dating Caitlyn or something. I don't know if I'm sure that's not actually true. That's just the memes that people were saying. Yeah. But it's just sort of, it's interesting that they decide to make them like, oh, there's no real conflict here between them. Like, all the conflict is through Milo, which is less interesting. I don't know.
No, they have no... Well, because she seems to enable her all the time, right? But she's not hard on her with her enablement. Like, she seems to let her do whatever she wants, and then is like, all right, that's fine, that didn't work.
Yeah.
And I feel like it would have been just more interesting if she was enabling of Powder, but pushing her further than Powder was able to go at the time.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
And so
something like that.
Powder naturally had frustrations with her sister because, I feel like that would have just been better. Instead,
I feel like it would have actually been brilliant.
You don't have much of interaction other than they like each other. Like,
yeah.
Because you don't even really get the sense that they love each other. I mean, I guess you can say that they do, but...
I dispute that. I feel like that... Well, it doesn't really matter at some point. It would have been brilliant, I would venture to say, if they had done what you're saying, where they focused on Vi is pushing Powder too hard.
Yeah.
Like, in this misplaced sense of affection for her and wanting her to be better and thinking, no, Powder, you can do these things. Because then it would make so much more sense that Powder, she's been on all these missions, but she's still, like, spooked out by these things, like trying to jump across.
Because she's always out of her she's always being pulled out of her depth.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the Jinx thing would make a bit, it
would make complete sense why it's happening, and
because she's not meant for this. But
and you could have
make her that way.
Just a second, my dog is Brianna, come over here. Brianna,
Brigham has a dog.
come on. Brianna, come on.
While he's doing that, I'm going to take the opportunity to
You're disrupting everything. We're gonna have to cut this out.
Give my ideas out. So let me see here. What was I saying? Oh, he's back.
You could make an interesting situation with. You could actually have Clagger a character, right? Where Milo blames the situation on Powder, not fully understanding that it is Vi pushing Powder
really
in this situation,
right?
And you have Clagger who blames the situation on Vi. And you can have this. You can have a scene with them alone together where they're talking to each other, and
Clagger finally explains
and Clagger's like, "You idiot!" Like it's not Powder's fault. It's Vi's fault. And Milo's and Milo's like. You can even have Milo not be willing to accept it because maybe he actually idolizes Vi in a certain way. And he's like, no.
That would also be interesting.
Yeah, you could actually have something interesting for Clagger to do where he doesn't do anything. He's like...
That would be great to have just a scene between them. Yeah, and he reveals that that's the problem that's going on. And then you make, when you have that final scene where, spoilers, Vi punches Powder in the face and then leaves.
It feels very set up, yeah.
It would feel more set up because the whole idea is that Powder's like, I've been trying to be what you want to make me.
And right? I can't.
I finally thought I'd become it, and then you punched me in the face. Mm-hmm. And so that's why I hate you, because you literally you wanted me to be something, and then you punished me for trying to become I cannot please you. I hate you. Silco's my dad now, and we'll talk about maybe setting up stuff that would be very powerful. I mean,
you would get closer to the classic kind of Greek tragedy, right? Where a Greek tragedy is based on. It is the natural consequences of the flaws of the characters, right?
Yes.
And currently, the tragedy in this story is accidental. It's not.
Yes.
It is not a natural cause of the nature of the characters. Many times, the characters tend to actually act against their nature so that you can get the situation to arrive. That might not be entirely true, but sometimes they act against their nature so you can construct the situation so the accident can happen. Where you could make it where instead of Vi, this will be later on, right? Obviously, we're talking way ahead of everything.
We're talking way ahead.
Instead of Vi, telling Powder that she's not allowed to go on the mission, Powder doesn't think she can go on the mission, right? You reverse it, and Powder's like, no, I'm gonna mess it up. This is too big of a deal, and Vi says some very harsh things to her, right?
Right.
And so she's upset about it, and she comes up with this idea that she thinks might help, which is a terrible idea, but...
You know what? I'm going to conquer my fears and be what my sister wants me to be. And then
she does it prematurely because she's being rash, and she's doing it out of emotional reaction, and that
you could also fit in because they want to have the mental illness thing in there. Mm-hmm. You can fit that in a little more clearly to the story where you're like, okay, listen, part of the reason that Powder has so much trouble with this is because Powder has schizophrenia.
Yeah.
That's sort of latent. And it makes it harder for her to, I don't know how much you'd want to push into that, but so that it makes it even more tragic where Vi is like, no, you're fine. You're fine, okay? Yeah. You don't have an issue. You just have to push through this. And then you have the scene where you really see, Powder is her reaction is very disconcerting. She's screaming and stuff, and it's this is not normal. And then she's like, oh, here's how I'll fix it. I'm actually getting chills talking about it. In a way. Wow. See, that's what's so interesting about the show, is that we're coming up with this, and like I'm like, man, it's like we're just on the tip of it with what they give us, but it's not there. Like
there was so many options they could choose, and it seems like they always choose the wrong path. Like
yeah,
I don't know.
Not
enough. It's insane.
But this is good. This is cathartic.
Yeah.
I legit like coming up with that sort of rehashing or re-explanation for what was going on with Vi and Powder. I'm like, oh my goodness, like
that would make me way more interested in their characters, because there's tension between them where there's this artificial tension that they build in this, right, where like Powder overhears. I hate that scene. We'll talk about that. But but they have this artificial tension that they build, and it would be so much better if there were actual tension.
I feel there are people who are, I know there's the one video that's very like, this is not a good portrayal of mental illness. I haven't seen that one, but I know there's some people who are like, thank you for portraying this. And there's a part of me that's like, okay, I'm sympathetic, but also I feel like it would almost be better to portray.
It would always be better for it to be a good story.
But when you struggle with mental illness, one of the biggest issues that I think a lot of people would identify with is people who you know and love being willing, not getting it, not being willing to accept it out of love, and the tragedy of that. Like, I feel like that would,
it's a natural story.
and I mean, like that would. Rather than just, and I feel like they didn't want to go there. I feel like they were like that.
They didn't have the stones.
Yeah, yeah, kind of. That's kind of how I feel about some of the stuff with Vi and Powder's relationship. There's really
it feels like they just don't want to commit to
conflict.
Anything in the story.
They don't want to commit to anything.
That's not even just like Vi and Powder. That's just the story. Is they don't want to commit.
Yeah.
And you have to commit to tell a story. You have to commit to the bit.
You have to commit. The places where it's best, or the places where I feel like it is starting to commit to something.
And then the next scene they decommit.
Yeah, exactly. The next scene they decommit. It's like our current dating world.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Are we recording now?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Here we go. We're gonna play some pop music as we look. So let's feast our eyes on this for a moment, and try to understand how this works. What's it called again?
I keep wanting to call it. I don't know.
The Undercity.
Zaun is what Silco calls it.
So. Yeah, Zaun is what Silco calls it. I try to call it Undercity because Zaun isn't actually a country yet, or whatever.
It's not. It's not defined yet. It has no power.
But so is this literally supposed to be underground?
Yeah, I think this is supposed to be like there was a crevice of some kind that they built into.
Okay. See, that's neat. Because that would make sense if it was like, it's like Minecraft. It's like they found a crevice and that's where they did their mining.
You work with what you got.
And then they built a city down there. So does any sunlight penetrate down there?
No,
or is
I
it
don't think so. I think it's enclosed up top.
Interesting. So they've got
because it was sunny. It was sunny outside.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
it was sunny-ish. I guess it was getting later, but it was sunny enough that you probably would see sunlight.
Yeah.
So
presumably. Well, anyway, it's stuff that I just thought it was. I was like, okay, just noting the logistics. It's important to me, but okay, I can work with this. Continue. It's neat looking.
Yeah, it looks like something.
Yeah. She's gonna put her hood up. That shows.
It's just kind of. It's just kind of funny that that's the only thing. Like, the hood is completely like.
Yeah, it's
not like a hoodie. It's just a hood. Like
It's just a hood connected with her thing. And no, other people are not wearing hoods, so presumably it's not to keep, like, I don't know, water off her head or something. It's just to, like, keep a low profile.
Maybe she was feeling insecure. I don't know.
Sure. Okay, sure.
It's
It's
not a detail that I really care about for some reason.
It makes her look cool and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think anyone else, because I think Clacker's got a hood, but he doesn't. Oh, does he put it up?
Huh?
No, he doesn't.
Nope, he's just scratching the back of his. It's an interesting song. Oh, you think we might get copyrighted?
No, I'm just turning it down a little bit because it's a little too. As long as you can still hear it, fine. It's just a little loud. For me.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know. A lot of interesting fashions down here. I wonder why.
So you just sort of get a snapshot into. I don't want to say snapshot into nothing, but like these details don't.
Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah.
I suppose they add to the atmosphere down here, but they don't. They don't have. They don't have too much meaning to me. Like,
no,
it's not a bad thing. They wanted to give you a sense that the things existed down here, but like their way of doing that is just to show you a bunch of random images, but not tell you about like how does the economy actually work down here? Like what actually is going on?
Why is there a thing in a cage?
Well, I assume it's being sold, Michael.
Well, I mean,
don't be daft.
Presumably, but who is buying it and for what purpose? Is it food? Is it?
Yeah, that is. See, that would be an interesting, interesting quandary.
We should note, so clearly there is an economy down here. So any statements we've made in the past that the economy is just everybody robbing each other is obviously false.
Well, we haven't seen anyone buy anything yet. And I did say that the economy down here was entirely sustained by brothels, and so brothels and the one tavern.
Listen, I'm gonna be more fair and say that we just don't know.
Right?
This doesn't. It's one of the many things we are not shown, and therefore,
we're shown things, but they're not things that really mean anything.
Yeah.
They're
it's
filler,
window dressing.
Yeah, which isn't a bad thing, but it doesn't.
It's cool concept art, but it doesn't have a story given behind it. I'm assuming some of this stuff is probably referencing the game.
I'm sure it is. Maybe I'll get some of it now that I've played a little bit.
It's not for us, Brigham. It's not for us. We're complaining about nothing.
There's breakfast.
Yoshi eggs.
Yeah, there's Yoshi eggs.
That's a massive breakfast.
Wow. I can't do the Yoshi eat noise.
Okay, let's not do Yoshi noises.
What are you talking about? We can do this the entire...
If EFAP ever watches this, then they will laugh at that. And they will laugh at me constantly referencing EFAP.
Yeah. I call it every frame of pause.
That takes too much effort.
Yeah. We don't put effort into anything.
Okay, we should play it. We're never gonna get through this.
So yeah, I guess you have.
He's buying a knife.
Things.
We're complaining about nothing.
Yeah, here's our brothel.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this.
It's a goblin lady.
It's a goblin. Why have you paused it on this?
I want you to take in the goblin lady. Don't you get it, Michael? This is foreshadowing. This is an important character.
What is it foreshadowing? Dinger or whatever?
You haven't seen the entire show, Michael.
No, I have not.
Anyways,
seen
you were made
show.
to be the main character, Michael.
Look, the point is that there are people buying things.
Yeah, there's something.
Just a brothel. Someone's buying.
But what are they buying? They're buying knives, right? They're not buying food. They're not buying transportation. They're not buying. They're buying knives.
Yeah, it's fine. Look. Let's be fair. Do you really want to see people buying food or transportation? Like, I know we keep harping on the economy thing. We'll talk more about that later.
But if you're gonna give like an oversight, like this is the two things that I get from this is people buy weapons and they go to brothels. That's all there is here. Also, there's a weird critter of some kind that's in a cage, and I don't know its purpose.
There's a weird critter in a cage, people smoking. There's some pretty, like, sweet-looking stained glass windows at one point. I was like, what the heck?
Well, that's the brothel, I think.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So they have all the money.
Yeah, I told you, brothel is the center of the economy down here. It's
the center of the economy, so they can pay to have stained glass windows.
Yeah. It's
anyway, I was going to say something else, but I can't remember what it was.
So this is another interesting little detail that tells you something about... Maybe. I can't tell if... Let me go back here a little bit.
Okay.
So, because
we're really lingering on this brothel.
The Goblin
here.
Lady is very important, Michael.
The Goblin Lady's important. I'm going to hold you to that.
She's...
Oh, look at Clagger! Poor Clagger! He's like, oh.
But she seems to like... I don't know. It wasn't quite an invitation, right? But she interacts with Clagger in a way that you might maybe try to entice clientele.
Well,
which tells you something about what goes on down here. Anyways.
Well, what I don't understand what you're trying to. It seems like you're implying the obvious.
Well, usually, like, there's levels of standards, right? It's like how if you put like a child rapist in jail, the other criminals kill the child rapist, right? There's like levels of standards, right? And so enticing what looks like a minor into this situation tells you something about the
what's
society.
Remarkable? It does tell you something. You know what's terrible is that, like, I just didn't even give that a second thought. I'm just like, well, this is like this terrible slum place, so of course she's in, like, they don't care. And now that I'm thinking about that, I'm like, wow, that's like...
But I can't quite tell if that's what...
really horrible.
If it's supposed to be she's just saying hi and he's like, oh, wait, these are prostitutes, I'm running away. Or if it's like... she's like legitimately supposed to be like trying to engage him in potential business, and he's. I
mean, to be perfectly frank, it could be either one.
Yeah.
I think that's part of the point, I suppose, is that they don't care as long as you pay.
So it's pretty bad down here. Is the main.
They straight up don't care. Yeah.
Anyway, someone gets thrown out here because he doesn't have money. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Presumably. Or he's drunk.
He's about to brawl. Yeah.
He's about to brawl.
The one tavern in this place,
Look, there's probably other taverns.
Yeah, there's probably other taverns.
He looks like he doesn't belong down here. He's got a sweet ponytail.
Well,
I guess he doesn't. That's the point.
He is out of place, right? Oh,
yeah. That's the whole point.
Gas, 6 digestive symptoms.
Is that the name of the guy?
No, that's the ad.
The guy with the ponytail? That's his name is Iberogast.
Iberogast.
That's what he's going to need after the food at the last drop.
Ibero. No, Brianna. Quiet.
Stop pausing. We're not EFAP, Brigham. We're not every frame of pause. We're every other frame of pause.
You made a comment about this man.
I did. You got to be able to read my mind.
So this is a really
know which
interesting scene.
This is a very interesting scene. I'll let you take the reins here because you've talked to me about this scene.
Okay, so we have him. He brings drinks.
Yeah.
Suppose that concludes our business then.
They have some business arrangement.
Could you turn it up? Turn it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Actually,
the music's over.
There we go. Perfect.
Concludes our business. Suppose it does. Brianna, shut up. I love you. Be quiet.
Brigham has a dog. In case any of you.
In case you didn't know.
wait a minute. This isn't what we agreed on, so...
Well, demand for your wares has dropped since we made our arrangements.
So that tells you a little bit about how typical business operates down here. You have things not operating, not a lot of social trust.
Yeah, do you suppose? Well, I mean, in some sense, we don't. That's what one would like to infer, because that's how stories go. But
well,
I mean, could one just argue that they're trying to take advantage of this kind of tweed-looking guy because they don't think he can do anything? Is this actually normal, or?
So, I mean, they're in an open place. They're not like whispering, right? So their transaction is acceptable to a certain degree of the rest of the room.
Certainly, no one's going to mess with them. So it's certainly ordinary in that sense. If someone overhears,
there is some ordinary measures of what's going on here. It may be somewhat exclusionary in its nature to this particular circumstance, but there is ordinary aspects to it.
Though, aren't they? Are these two guys from the Undercity?
Foreigners. I don't know.
Okay, so
it's a little vague. We'll see.
Okay.
Well, it's not vague, but there's just kind of confusing things.
Regardless of whether this scene can, technically be taken to show, things are not, so honest in the Underdark. I'm just going to call it the Underdark.
Yeah.
They're all drows.
Celsius.
Regardless of that, I just take that their walk through the city makes it pretty clear. Cool. This is criminal underworld.
Yeah, it's a bad place.
Kind of place. Yeah, I mean that's obviously that's obviously the point. So we've kind of already established that. So even if we could quibble about whether these two, what they're doing is regular or not, it's implied already that it is regular for this to happen here.
Yes.
So
that's true.
So now that we've established that one point, we can move forward.
We shook on it. 10,000.
Such are the risks of business.
10.
It's a fair price. I think you should take it.
No. I can't do that. I can't do that.
So his reaction is very strange to me, right? Because if he's supposed to be someone that is used to getting taken advantage of to a certain degree, he comes off as very not used to being taken advantage of, right?
Well, I mean that may just be the case. We don't know anything about him or where he's from or what conditions he's used to. It does strike me that he's
it's
like
a very neurotic kind of response. Like it went from 0 to nothing real quick, where he just loses his cool like completely.
Yeah. And also, he throws the money across the table, which means
he's in such a desperate state of some kind or another that if he doesn't have the full sum, like half the sum is not worth it at all.
Right, which certainly implies a story there.
Yeah, it implies a story that we never hear about. It's just, it seems like an unmeasured kind of amount of information that we receive in this. Like, it doesn't...
Right.
1 + 1 doesn't equal 2. Like, these things work kind of if particular circumstances are at play that we're unaware of, and I guess we don't care about because we never learn about it.
Right.
So it just feels like too much emotion for what I think the scene is trying to accomplish, right? Because the scene isn't about this guy. The scene is about Vander.
Yes. The scene is in order to set up Vander, but yeah, it is. It's curious. I would like to.
You never get to learn more.
It certainly makes you feel like he might come up later, but you know that's not the case. Oh, he does.
He does, but it has no relation to this incident.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it has very minor relation to this incident. He shows up after the flashback, not
because the way he's talking, you assume that he's in debt to somebody.
Yeah. But that's not that's not what we would ever get.
It'd be interesting if he were in debt to Silco, and that would be a way of introducing
it could
Silco,
be an interesting story. Yeah.
But that's a separate thing. Anyway, he's throwing the money away. Aha.
They're not nice to their tables here.
He's got pretty good aim.
She's got spooky eyes.
Make your choice.
And yeah, for being so neurotic as he was, he calms down real fast. Like I know his life just got threatened, but like he was acting like his life was already in danger. I don't know. It just seems like too much.
It does seem odd.
I know I'm picking this one detail apart, but it does seem like it's too much.
You've really thought hard about this scene, though it's warranted because as I think more about it, actually, right now, it does strike me that there is something that feels like it all. On the one hand, it flows.
It does flow.
It's very disjointed for the reasons you've pointed out, where each individual reaction feels like a well-executed cliche, but the different cliches don't quite fit together. It's odd. So, for example, his neurotic reaction would be like, oh, okay, well, this would make more sense if you... It's like I say, it's better out of context.
Yeah, it's better out of context. But it's amazing because it's better out of context. This is the same scene. Like, it's not even better out of context. It's like better... It's like you take every individual shot and... and that's where it's worth. Like...
And you have to... If you can create independently... a story that sort of better attaches to it. But you start with, oh, here's this little guy who's going to get taken. I wonder if this is why it's this way. Not to justify it, but in sense of what the creators were thinking. It's like, okay, we're going to start with a tweed-looking guy who, okay, he's in over his head or something. And... but then, I mean, we don't want to be predictable. We don't want to just go with, oh, he's going to get taken advantage of and Vander steps in then. We want to keep our audience guessing. So he's neurotic, he's in debt, and he's not going to take it. And then he casts the money across the table, and then we'll have the threatening scene, because that's also a very cliche thing. But it doesn't... Yeah, it doesn't quite fit in when you try
it feels
to
like I'm
analyze
missing something. Like anyways, I mean, that pair looks really cool, though. I will say, I don't care what you have to say. They have a very interesting dichotomy, right, where she is flinty and hard, and she's really kind of bizarre looking, right? Because she's got like the black sclera and yellow eyes.
She is super cool.
And then you have him who, other than being jacked out of his mind,
look at that face.
He's pretty normal looking. So it's an interesting pair.
Wouldn't you want to date a man who looks at you like
Ladies,
that?
find a man that looks at you the way this guy looks at
who looks
screen.
At the tweed man. I kind of, great character design on them, which, it's like, they're
a real
only
break,
here.
Though, Michael.
Take a real,
Get back out there with the Ford Bronco.
I don't need to dwell any longer on the character design. I just want to compliment them. In fact, I'm going to compliment them on pretty much many of the
everything but
designs.
Their storytelling.
There are positives to the storytelling. We'll find them
somewhere,
I'm sure.
You sure about?
I guess I'll let this play out, because this is a weird...
let this play out, because you have a lot to say. Ooh.
I think I know what you need.
You don't seem to listen,
A bit of advice. Don't threaten the guy who pours the drinks. So
that's a nice little funny cut.
I got a laugh out of me. Look at that.
Hound of the Under.
That is a very open pipe.
Maybe it's like some kind of... Yeah, you're right. I don't know what that's... Is it like glass? I don't know if that'd be a good idea. But I don't know about pipes,
something younger.
I mean,
what?
He's handsome anyways.
We were expecting traders
handsome.
who would honor their word. So I guess we're all disappointed.
You got us all wrong, my friend. We were just negotiating.
Now you're speaking my language. How about you just give Huck the rest of what you owe him, and I'll let you walk out.
Yeah, and now he's turned very scared. He went from he's got backup now, though, right?
Yes.
Like, he went from
Which is interesting.
neurotic crazy to the moment backup shows up, he subdues himself completely. Like...
Yeah, to be fair, he'd subdued himself...
well, he says he subdued himself beforehand, but he's, like, even more subdued. Like...
You would think that...
give him a little bit of confidence. I don't know. We're digging this into the ground, but...
There's a lot of context you would need that could make it make sense and even make it a very interesting psychological portrayal, but they don't have it. There isn't any of that context for like who like I could come up with context
maybe
or to explain why everybody is acting the way that they are, but we don't get that context, so it feels disjointed. That's my conclusion here.
Out of here in one piece. Do we have a deal?
This is vile.
You'll learn to love it.
But yeah, okay, so it's implied that they are foreigners, right, of some kind.
Right. They're not used to things here.
So the weird thing about this scene, and I've told you about this, is
yes,
it's one of those they want their cake on their plate and they want to be able to eat it too.
Yeah.
They seem to know who Vander is, but they don't at the beginning, right? Because they seem to know that Vander is the drink man of the last drop, right?
Right. But they've never seen him before.
But you would think the first time they walk into this place and see him behind the counter pouring drinks, like, yeah, it's like, oh, that's Vander. But
that's probably Vander. I'm surely they would have heard because they do. They don't. How do they refer to him? Well, they know when
they say, "Oh, you're a Vander. I would have expected you to be younger," and it's like, "Well, you can't do math, so I'm not surprised." But
I was gonna say that. Like, what do they know him for? Surely they know him because of the uprising.
Well, he's like the leader down here. That's the implication.
Well, okay,
right? He is the main honcho. He's the big ape. He's the... I don't have anything left.
You should probably...
but...
He's the big ape.
I'm sure someone's used that before. But
he needs to tell the brothels to stop soliciting minors.
Well, that's where he gets all his money from. What are you talking about?
There's a pun in there that I'm very proud of, but I'm not going to explore.
Oh, yeah, there's supposed to be a mining. Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Anyway, continue.
But, so, right, the information that they have to go off of that he is Vander is the fact that he's the person pouring the drinks in here, which they should already know, and that everyone is willing to stop what they're doing to beat the crap out of whoever he's talking to.
Yeah.
And his reason for why they are going to beat the crap out of them is because he's the one who pours the drinks, right? Is what he says, but that's not actually the case.
Right.
So they should know that this is Vander when he first comes over to their table, based on the information we have.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't make any sense that they wouldn't know who he is if the only information they're going off of is he's the guy who pours the drinks, and the person who pours the drinks in the last drop is Vander. They should already know that.
Right.
And so you have this, weird, because they want the scene where the dark horse comes in and
Right.
and it's like, who do you think you are putting your nose in our business? And it's like, I'm Batman. And
Exactly.
and it's like, oh, you're Batman, right?
It's like, oh,
but they
you're
don't
Batman.
want him
I
saying
thought you would be older, but yeah.
They don't want him saying like, who the F are you? And it's like, I'm Vander. And
yeah, because they don't want Vander to seem vain.
They want his reputation to precede him so much so that they can identify him without him really giving away any information at all. But the problem is that doesn't work whatsoever in the context of this room that they're in.
Given that he's the guy who pours the drinks. Because we see he literally pours the drinks, right?
Yeah, he was behind. When they came in, they should have looked around, seen him behind the bar counter, and been like, "Oh, that's Vander."
And they would know that Vander's the guy at the last drop.
They already know that, right? Because he doesn't give them any information to say like. Yeah, there's nothing to go off of there besides the fact that he's the owner of the last drop, which they should know because they walked into this place. Like, it's really not that hard. It's just amazing.
It's very odd
that this string happens here. And I don't think we ever see those two ever again.
No, I don't think so.
We do see we see Scrawny again. In a minor role, but we don't see these two.
Diamond or gold? Or?
It's the lithium actually. A little bit of cobalt, But anyways,
it works.
Anyways,
see, I've thrown off your rhythm.
You've messed me up. I'm so enraged with this.
Now you know how it feels. Anyway, yes, I think you said it well at the beginning. They want their cake and eat it too.
Oh, that's right. This section of the underground is called the lanes, I think.
Welcome to the lanes. I will say,
you check
and that's
reviews
part of why
before watching.
That's part of why it's so frustrating, is because like there's many, like it's all executed well, like in terms of just like the framing and the framing of the shots and some of the lines. Like I like the moment. I really like the moment when he's smoking the pipe and then he's like, do we have a deal? And he hands it to her. And she, who's the tough guy, can't handle it. And he's like, welcome, welcome to town or whatever, or you'll get used to it.
Yeah, you'll get used to it. Mm-hmm.
But again, like you'll get used to it, it's, I guess that demonstrates, listen, you've got to play fair while you're down here under me, which kind of undercuts the fact that, everywhere else in the Undercity, the whole point was that this is a criminal scum place, so they can just go someplace else.
Piltover really
just
needs
Silco's.
To burn this whole place. No, sorry.
You can't say that. You can't say that.
It's just the worst,
But yeah, well, the point is that it's supposed to not be the worst because Vander is there. And so if he really has such a powerful, charismatic presence to be able to kind of maintain some level of, not backing out of deals and everything, or not.
You should see it, but
you know what I mean.
It seems like that power that he has extends only as far as his arm can reach. Which just means it doesn't exist at all.
They just need to go to another tavern, which they probably would have done anyway if they've heard of Vander.
Yeah, if they knew that he was a good dude. Well,
if they knew he was a good guy.
If they knew he was a good doer, then they would have avoided him. But it's understandable if they didn't know he was a good doer, right? If they're outsiders,
I guess so.
Right? But they should know who he is when he walks over to their table. Anyway.
And then walks away and gets a chair. I will say, we have dug this into the ground as though we were minors. he walks away, grabs a chair, and comes back, which I like. I could have sworn you said you... Okay. I couldn't remember if you had some
feels like
criticism of that.
a little... Like, the way the shottiness work, it feels like a little... It feels a little... It's okay. It felt a little like... what's the right word? A little too, like if you had the shot where it's like go piss off or whatever, and in the same shot where he walks away you can see him grab a chair. I feel like that would have been better instead of having it be a second shot where he grabs the chair, right? Where the shot where you can see him walk off in the background, but the shot lingers on him so that you know that he's about to do something. And so it doesn't feel quite so jerky back and forth, but it's fine. It doesn't matter. No one cares.
I think I disagree, but we've spent
wrong.
way too much time on this. Debate, ladies and gentlemen, debate. Let's move forward, because we've spent too much time. Vi and all of them have come back, and Vander's like, what have you guys been doing? You were wearing your hood. That means
none of
you're
this. No
hoodlums.
worries there. Powder took care of the evidence.
I tried, okay?
Yeah, you would think that she'd bring up, well, she doesn't know they're nukes, but I got glowy rocks.
You would think.
I mean,
yeah,
I guess she seems to have forgotten about it. There's like another scene where she sticks her hand in her pocket and it's like, what's in my pockets is, right? You know, but you would think she would defend herself. I guess it's okay that she's forgotten at this point because the moment she grabbed them, things were happening. But they also were oddities, right? They were definitely very odd, or given what else was in the room. So I don't know.
You don't get it. You're older, you're bigger. It isn't fair.
Exactly. You shouldn't be on the
Stick with us. Take a
Exactly, yeah. Vander.
Everyone all right?
I love his voice.
Good.
Yeah,
he is the Giga Chad.
I don't suppose you can explain why it is that I'm hearing about an explosion and a foot chase.
Man, how fast does word travel down here?
They have the internet. They have the internet before everything else.
Like, I swear there was someone who was running in front of the kids just so that they could get to Vander and say that this happened.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not given the sense that there was any downtime in between them running away from the cops and them getting into Zaun. Like,
well, yeah, I mean,
like if there was like, okay, we got to stay here for half an hour so that the search can move on past us or something like that, this would make a little more sense, right?
We could maybe assume that's the case. I mean, they did have to take seemingly a very different route given being chased by the cops, and then they got into the fight and
it didn't feel like it took that long. It just didn't.
No, it didn't.
It feels like there was a runner out ahead just so Vander and the other guy can learn what exactly is going on. Like, it they want it does feel like a cliche where it's like, I heard there was something bad that happened and now you're coming back around.
I know you've been doing bad.
Yeah, I just want you to admit it.
Yeah. Which is good characterization for Vander.
What the hell were you thinking?
That we can handle a real job.
A real job?
We got our own tip, planned a route, nobody even saw.
You blew up a building.
That wasn't...
Did you even stop to think...
You blew up a building is probably like a good synopsis of the show. Sorry. Sorry.
Well, I mean, that's the final scene.
Well, the first. Well, I guess of this. Yeah, it is the final scene.
Blew up a building. Yeah, that's why I laughed.
Think about what could have happened to you.
That's literally the conclusion. Is just blows up a building.
So they obviously.
Where did you even get this tip?
Have a lot of respect for Vander because they don't fight back against him, and they do feel it does look like they're ashamed.
Yes. Which is interesting. Again, it's like, what? I mean, I guess they're ashamed because they knew he wouldn't be happy with them risking themselves like this.
Well, and also they messed up. Vi is less ashamed and more frustrated.
She's ashamed
She's got
as well,
shame,
I think,
but I think more of that shame comes from getting caught.
Frustration that it didn't work.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
But the others seem to have shame that's directly tied to doesn't matter if we got away with it or not. Like, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. It's also,
why does he have a knee pad on? He doesn't have a knee pad on the other knee. What is he doing in this bar? Anyways,
I don't know. It's
so he can rest his
design.
knee while he's pouring drinks.
It's so he can, yeah.
He's also got like what is?
Oh my goodness.
He's also got is that a greave on one arm? Is that what those are called?
Yes, he does have a greave on one arm.
And
listen,
not the other.
it's for fighting.
It's
so
off balance.
he can knee you, and then he can smack you with his wrist. Or I know about fighting.
I don't know anything about fighting.
Right?
To be honest,
he does the two. He's like Sherlock Holmes. He does the two. The 1-2, yeah. The one is the. Yeah, he does one and then the other. That's why they're on alternate sides.
Yeah.
I've solved the riddle.
We just heard it at Benzo's shop.
From?
Little man.
I took us there. If you want to be mad at me. But you're the one who always says we have to earn our place in this world.
What did he mean when he was telling them earn their place in this world?
This reminds me of when...
Because he doesn't deny it.
This whole scene in particular, because I remember watching back through this episode in particular before we started doing any recording for this series, and I was taking down notes because I was like, okay, and this whole scene I remember being sort of increasingly frustrated because every line again is better out of context. It's like, what's the context for each of these lines? They sound appropriate. I hate to say this, but
appropriate for a different story. Like
it's kind of AIE. That's a harsh thing to say.
That's a very harsh thing to say. How dare you, Michael? We can't be friends.
But what I mean by that is the notion of things kind of being strung together because they sound like they belong, but there isn't a deeper human logic to it.
It's a pattern, but the pattern serves no purpose.
Yeah, or there's a pattern, but so like we could probably analyze each exchange through this, and just like we did with the scene with Scrawny or whatever his name is.
I think that's his name, yeah.
Yeah.
Scrawny was my nickname in high school.
Why did that make me laugh? That was stupid. But you're throwing me off.
Yeah. But
the point being,
we could go
the point being that
shot by shot and not shot by shot, line by line, and one line doesn't match the other, like, or doesn't feel like it matches, or
it doesn't feel like there's you know what it doesn't feel like? It doesn't feel like there is an underlying narrative behind the scenes that actually justifies why they're saying what they're saying. They're hinting, right? They are hinting at...
That's what this show does, is hint until it blows up a building.
It hints at things that aren't actually there, that gives it the illusion of depth that wasn't created. I know this because I do it all the time in D&D when I was DMing.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I'll hint at something and then I'll develop it later, but then the problem is I end up with so many threads and I'm like, how on earth am I going to tie these all together in a coherent way? And, it
feels like it's being written on the fly. Like
it does, yeah. And it's like, so going back to the actual lines, right? And this is kind of a subject change a little bit, but it's important to note, and we might as well note it here. What is Vander's relationship? Obviously, we know his relationship with Vi and Powder. That's obvious. He's the surrogate father.
Yeah.
Cool. But what about Clanker and Milo? Like, what's his? Are they? They seem like, oh, they're just like the friends from next door.
But
like,
live...
who takes care of them?
No, they seem to live. They seem to live here.
Yeah,
he just doesn't seem to have a relationship with them the way he does with Vi and Powder.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, but where do they live? And
they
also,
live here. I'm pretty sure they live in this room.
Okay.
They live in the walls, man.
It's like, what are...
Why don't
I wanted to make.
Why don't they have the relationship with Vander that the others do?
Yeah, why don't they have the
why does it feel like that they're just the friends that live down the street? Like,
yes,
because that is what it feels like, but that can't be the case because down the street is a brothel, and
yeah, I mean, you know, and clearly, like, he knows who they. Yeah, it doesn't fit. They're playing with it. Would if this were like a suburb and they were the kids down the street, then sure, it would make sense. But this isn't high school. This is like a war-torn or what's the war-scarred, you know, slum, and I don't know. I guess, I mean, they could. We've established that they live here, even if they didn't. I suppose
I'm pretty certain they live in like literally this room that they're in right now.
But like in general, what is Vander's like? Because here's the thing: is that it'd be so interesting and would make sense if Vander, like, one of the things he did is that after the uprising, a ton of parents got killed.
Yeah.
So now you got all these orphans running around.
Yeah.
And Vander's like, well, I'm going to figure out how to take care of these orphans. Like, that'd be kind of interesting. And you could argue it's implied, but not really. I mean, you have Powder and Vi. I mean, it's not like he really could take care of all these orphans, but...
It's a lot for... He would have to have help. Yeah,
but it's like, well, he's a leader. He could tell people to do that, but then it's not really clear in what way he's a leader. What that entails. Like, he was able to lead in a military campaign, sort of. I guess it was more like a mob.
I think it was a single riot, like...
Yeah.
It might have been more targeted than that, but from what we know about it, they got utterly destroyed by the cops.
Well, yeah.
Maybe it was a single uprising rebellion incident.
It seems like it was
Riot is too uncoordinated.
Venture.
Yeah, Riot is too uncoordinated for what I'm pretty sure happened.
Uprising is a good word.
Yeah.
Or revolt or something.
Well, it was revolting, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, people are dead. The whole point of it is revolting.
Okay, but it says you need to earn your way in the world or whatever.
Going back to that.
What does Vander expect these kids to become? And how is he helping them become that? Does he expect them to take over the tavern? Because if that's what he expects, why aren't they helping him in the tavern all the time? Not all the time, because they would have to have free time, right? But like, why do they even have the idea of jobs in their head? Like, in a way that seems to resonate with him. Not like, well, it's a job, and it's like, what do you mean a job? And it's like, well, Jimmy down the street robbed the place, and we wanted to too, right?
They seem to be. Vi is clearly looking up to Vander as though Vander had once been this like Robin Hood thief character or something, which
he might have been, but it seems like he stopped that after. So she wouldn't even know him really. She would have only heard stories of him. And
she would know. Work with that, and his reaction would be different.
Yeah, you know? She would. She would know that he doesn't support it anymore. Would be a big deal. Man, this show is so pretty. It's such a shame. Anyways,
I took us there. If you want to be mad at me. But you're the one
pause it real quick. Now,
that's a picture down there.
It doesn't really serve. Well, I guess you could argue it serves the story, but it doesn't really further anything, but I do like the fact that Vi is like, I'll take the blame. Like, that reflects well on Vi and makes me proud of Vi.
Well, that shows her as a... It shows her as a leader who's willing to... She's not willing to stand by and let other people take the blame for her actions, which is a good quality. Yeah.
Very, very good quality.
And it is echoed later when certain things happen.
Right. I can't remember specifically what you're talking about.
She tries to take the blame for this entire incident. Right. Because she's not willing to let other people get hurt for, well, particularly the people she cares about, to get hurt for what she views as her own decisions.
Which is interesting because she insists. Well, now I can't see, because I was very proud of the storyline I kind of concocted last time we were doing this. I'm still very proud of that. I'm already writing my own version of this in my head. But
it'll be on fanfic.net in 2 months.
Maybe. No, I do not have time for that. And
Is
I
your
lost my train of thought.
PhD not going to be in fanfiction? I thought it was.
No, my PhD. I may get a master's in that at some point.
Oh, okay.
But you know,
you're going to be in school for the rest of your life.
it's even more competitive than philosophy.
Oh, that makes sense.
Anyway, you've distracted me.
You were saying the story in her head, because she was very insistent that these people engage.
Yes, she's very insistent on Powder coming. Or, well, no, because, okay, see, this is where I'm confusing myself, because in my version, I was like, oh, she's the one insisting on Powder coming, even though Powder's not ready. But in the actual show, it's more implied, no, Powder is insisting on coming.
Well, it goes back and forth. I don't think
fits better.
I don't think the show has made up its mind on what.
Yeah, it seems to be kind of
because sometimes, because at the very beginning it seems like she was pushing Powder, and then later it seems like Powder was pushing. I mean, I guess it could be a mutual thing, but for the sake of storytelling, you kind of have to pick a lane on who's pushing who. So, because I think in the thing we had talked about last time, we were saying she was pushing Powder too far, and so her taking responsibility for it is a fine thing.
Yeah.
It's just there would be an interesting dichotomy where she's getting people into trouble by pushing them too far, but is willing to pay the price for it.
Is willing to pay the price,
it's a sacrifice she's willing to make.
It'd be interesting if your death is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. There would be very interesting if, like, because this would fit in very nicely with the idea of her specifically pushing Powder too far. I emphasized the additional issue of Powder is struggling with mental illness, that not that Powder couldn't do it because of that necessarily, but Vi is not recognizing that because she sees that as, my little sister isn't going to be debilitated by this.
My little sister's not a freak.
Yeah, or something like that, which would make Vi much less likable for people, but it would give her something to grow in. But the point being that this would be an extra interesting dynamic if you see Vi as like, no, it's my fault. Be mad at me, which is interesting because it's like, okay, she's willing to push people to be under her, perhaps in part because she's like, well, it's my fault though. Like, I will shield them.
Yeah.
So I can push them farther because I will shield them from the consequence. Anyway, I'm writing fan fiction again, but we need to focus on what's actually happening in the show.
He says we have to earn our place in this world.
Earn our place in the world is such an interesting phrase. Like, I haven't appreciated that before.
It is an interesting phrase.
Because, like, when I think of my parents, right, it's like, you gotta work hard to make a living, is the kind of thing I imagine my father saying. But I guess earn our place in the world is something, I guess it's not too far off. It's just interesting phrasing.
Yeah, it
told
is.
You time and time again, the North Side's off limits.
Once again, very particular words. The North Side's off limits.
What even is the North Side?
Well, that's Piltover. That's the upside.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm stupid.
But think about what that means. that means, to some degree, he encourages them to steal down here. Like, that doesn't mesh well with the view that we have of Vander. Like,
this is true. Well, he's a complex man. Yeah, that's true. Well, yeah, it's certainly not helping the economy if it's expected.
That tells you a lot about the society down here if the leader is encouraging his kids to steal from people.
He's insisting that they steal from people down in the undercity.
He won't let them steal from outside of the community.
You can't steal from Piltover. Of course, the reason for that is because he doesn't want to bring...
Oh, he has a good reason. Yeah, but based on what we know, right, he serves the little guy and right, it seems really weird that he would just let his kids run loose stealing from whomever they want down here.
Yes, you're right. That is a very
if it was like
line.
We only steal from those who deserve it, right? You know, like, or something like that, where it's like, where he does these like, I would suggest that you don't have him involving his kids in it, but it's like, yes, I do jobs, but I steal from the people who are taking advantage of others down here, right? You know, like, or something like that.
It would make more sense. Well, it would conflict with other things, like his relationship with the police.
Yeah.
But it'd make more sense, at least for this scene, if the problem was Vander does in fact do jobs in Piltover. He takes.
Yeah, but he doesn't want the kids doing it because
he doesn't want the kids doing it, and therefore the kids want to do it, particularly Vi, because. And again, now we have sort of a somewhat different story.
We have a completely different story, yeah.
Now it's about Vi trying to prove herself, you know, to the father figure, prove that she's tough enough, which it wasn't. I mean, it conflicts with the other things. It's like, oh, okay, now we're doing this story.
But what we see of Vander in the story, we never see him steal. We never see him do jobs. We see him run the tavern and tell people not to be stupid, right?
Yeah,
And so it's like, where did they get this idea that they should go around stealing from? And why did he encourage it to such a degree that the only cap he put on it was, don't go to topside? Like,
because you see, Brigham, it's D&D stealing.
It's D&D. I'm sorry.
It's fun stealing. No, you know, only NPCs get hurt, but you know, so that's the kind of steal. You know, it's that sort of stealing. It's basically the conversation is along the lines of like telling kids like, you can't go into those woods because there's wolves in those woods, and the kid is like, I'm gonna go play in those woods because it's fun over there.
And then you find out that your dad is a werewolf, and he goes into the woods at night, and he accidentally kills his kids, and it starts a tragic backstory.
What?
For a new D&D character coming.
You have such dark. Well, I suppose I was talking about someone denying mental illness. So, but it's funny because isn't Vander supposed to come back in season 2 as like some weird
I think
he's like transformed?
Yeah, he's supposed to be.
So he is a werewolf.
Yeah.
He looks like a werewolf.
It's foreshadowing, Michael. They took the woods cliche and they
the wood cliche that we came up with while talking about it.
They knew, Michael. They're playing 4D chess, Michael. They're all smarter than us, Michael.
Oh my goodness, it'll all make sense at the end, like Lost. Let's continue on.
I've never watched Lost, but anyways.
I've never watched it either. I just know the memes.
Piltover's business.
Why? They've got plenty, while we're down here scraping together coins.
Well, yeah, you're supposed to steal from each other down here. Isn't that what Vander said?
Yeah.
When did you get so comfortable living in someone else's shadow?
Once again, an odd...
Yeah, like...
Because that makes it sound like he has grand ambitions that they were used to, but we never see any of that.
Like,
always what we see of him is him being the humble guy who's like
humble
I just want to live my life in peace. I just need just a little bit. I know I'm really not doing his accents justice.
No, but it sounded a lot like him to me. That's why it was funny.
All I need is a little bit of food on my table and my kids, and I'll be happy. And like,
I'll be happy.
And like that's the kind of impression we get. But the kind of thing she says there is makes it sound like every night he's coming home and it's like, I'm gonna live at the top of a skyscraper someday. And like, it doesn't add up.
She
throws something in his face that we've never seen him go after.
It's like dialogue goulash, you know? It's like you just throw. I don't know if that's actually what you do. I must goulash. It just sounds.
This
you
is
make
the best
a wonderful
hedgehog goulash I have ever tasted. I can't remember having better.
You've never had a hedgehog goulash. When was the last time you had a hedgehog goulash?
I just told you, Watson. I can't remember.
I can't remember.
But yeah.
It's really hammering home the fact. This scene in particular, it just feels like we're just throwing whatever at the board.
We opened up the pantry, which had the basic, like, that had classic Storytel components, and we just grabbed what we wanted, and
ketchup and mayonnaise and pepper.
We never even threw it in the ketchup and mayonnaise and pepper.
I guess that could.
Are you making fry sauce? Anyway,
yeah, I was frustrated with the metaphor because I was like, okay, wait, no, ketchup and mayonnaise could work together. Okay, pepper, that would work. Cumin, no, that would.
Well, it's like we're gonna make a cake, right?
Yeah.
And we bought the cake mix box. We bought a few of them. None of the flavors match. We just threw it all together. We didn't add any eggs or milk, and we just threw it in the oven. And we got burnt dust.
And we blew up a building.
Yeah, we blew up a building.
That's what happened.
I know we're being really harsh on this show, but
I know.
Anyways,
it becomes fun after a while. But I feel
Well, it's just we're being so mean to every sentence, but it deserves it.
We're just trying to understand it. I was going to say that at least this scene, it'd be interesting just to like show our point, like to like get the Japanese like dub of this, like so you can't understand what anybody is saying, and then just write totally new like subtitles for the script, right? And like
I can watch it in Mandarin.
I mean, I suppose we could, and like create a new script. Well, we don't have time to do that. We'll have to do that as a
here we are.
是我带他们去的。你要是想发火，冲我来就好。亏你。
Fascinating. See, you could play the scene in a different language and it would make more sense.
在这儿打出自己的地盘。
我也就着你们的耳朵念叨过，绝对。
They sound so awesome.
Sorry. Yeah, they sound great.
不许踏进上城的地方半步。有关。
Funny story about Terminator. In the Austrian dub of Terminator, Arnold Schwarzenegger was not allowed to do his own voice. Because his accent was a rural Australian accent, and they didn't want the Terminator.
You mean rural Austrian?
Oh, sorry, Austrian accent, and they didn't want the Terminator coming from the future and going, oh, "Hey guys, what's up?" You know, because that's what it would be. That's what it would be like.
I see.
So yeah, funny little detail there. Anyways,
we had a Piltover's business.
Why? They've got
okay,
plenty.
you switched it back to English.
Scraping together coins. When did you get so comfortable living in someone else's shadow?
Yeah, it's something that throws in his face that doesn't matter. Everybody out. Hard cuts.
Everybody out.
Cards to the outside of the door, and you just hear smacking sounds. Just beating the crap out of her.
No, you monster.
I can see someone making a meme of that. It's like that.
I want
the Elmo meme. Have you seen the Robin Williams Elmo meme thing? Where?
Oh wait.
I
think so.
It's like it might have been on Markiplier. Yeah, there's lots of things you can do with this stick, and then just hard cuts to some kid beating the crap out of their Elmo doll.
But yeah, like pause it one more time. I'm so sorry, everybody. my point I was trying to make earlier with the changing it to a different language is that
it has the emotion. It's got the.
It has all the emotion. It has the facial expressions. It has like, one person says something, and it clearly was over the line for Vander, and everybody is going to leave. But like the actual lines that they give, as we have attempted to show to you, dear audience, don't really add up. So it works better. We're going to watch it in English.
I was just seeing what was available, you know.
Yeah, there's a lot of languages available. You ought to find the one that sounds.
I saw Greek on that list.
Yeah, we're not watching it in Greek. We need to get through this. I have other engagements later this evening.
Oh, sorry. Anyways,
it's partly my fault.
Down. Those kids look up to you.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I know.
You know, but you don't know. When people look up to you, you don't get to be selfish. You say run, they run. You say swim, they dive in. You say light a fire, they show up with oil. But whatever happens, it's on you.
We just demonstrated that she understands that.
She's willing to take it. I think... Because I like this conversation, right? But his attack should not be it's on her. It should be you can't save them.
Yeah,
right?
They will
get
themselves
that's the problem. Hurt. It's not that it's your... I mean, maybe that's the point he's kind of making, but it should be more direct where it's like they're going to do things and it's going to be your fault, but you're not going to be able to take the hit.
Also, does Milo really look up to Vi?
Well, as the Giga Chad himself, Milo does not look
and
up
as
to
we
Vi.
see on the screen right now.
Yeah, this is what Milo would have been in the future.
If he hadn't been blown up.
If he hadn't gotten a 2x4 implanted in his stomach.
Oh my goodness gracious. But yeah, anyway, the point being... It's almost a little painful to listen to.
It's a mismatch a little bit.
Just like it's.
I think it's a big mismatch.
Here. We make ourselves a problem for Piltover, and they will send the enforcers.
So yeah, enforcers are not down here. Important point.
Enforcers are not down here.
Not down here. And the only
Right,
reason they're likely to come is if the underside messes with the top side. At this point, it's almost functioning that it's not quite there. It's almost functioning as a separate nation, like or a separate city-state. The only thing that you have is, as far as we know, maybe I'm wrong. As far as we know, Zaun doesn't have any like import capabilities itself. Like in order to get into Zaun, you have to go through Piltover. In some manner. But yeah, it seems to be for the most part functioning under its own rules. Like,
because no one can go in and enforce anything.
Why answer to them? These are
you don't answer to them. They're not there.
Also, the fact that what she did literally could like destroy the nation.
Mm-hmm.
That's very different stakes. Like that's not like because this whole scene plays as though it's like Vander is less concerned about this particular instance and more concerned about what it shows about Vi and like portends for the future.
Yeah.
But what you just said is like that's like I'm trying to think of an equivalent. Sorry for this image. It's like you have two nations and it's like. No, I'm trying not to use current events.
Yeah.
You have nations,
I'll put it this way.
One nation tries to do something to the other, does something stupid to the other.
You have Canada and the U.S., and Canada sends a team that goes into the U.S. and takes a selfie illegally at the president's desk or something. I don't know.
Yeah. It's what we're trying to get at.
And then goes back to Canada, and their boss is like, "Why did you steal the president's desk?" And they're like, "It's funny." And it's like, no, that's bad. You shouldn't steal
or
desks.
we just, and it's
not like,
when did you want to live in someone's shadow?
And it's not like, give the president back his desk this minute before they nuke us. Like,
yeah. And that's effectively kind of what ends up happening, because Vander has to go and talk to the enforcers and realize that someone's going to have to give themselves up. And it's like, he should have, in order to avoid this situation, he should have basically told them, listen, if you do this, like, we might all get killed or something, right? Like, the stakes here, but the conversation they're having...
It's all personal. It's not external.
Personal.
Yeah.
It's all about what kind of a person...
It's something I've never thought about, but you're completely right. Like, the stakes should be you just committed an external national event, and now we got to deal with it, and instead it's you're a bad example to your siblings.
Oh, yes, exactly. And it's like, and that doesn't even make sense that's the thing but that's a whole other thing. Also, no mention by anybody, I mean, this is a small point, but no mention by anybody of, so you guys, well, actually, so first off, why would, so all that people know is that there was an explosion.
So they know there was 4 kids, he does say there was 4 kids running away from the scene of an explosion.
So why doesn't he ask her, like, so did you try to bomb someone?
That is a good question. Like,
how'd you set off an explosion?
Why are you blowing up a building?
Yeah, like, why, how did that happen? Like, why did you bring an explosion? Because we know later that this is, like, people understand this is not, like, a normal thing. Like, how did this thing blow up? Like, the whole building's gone. Remarkably, no one was killed. Like, that'd be the other question. So, like, that's the first thing you should be asking.
He comes way too tame to this situation. You're right.
Yeah.
He does come way too... He should come in, and he should be like, the crap. You blew up a building. How did you even manage to do that? Like...
Yeah. Or even, in some sense, it might even go to the point of, like... First of all, are you guys okay? Because, like, I'm assuming you guys couldn't have brought an explosive up there, so somebody else tried to... Like, I'm angry with you, but, like, I'm just trying to figure out what
the heck happened, yeah.
Yeah, like, this is, it is like if... It's like if there was a terrorist attack, and you realize that, your 4 kids were running away from the scene, like, and you're like... What?
Well, it's not even like a terrorist attack. It's like because the problem is there's no reason for the other people to have blown up a building, right?
Yeah.
The only people who seem to have motive to blow up a building are your kids. So it's like a terrorist attack happened in Canada, and I keep using the Canada and the United States because it's probably less likely to...
Well, there's a whole lot of tension between these two.
It's like there's a terrorist attack in Canada, and you catch your special forces like re-entering the United States, and they're like, oh, by the way, we need, like, I don't know, we need more ammunition. And it's like, what the heck happened? Like, what did you do? And it's like, no, we didn't kill anyone. What are you talking about? And it's
no, nothing happened.
So
we look up to you, you see? Anyway.
Yeah, you're right. This is a very strange, based on what we know about... I guess at this point, Vander doesn't know what the response is because this doesn't happen. So maybe he's couching, but let's continue because maybe this will become more clear in a moment.
Our streets. Someone should remind them of that.
You're not here.
They are your streets. They're not there. They're not there. It's not like there are police officers. Anyways, more cool gadgets than a British spy flick. But there's no police. They just said there's no police officers. I mean, okay. To be fair, maybe she's right. She's young and she's attributing fault to place it right. She lives in a crummy place, and she's like, well, it's the police fault, and no one is like, there's no police here. Like, think about it. It's not the police fault.
Yes.
I mean, it is the police fault because they're not here, but like, it's not their fault in the way that you think it's their fault. To be fair, right? She's not, but I don't know. It's just kind of, anyways.
It's very odd.
That path, it's not going to solve your problems. It just makes more of them.
I like that.
Okay, pause it there. That line made sense.
Yeah, that line makes sense. We like that line.
The context, like that line made perfect sense in terms of the context.
Good delivery. Like, it's
delivery.
Perfect.
It is the whole. That's what the conversation should have been focused on, aside from all the other problems we noted.
I guess she kind of brought up the idea that like maybe we should fight them back.
Right.
But like, I don't know. The situation was not them fighting Topside; it was them stealing from Topside, which maybe they view that as. But anyways, I like that line. That's a good bit.
It's a good line.
It makes sense. It's nice. He pulls out a cork with his teeth.
He does.
I'm falling for him, Michael. Anyways.
How'd you get this?
Some idiot was following us.
I was in an explosion.
What do you mean they were following you? You ran into them.
You did run into them.
They weren't following you.
Well, you know, it doesn't matter.
It does. This is important, Michael. They weren't following. Like, okay, it'd be one thing if the way they encountered each other was.
She might think they were following.
Why?
Them, but I guess that's true. Why? Yeah.
Literally, the guy was like, you know, you're on my turf. Like, you're walking through my streets. To give me a little bit of taste of it. You know, like, right? It's like, no, it's just an accent. Yeah, that's exactly what it sounded like.
Yeah. He is talking about it as though, oh, you crossed through my zone. Now I want toll.
I'm the troll, and I want my toll for the bridge.
My troll toll.
My troll toll. Bowl.
Anyway.
Anyways.
Yes, that doesn't make sense.
I don't know. He was after the stuff.
I mean, based on what we've seen about the society down here, that's not particularly interesting that he was after the stuff.
Well, I mean, to be fair, that is what
happened. He did actually want the stuff. That is exactly what happened.
He wanted the stuff.
He wasn't following them.
He wasn't following them, and also the whole point of this conversation, once again, solidifies the fact that Vander is expecting that they're going to make a living by stealing, because she is talking about this.
His livelihood at all. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, Vander, what do you expect from your kids? Why do you expect them to steal while you're not stealing? You're not even running an organization that steals. You were made to be the main character.
It's funny because Brigham has told me that he felt that Vander should have been more of a protagonist.
He would have been more interesting instead of being a secondary character in the. But yeah, it's like he's not running a thieving organization. It's not like his underlings are stealing, but he's not, because he's running the whole thing. He runs a tavern, and he tells people not to revolt. Like, that's his job. Like,
how is he supposed to maintain control when people are robbing from each other rather than from some other?
It seems like he's given up on it. Like, he just wants to live his own life.
I guess so, But everybody answers to him. Yeah.
Like, everyone has respect for him to a certain degree, but that respect, once again, only matches if he's in the room. Like...
Yeah, and later they turn on him because of the enforcer deal thing.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Where is it now?
We lost it.
All of it? Good. Nothing can tie you to what happened up there.
Well, except for 4 children running away from a crime scene.
Except for 4 children running away.
One may have had red hair, which appears to be an incredibly rare trait down here. Especially when the other had blue hair, which is also an incredibly rare trait down here. That's the problem with being the anime protagonist, you know? You've got a billboard with your face on it everywhere you go.
That's right. Yugi can't commit any crimes because they don't need it. They can't.
The sketch artist will have a field day with that, right? You know?
Oh my goodness.
So anyways, his hair looked like a starfish. Anyways,
it looked like lightning striking a burning bush. I was overawed by it.
So okay, there's a lot
of religious regalia.
There is okay. I know what he's trying to say. Right. It should be, if you wanted to be clear to the audience, it should be there's less tying you to the crime. That's probably the right way to put it. But it's definitely, he already said there's 4 children that escaped the crime scene. People would have seen them. They probably know, right, the genders of the children, the age-ish of the children, right? Like there's some pretty defining features that would give them away. And if he's supposed to be the criminal underlord that he's sometimes portrayed that he is, he would know that. But I don't think he's a criminal underlord, so...
Yeah, it's not really clear what he is.
I'm a simple man making my way through the galaxy.
I'm a simple man.
You're gonna have to lay low for a bit, understand?
Which is good advice.
Yeah.
We're gonna be fine, right?
I'll take care of it.
Alright. So, he stuffs his Santa sack here with random junk to take to Benzo's for some reason. And I'm not sure why.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Oh, you did put that idiot on his arse, though, right?
Yeah, that's cute.
It's cute.
It's a little... Once again, he seems to be encouraging behaviors that, based on his... learn more.
Learn more.
But he seems to be encouraging behaviors that he's not himself engaging in, which is odd. Right? Typically,
even if he were engaging in it, that he doesn't want them engaging in. But I don't know.
Well, because you could tell the story in a way where he's like, I want to make you like me, but just like it takes time, right? Where it's like it takes time. Like you got to do the small jobs first. But yeah, no, it's just odd.
Oh, meanwhile.
Nice detail. Yeah.
Get up, Clagger. We're going out.
Wait, now? Hey, that's mine.
You want to be treated like adults, right? Then you should know better than to come back from a job empty-handed. I'm going to have a little word with your...
Once again, seems to be encouraging jobbing, you know?
I have serious issues with this exchange. I remember it distinctly.
But it's like, what is the purpose of his sack full of junk? I don't...
Well, I mean, he might... because it's like a pawn shop or something.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe
it's supposed to be an excuse for him to go, but he's friends with Benzo. He can go talk to Benzo without bringing crap.
He was gonna bring... Maybe he was planning on bringing this stuff anyway. He was just like,
that was like
the
kids' room down there. Like, he's going through the kids' room. Like,
maybe that's their punishment.
Okay,
it's unspoken.
maybe.
He's just like, I'm going to take some of your junk. But listen, the more important thing...
your Nintendo Switch for a month.
The more important thing is that he just got done telling her, like, good, I'm glad you lost the stuff, because that way you won't get... And then he comes out and says to Milo, like... he's saying
he treats them like they're not his kids. Like they're the other kids that he's trying to dissuade from hanging out with his kids in some ways.
Or like something, like it's not clear what his relationship is with them. And more importantly, it's like, why is he so kind of mean to them? He's
Well,
like,
they're
you want to be
boys.
treated like adults,
I'm fine.
right? And
He's
it's like,
they're boys. He's treating them like
I'm
boys.
not fine with it. I think that, no.
I think he should have, he should have, roughed up Milo a little bit, show him the whole...
No, you're insane. This doesn't make any sense with what we just saw. He was just telling her,
he was reassuring her and not putting her down in many ways.
And then he comes out here and he's just like, oh,
he rains on their parade instantly.
Yeah, they didn't have a parade. The whole idea was, he was implying like that basically the reason they were on that job is because Vi,
he put it on Vi, yeah.
They look up to Vi or something, and then he comes out. I guess he's trying to dissuade them.
If he wants to dissuade them from following Vi around, right? But he was way kinder with Vi, who he blamed more for the incident, right?
Yeah. And then
you're right. There is a bad dichotomy here, where
it's just weird.
Yeah.
I don't understand what his relationship is with Clagger and Milo.
Supposedly, based on the evidence, it should be similar to Vi and Powder, but I guess he's just not as close to them. But I don't know why he wouldn't be as close to them when they live in the same room that Vi and Powder do.
Yeah.
That's some intense amount of favoritism. It's not like these are part of a collection of kids that he uses to run his tavern or something. They live in the same exact room as Vi and Powder. So
it's serious favoritism. It's very strange.
Once again, Milo getting nothing he deserves.
He literally just stole. Vander just stole his little trinket thing.
I think the only thing that was good for is not actually having to put your ear to the door, which I wonder what that says about.
You have no idea
the doors,
how that thing works.
The doors here, Michael, that you have to have special devices so you don't have to physically touch your ear to the door because they're coated in asbestos, Michael.
You don't know. You don't know how that thing works. This is a weird steampunk world.
It doesn't have any moving parts.
It could have an amplifier or something. I don't know how technology works.
Oh, you're right. They do have microchips in this universe. We'll talk about that later.
I don't understand technology, but fortunately for me, neither do the people who wrote Arcane.
Yeah.
So I can assume we'll get to some of that much later. But anyway, continue on.
All right. Give me the details of exactly what happened down there.
Yeah, that's another thing. He's like, give me the details of exactly what happened. Why didn't you ask Vi? I feel like they threw that in there. They threw that in there because they realized, he should probably get the details, but they didn't want to bother with that.
Yeah, I don't know.
So he's just going to ask Milo and Clagger, and he says it with this, give me the details of exactly what happened. It's like, well, we don't know, actually. A building blew up while we were in it. Meanwhile,
just some random, jaws. That's someone's dentures right there.
Yeah, it's kind of odd. I'm not sure.
Right, because she has this realization moment where it's like...
She's like, oh, right, I have these things. She doesn't know that those are the things that blew everything up.
No, she doesn't. Right? She doesn't...
She does not.
Which is fair. They wouldn't know what caused it.
Yeah. It's amazing that I don't know what the rules are for those things, because the one blew up because it went rolling across the floor.
Because it dropped. It's some amount of kinetic energy, right?
So why didn't they blow up when they're bouncing around?
She just ran across the room there.
Yeah, when she ran across the room there, or when she got, kind of thrown against the wall at one point, or when she went down the garbage chute.
Yeah, there are some moments where it's like that might have enough kinetic energy similar to dropping it, or later, right? You have a little monkey that claps cymbals.
Yeah,
that sets
claps,
it off,
and that's what sets it off. Yeah.
So walking around with these things should be highly dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah. They should already be dead.
Yeah, they probably them and half the half of Piltover should have gone up in a nuclear explosion. I guess they're not that powerful, but yeah, no, they're shown to be incredibly sensitive with the monkey and all that whatnot. Right, because the monkey's way more sensitive than dropping it and having it roll across the floor.
Yeah.
So they go off on convenient times that the plot needs them to.
Yes.
Which is understandable, right? That's storytelling sometimes. Oh, I hate this scene.
Milo, I'm
Do you remember what was in that bag? Biggest payout we've ever
Oh,
seen.
yes.
She just lost it.
She made a mistake.
Name one time she hasn't.
I mean, Milo's being fair, yeah.
Yes.
She's young.
Don't bullshit me. We're twice the person at half her age.
That's an interesting detail. Is that true, or is that just like...
What did he say specifically?
Basically, it was like...
We were
twice as competent when we were half her age.
Right. Which he's trying to say, listen...
Which obviously probably is a little bit hyperbolic. But...
Well, we don't know. We didn't see them when they were...
We'll
we didn't really
it's
see
hyperbolic.
what
He seems like
she did.
Someone who would... stretch the... But that implies that there is some kind of standard and she is not meeting it for her age.
Which is, it fits so nicely in with my version of the story, where the whole pivot is...
She has mental problems and she can't
Powder
get over
is
it.
different.
Yeah.
Powder is... There's something different about Powder, and this is making it more difficult, and no one understands what it is, which isolates Powder. Vi's solution is to say, no, there isn't a problem, because she loves Powder, and, Milo is like, he's a jerk about it, but he's also
right.
like, you can't, and it makes so much sense in that respect, but we don't see enough of, like, the thing is it's like, what do they expect Powder to have done when she's cornered with the goods on a dock and there's a guy, like, running? Like, would any of them, what would they have done differently?
Well, have you ever watched The Karate Kid? No.
I mean, I suppose they could, like, I don't know what they need to really establish.
The person fighting her was twice
her
her size. Yeah, like...
Yeah, exactly. And she's carrying this big, heavy thing. Like, it would have been... Like, honestly, when it happened, when I first watched it, I remember having the thought of, oh, that's clever. They can go fish it out of the river later. Because I didn't assume it would have... That's
a very deep harbor.
I guess
ships
so.
have to be able to go in there, so...
Yeah, that's true.
It's got to be pretty deep, and they don't have scuba tanks, or they might, but we don't know.
They could get like a hook with a rope. They're
just
like, well, it was around here. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, well, it's super valuable.
Yeah,
we don't want to
try it.
We'll just take a day or two and just keep doing it, and we'll just complain. It'll be funny. We'll complain about, oh, Powder, you threw it in the drink, you stupid.
I mean, I would be
like, what was I supposed to do? I know that would be stupid and not very fun to watch. But
the problem with Milo, I guess, is he's putting the blame on Powder when he really should be putting the blame on, which might be a nature of his character flaw, right? Because I guess he idolizes Vi in some strange way, but it doesn't really appear to be like that. But if he genuinely idolized Vi, right, and
he would blame Powder instead of
Vi for bringing Powder, and you could
in our rewrite of it, Clagger was the one who points it out, but we're kind of drifting off into our own version of this.
Well, if we were to rewrite this, we'd have to rewrite the whole thing, like
Well, in this version, though, it's ambiguous whether Powder, but he doesn't mention any of that. It's the implication is that Powder is insisting on going on the missions, but Vi is also rooting for him to go on the missions. We can't tell.
Because details before have suggested that Vi has pushed Powder into this position, and then other details suggest that Powder is pushing Vi to bring her
to
along.
let her,
and so I can't quite make sense of it.
But anyway, yeah.
You know what,
An
Milo?
odd line.
You're right. There's a bunch of things Powder just can't do.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Like complain.
And that's when she leaves.
Yeah, and she has to leave that very moment. As someone who is used to hearing things from doorways, when you hear something you don't like, you just cry. You don't leave. Anyways.
You just cry. You don't leave. Well, if you're listening to a conversation that seems to be about you, you want to listen to the entire thing. Entire thing. It's a very cheap.
It's cheap.
It's very cheap because all you have to do is have her say, "I overheard what you're saying," and Vi was like, "Well, did you overhear the whole thing?" It's, but they don't do that. She never, and I don't think this really serves any purpose.
This doesn't matter. No, really.
Yeah,
because it doesn't. It doesn't bridge. It doesn't widen the gap between Vi and Powder. It doesn't make Powder do anything reckless to try to prove herself to Vi.
Yeah, at least not at this stage.
No.
But it doesn't, it just solidifies what we've already kind of picked up, I suppose.
About everything.
It's hand-holding the audience.
Everything.
Yeah.
And brag nonstop.
Okay, I see where this is going.
Pick fights with the group when we need to focus.
Fine.
And tell strangers on the street that we got a nice haul.
I didn't mean to.
Powder's my problem, okay? Your problem is never knowing when to shut up. But I'm gonna help you with that. Ready? You see this look on my face? This will always mean it's time to shut up. But
You always have that look on your face. So anyways, we're going to Benzo's with all the stuff for some reason.
Again, pause it real quick. So that scene right there is another great example of, first of all,
it would work if Milo wasn't right.
Well, deeper than that. The problem is, I feel like I'm just rehashing what I've said before, but it how do I put it? It's the fact that it sidesteps any real conflict, right? Because the conflict should be between Vi and Powder, but we just established with those lines, there isn't really, because Vi's willing to stand up for Powder. Like, that's the impression.
There's no conflict even really between Milo and Vi, right? Like, there's a little bit. There's like the dressings of conflict, but it's not like Milo is planning to usurp her in order to, enact his plan, or like, I don't know, drown Powder in the middle of the night in order to just get rid of the problem.
Oh gosh!
I haven't been watching.
Jeez Louise,
Dexter. Anyways,
your mind is in a different place now. But the point being that.
Anyways,
the point being that your stupid reference made me lose the point.
It's just meaningless. Like it doesn't build to anything.
Anywhere. It feels like the climax. It feels like other stories
I've heard.
Yeah. It feels like the climax at the end of another story where, like, Vi didn't want to tell Milo off, but then she's like, you know what? It's not Powder's fault. It's your fault. And, it feels satisfying because she's finally, like, telling Milo off.
Milo runs away or something. I don't know.
And it's been, like, a whole episode or something, and Milo was being a jerk, and he wasn't, it wasn't more. Anyway. But that's not what happened. It feels oddly indulgent. It feels like the screenwriters wanted to kind of create... They wanted to create this positive sister dynamic, and it comes at the expense of there being... In order to create conflict, they have to have Powder not hear the rest of the conversation.
But it doesn't even cause conflict. Because
it doesn't.
They get over it in, like, the next scene.
Yeah. So it would be so much more powerful if Vi... I don't know, if it, like, added to the conflict somehow Vi's response or something. But instead, we're just... I don't know. They chicken out, I think.
I mean, Right.
That's the impression I get.
If you had done a situation where we had talked about before, where Vi is pushing Powder in a way that Powder cannot be pushed, right? And you had this scene where Powder listens at the door and Vi says, yeah, there's a lot of things she can't do. She's crap right now, but I'm fixing it, right? Something like that, where it's not like she doesn't come to her defense. She doubles down, but she says, like that's why I'm taking her out, because she needs to be fixed, and we're fixing it, right? Like,
right, or something like that. Yeah,
and it's like, and you don't call the shots here. I do, and then she beats the crap out of Martinez.
No. It also would fit night, because I really like your idea for the scene where Clagger and Milo are talking about the situation, and Clagger just suddenly says, "Milo, you're wrong. It's not Powder isn't
fault.
really
It's
the problem.
Vi's fault." Yeah.
And Milo is secretly in love with Vi. That'd be a whole other dynamic.
No.
Well, he idolizes her.
He does.
Anyway,
right. Well, he should. It doesn't appear like he idolizes her.
No, he does not.
Because
really,
he's always
in the
talking
show here.
back to her and...
Yeah.
Like...
Well, I guess he did back down real quick when she actually started pushing against him.
He backs down to everyone pretty quick when they talk to him. Like, he's supposed to be a little bit of a shrimpy dude, right? Where...
Yeah.
He ain't got no spine, right?
Yeah.
But he talks a big game, but he's got nothing inside, right?
Or something like that.
Yeah.
Nobody comes in.
Why did you bring this bag? Sorry, I can't get over it.
Let's see.
Take a real break, Michael. Get back out there with four Bronco fans.
You take a break, Brigham. You take a break. Look, we haven't even seen what he does with the bag, okay? You probably know, but I don't. All right, so let's see.
We'll open up.
Oh, this conversation.
Oh, yes.
Good. You can take your worthless junk elsewhere.
See, he brought it.
Owner's the shittiest businessman I know.
So this would make sense if there was someone else foreign with Vander, right? Where they come in and they've got, like, I don't know, the topsider enforcer or whatever, and this person's never met Benzo before, never heard about Benzo, and they come in and this is a little joke they do to themselves, but the joke is about the person not being familiar with the situation. I have no clue why they're talking like this to each other. Like,
I mean, people can be sarcastic with each other, but does
not like
come off
this.
as awkward.
It comes off. It comes off like they're making a joke to someone else, right?
Right.
I guess it would be better if he came in and Benzo looks at him and says, "We're closed for your type," right? And it's like, haha, that's such a joke. That's very funny. Here's the stuff, right? But it's like, "We're closed for good. Take your wares somewhere else." Like, it's just kind of like, what the heck?
Yeah, you're right. It is weird.
It would work if there was another person in the room who was unfamiliar.
Well, there is another person. It's called the audience.
I don't care about the audience. No.
Yeah, that's who it's for.
Yeah, it's just odd.
Which is a problem. It is. You're right. It is odd.
What's going on with that thing?
Give me a few seconds. The cannon pinion's still busted.
Finish it later. Vander and I need a word.
How do you know that the two of you need a word? Does Vander not just come and hang out occasionally? I don't know.
Yeah, that is
like he.
Well, I don't know.
I don't like. Once again, it would have been a simple fix. You just say, Vander, like, look over at Echo and maybe make like a head motion, like get rid of the kid, right?
Right.
But here he jumps to a conclusion that I don't think is necessary.
Yeah.
Off you go.
So Benzo's taking care of this kid.
Yeah. It would be really interesting if Vander had like a whole orphan network of all the orphans from the uprising that didn't work. And he spends most of his time visiting those families. You could have like a little part of an episode where he has to take a kid from a family that's like being abusive or something.
Oh,
and puts it in and has to find a different Like, he temporarily takes the kid back to the tavern, and the kid has to spend time with, like, Vi and Powder for a little bit, and then before he can find a new home. Like,
that'd be brilliant. It would tell us so much.
It would explain what Vander's been doing with all this time, besides just serving drinks.
It would also add so much to... You would learn so much without having to say anything about Vander's relationship to the Uprising, to the past, to
how he feels about it. Yeah.
How he feels about it. He's trying to deal with the consequences of it, which is, this is the consequence of war, and it's his fault, and he's trying to,
You could have... He has, like, a planner where, like, all the kids are, and instead of images of the kids, he's got images of their parents. Like, he doesn't remember them as the kids that they are. He remembers the people he got killed.
Oh, that'd be so good. Oh, it'd be so good. I mean, terrible, but good.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of that. Yeah, but yeah, we don't get any of that. It's just like, oh, there's just random kids around. It just makes all the sense in the world.
He, like, always calls all the kids except for Vi and Powder by, like, their parents' last name or something, never by their actual name.
Oh, yeah. Right.
And it would show you so much about the misgivings that he has about the event, like, and the fact that he's just not over it.
Yes. And you could have it be, well, yeah, we'll get to Silco, I suppose. But,
yeah.
Anyway.
You're a little early.
So they have a planned meeting?
Guys are still rounding up.
Well, he did bring a bag.
But he got the bag from random stuff in the kids' room.
We don't,
Like, he should have had... Why didn't he have the bag ready before? Like,
he flies by the seat of his pants, okay, Brigham? Oh, well, listen, he's a little early, right?
Yeah.
He's a little early, so maybe he was planning on gathering
But if you had
stuff
you were going to sell, why wasn't it already, like, in a corner, like the sell corner, right?
True. That's true. It is very odd.
Who? Why are you mucking about with this?
And it seems like it's not good stuff. It just seems like he grabbed random crap for no reason. Like,
well, listen, he just asked him, why are you mucking with stuff like this? And Vander's about to answer. I want to hear his answer.
Well, that's... Okay.
You've heard.
Yeah, me and half the Undercity.
Okay, yeah, now pause it. Okay, there we go.
He didn't come here for the stuff.
Now
there's no reason
behind you.
There's no reason for him to have brought the stupid bag.
They are not going to talk about the stuff.
No, he's not.
They just transition. Okay, that's what I wanted to see.
And it definitely seems like he just grabbed the stuff, like he needed cover or something for why he was going to Benzo's, but he doesn't need cover.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't.
Strange.
I don't know why it happened. Like, it's something that really shouldn't bug me as much as it does, but I have no clue.
Stupid.
The younger folk think it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, and Vi's one of them. Throws herself at trouble wherever she can find some.
Yeah, they're growing up, Vander. Looking to write their own stories. You can't protect them forever.
A little bit of exposition for the audience here. Not bad, but
I suppose.
It does.
But again, it does not fit the actual situation if they blew up a building.
Yes. But it does seem like they're talking a little past each other and more like, hey, audience, this is the situation. Which is fine. Like, sometimes you have to do that because you got time. You know, you don't have time to spend. But yeah, they should be... Based on what we know, they probably should be more freaked out about the fact that Piltover got robbed.
Someone was following
them.
A whole lot of someone.
Wait, someone was following them? Sorry.
That's from what I heard.
Not enforcers. Someone on our side.
Who?
Your mum.
There's worse things than enforcers out there. We both know that.
Oh, hey, that's why he has the brace, because that's where he got stabbed by Silco.
Yeah, he got stabbed.
So that's answered.
So he jumps to, it must have been Silco that was following them on the top side on that job that I told them to never do.
Yeah, it's a very interesting thing for him to jump to.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a good explanation of why he would do that.
We know like nothing about what Vander and Silco have to do with each other. Like after when Silco stabbed him,
They
like, we have
imply
no
that they
idea
have
what
some
they've been doing.
like minor
They've had some
encounters,
dealings of some
but
kind.
they don't explain what any of those are. Oh my goodness, they have the prototype for General Grievous's unicycle.
Oh, look at that!
Yeah,
that's totally what that is.
Yeah, it's nice.
Let's watch
Hoping
more.
you'd be working today.
Did you guys go?
Sure did. Hey, listen. How did you find that place?
Whoa! Did you fight the enforcers?
What? Oh, no. Just some bums.
Oh, did Vi kick their asses?
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't be here otherwise.
Oh, she showed me a couple of moves to practice. Look.
So we have another kid that definitely idolizes Vi.
Definitely idolizes Vi, which is interesting that everyone idolizes Vi. Though I will say, he says, "Did Vi fight them?" But Clagger like picked a kid up and dropped him.
He
Like,
sumoed someone, yeah.
They all were fighting.
Except for
It wasn't
Powder,
just
who was
Vi.
useless.
Powder is tiny, and they told Powder to run. All right.
Yeah, okay.
Calm down.
Yeah, it's coming along.
This is a nice little exchange, though. I like.
Yeah, right. He's overzealous. Obviously, he doesn't have any actual experience. You should check reviews before watching. So, right. He seems, oddly enough, more sheltered than Powder. In some ways,
which is very interesting. It would fit in so well with the narrative of Vi pushing Powder because Powder's her sister.
Yeah.
You know.
You pay safe everywhere, pal.
Oh my goodness. Pal World. Nintendo is taking that down. Anyway,
we'll see. They'll be interesting.
I have later engagements.
No, you don't.
Find that place anyway.
This weirdo came into the shop, bought a whole bunch of stuff Benzo only keeps there for display. He paid in gold and...
Bought stuff that Benzo only keeps for display. Which...
How did he buy it then? I guess he bought it for a lot of money.
The other thing is, what is Benzo displaying? That's we'll get this question. Later. We'll talk about this probably more later. But what is Benzo displaying that Jace cannot buy topside?
Yeah.
That Benzo would be displaying.
That's a good question.
There's no good answer. That. The only thing I can think that Jace would
you know what? There's no enforcers down there, Brigham, so he can display whatever he wants. But I don't know why he would be displaying it. We don't know what he bought from him.
We don't know anything.
Right?
Didn't even haggle. I charged him double price. Sucker.
But how did you know where he lived?
That's a cheap move, kid.
So he followed Jace out of the Undercity through Topside all the way back to his apartment. He must have followed him down through the actual apartment of the apartment building to figure out which room he was in, probably.
I guess so. Yeah.
He would have been gone for hours.
He would have been gone for a while, and he's really good at staying. Why didn't he just break into the apartment? Yeah. And that was his tip, was that, hey, there's a rich guy in Piltover.
And you're just gonna... That doesn't seem any better than any other... Like, just choose a random house. Like... I mean, I guess you know that he has the display items from...
So what,
Benzo's.
Are you just going to go steal the display items back?
Yeah, that seems like a traceable crime, you know?
But then what are you going to... Yeah, are you going to put them on display again and have Jace come back down? Like, what's
this is an endless cycle, Michael. What are you talking about?
How else?
Oh, right.
Also, Echo here is really a pretty disreputable little kid. I mean, I guess that's the point.
Well, they have a very negative view of Topside, right? And
that's
the
true.
assumption is right. He treated this topsider so badly because they were a topsider,
right?
Which, based on the environment he's living in, like, you wouldn't be surprised if he almost didn't want to sell to a topsider, but instead he wants to take advantage of the topsider. So it proves he's clever. And definitely willing to follow his motivation. But yeah, he is kind of a little cheat. But he's cute, so, you know, whatever.
They'll be fine. Go!
Well, hello.
And you have the masks because apparently the air is like heavier down here or something.
Oh yeah, no, the air's got like toxins and stuff in it or something.
It turns your hair pink if you're exposed for too long.
But only if your name is Vi.
Evening, friends.
Shit.
Something I can help you with?
Some trencher trash attacked one of the buildings in the Academy District. But you already knew that.
We're looking for the culprits.
Why did she bring Marcus in here?
What? Yeah, that is a good question. Well, maybe just she brought. Well, I don't know why she brought Marcus. She should have brought someone who isn't.
Why would she bring anyone but herself in here? If
that is a good question.
She has a very good rapport. Anyways.
Well, it could have been.
She's one of my favorite characters. Over there. But anyways.
Yeah.
I do like. See, this works so. Well, yeah, I'll play it and then I'll talk about it.
Yeah, it's exactly who you're picturing in that thick head of yours.
You think my head is thick? Just past the average.
Listen.
See, that works because there's other people in the room, and they're making a joke to each other about the other. It's about the other people.
Yeah,
in many senses, it's such a better joke than the opening they had when they came into the shop. Like it's just so much better. Line. I do love the joke and just how casual they are about it. And part of it is because they know something that Marcus doesn't, and it's that they're working with the one chick. It's just so much better.
Shady.
How about you go for a little walk, Marcus?
It just kicks him out immediately.
Yeah.
Go.
Like, why did you bring him in here? You know exactly who he is. Why did you bring him in?
Why didn't you tell him to wait outside? And now Echo's gonna... Oh, right, because he ends up spilling the beans to everybody.
Which, this is an interesting thing. This implies that maybe... Oh, this is foreshadowing, Michael. This implies... I haven't noticed this before, actually. But
how is it... What's it foreshadowing?
He wears a mask later, Michael.
That's right.
You can tell I didn't pick up on it because I had no clue who he was when he showed up in the second act. I was just like, he's Mr. freaking Almas guy.
Well,
anyways.
Now that I know, okay, that is clever foreshadowing there. I like that. But now that I know that.
It's a little on the nose because that looks exactly like what he's going to end up wearing.
Well, for someone who... No, that's perfect. Because it's nose. Like... it's not on the nose. It's perfect.
No, it's on the nose.
Well, what was your...
So, does Benzo know about this whole, like, spy network in his own building?
That is a good question. And why did Echo build it? And how often has he listened in on Benzo? It's interesting.
Brianna, be quiet. Around.
He can do all kinds of things.
So yeah, we had commented, like, does Benzo know about this? You would think that Benzo would have to.
I don't know. Here's what I'll say. We did see Echo, because we don't have really any information to go one way or the other. No. We did see Echo, like, tinkering with stuff in the shop.
Well, my assumption that he would have to know is in order to pull this off, you would have to, like, drill a hole into...
Well,
like...
Maybe Benzo was out, or maybe it was already there.
It could have already been there, and Benzo didn't know about it.
Benzo didn't know about it, or he knows about it, but he doesn't know that Echo knows about it, because he underestimates Echo's abilities.
This is something they don't explore.
There's many possibilities. Yeah, they don't care. They just want him to have a way to
Well, because he has to tell it. He has to, like, this isn't necessarily a problem, but for your storytelling, they've decided that Vi has to learn about the betrayal that Vander is engaging in, and this is the method that they have determined to do it.
Yeah. Doesn't know when to pipe down. Some things are the same top side and bottom.
That would be maybe a little more fitting if Marcus was honey bunches of oats.
Finish your thought.
But if Marcus was related to, because it seems like Vander is commenting on Vi, right? Maybe because there's no other. There's no one else who has really caused trouble that we've seen yet.
Right.
And so that comment, it's a little strange with it. It's not like it's a bad comment, but it's a little strange with what we've been shown. Like, we haven't seen outspoken people in the underground.
Right.
So it's not like it's a bad line. It's just, I feel like you could have picked something better.
Right. Could you actually turn the volume up a little bit?
Never.
Because I couldn't actually understand what he said.
Was anyone hurt?
A building was blown to bits. What do you think?
I mean, it looked like everyone was fine. Like, it looked like the building miraculously did not hurt anyone. And I don't think the building was blown to bits. Like, a section of it was definitely heavily damaged.
It was pretty bad. Listen, we were just talking earlier about how
like it's not good, right? It's
really bad. It's really bad.
It didn't look like anyone got hurt.
Well, that's foolish on the part of the writers, frankly. I mean, it didn't look like anybody got hurt. But frankly, it should have looked like people got hurt.
And
someone should be dead.
We never see the scene where they're cleaning up the rubble and like a stretcher leaves, and you've got and it's covered with a shroud.
Yeah. Well, I to be fair, they probably don't want. See, that's the problem. Is it's like this probably should have killed someone. It doesn't have to have
injured someone.
Have to have been. At least injured somebody, and that's what she seems to be implying.
But we never see it.
We never see it, and I guess that's not the biggest problem.
No,
it's
a little bit when because we return, we see the active explosion, and we don't see anyone get hurt by it, and we also return later to the scene of the explosion, and we only see structural damage, which is not good. Like, I'm not in favor of structural damage, but like, she seems to imply that people got hurt.
She seems to imply,
and it would do a great job of reinforcing her words if they had shown us something.
But I think they didn't want they didn't want to get into that of having our heroes be responsible for people actually getting hurt, even though they were trying to steal something. But what I was going to say is that you could get around this by saying, by having her say, no one was hurt, but that's not the problem. The problem is that a building got blown up,
and we saw
everybody
people
knows
running back to the Undercity.
Yes, everyone knows it was the Undercity, and like everybody up there is still really hype of like, is the Undercity going to try something again? Because we're actually kind of terrified of them, because we can fight them, but we don't know, like, if they're going to start doing terrorism. So, I mean, and I suppose you could argue that is implied in what she's saying, but yeah, it's, you have to read that into it.
Yeah, it's a little, yeah.
She's your favorite character, though, I believe you said.
I don't know if she's my favorite character. There's some of my favorite. One, because they don't really get tarnished too much by the story, but they also have a really interesting dynamic that isn't explored. So
right,
which is a problem.
Also, they are a handsome pair.
Oh, yeah.
Look at them.
Yeah.
They're great.
They're the
They
best.
should get together. That'd be a great story. Would it be an interesting story? Okay, we need to actually watch.
Yeah. Let's not go on a sidetrack where there's a romance here, Michael.
No, it'd be fun. I'm just all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, hey, I'm actually shipping these characters all of a sudden.
I wasn't going that
odd.
far. That's all you.
I wonder if Vander has ever had a relationship. We don't
know about
anything
that.
romantic, and I have a hard time believing he hasn't had one. With somebody.
Yeah.
Who did this?
Maybe with Silco.
That workshop belonged to the Kermans. You know what kind of stuff they had in there? Makes this place look like a candy shop.
Oh, that's an interesting
It's a really odd line. Like, okay, so first of all, we know that some of the stuff in there came from this shop.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah. And also, we've been in there, and we didn't see any other than the blue terror balls. There was no artwork. There was no, like, I didn't see.
Right.
I didn't see anything that stunned me and was like, oh wow. And maybe that's because I'm used to such luxury in my.
There was a nose hair trimmer. There was a nose hair trimmer.
That thing would not trim nose hairs well at all. But yeah, it's just an odd comment to make. The comment should be, who owned it? Is these important people, and they don't care that you're dealing with it. They want me to deal with it, right?
Right.
And it not there was such valuables. No, important people cared about that bill. It doesn't matter what was in there. What matters is the important people care about it.
Yes, and they're breathing down my neck, and that's why I'm here today. And they don't know about our relationship and how exactly this works, so.
And even if they did, they don't care. They want these people in jail. Like,
yes,
it doesn't. Yeah, she
They're
emphasizes the wrong thing here.
Yeah,
Council needs someone to make an example of. People need to feel safe.
Yeah, topside people.
We had it.
I mean, they seem to be leaving the Undercity alone, and you guys blew up a building.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't quite fit. But again, flipping back and forth is right. Like, if you saw the scene out of context, you'd be like, oh, I guess they're like military occupied or something.
There's a whole thing going on.
And we don't see. Well, we don't. Do they ever officially state? No, yeah, they do. What am I talking about? We talked about that a ton. For anybody watching, we've had to do this in segments. So I suppose you can cut that part out, Brigham, if you want. But in case anyone's confused of like, weren't they just talking about this? It's like, it's been like 2 weeks. So again, you can cut that out, Brigham, if you want to keep that a secret. Maybe I shouldn't be running my mouth like that. Anyway, you should definitely cut that all out. Sorry to give you more work.
I will definitely forget to cut that
out. Great. All right. What was
you were wondering about whether or not we officially see like them terrorizing the Undercity or something like that? I don't know.
No, I was going to ask. The reason I went on my tangent was I was going to ask a stupid question, which was, we know that they are not in the Undercity. That's the whole point of the deal that they have.
At least that's my understanding of the deal is none of the Topsiders enforcers go into the Undercity, and the Undercity doesn't bother Topside at all.
Yes. And I was apologizing to the audience who, if they've been faithfully watching through all of this,
no one's watching
this
far,
like,
Michael.
Oh, okay.
I hate to tell you, Michael, this is for our personal benefit at this point.
For ourselves. Well, you know what? Hey, that's fine. I'm enjoying it.
They're going to see a 6-hour-long video and be like, what the heck?
Hey, listen, maybe somebody will maybe some super fan out there will make clips of it. Maybe we'll make clips of it. Maybe I'll make clips.
Yeah,
of
you
it.
can make clips of it.
I don't know how to do that, but I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I hate to tell you, Michael.
My street, and I stay out of your business. Give me a name. We'll do things quiet. No one will know you were involved.
I can't do that.
You don't seem to grasp how serious this is.
Yes.
That was all I was gonna say. No. I feel like you. I don't know. I shouldn't complain about it because it's really not that bad. Like, give me a name thing. It's like, do you even know who lives down here? Like, how are you gonna? I guess you can track them down, but it's just like, I feel like it would be better just to have Vander like bring them in. But anyways.
Oh, you mean like in terms of what she would reasonably be asking?
Yeah, I feel like it would have been better for. Yeah.
Well, I think the idea is that they have a pretty amiable relationship, which is fascinating.
Yeah, that we don't explore.
And yeah, which, you know, as odd as it is, I know you've told me about this, but really only until this very moment am I really fully grasping how incredibly interesting this relationship is.
It's a very interesting relationship.
Given the first scene, right? It's like, because these guys should be sworn enemies, and that's why Echo is surprised, because apparently he didn't know about this. Which is interesting. Anyway, back to the main point, which was that I'm okay with this because they seem to have this relationship. She is like pulling strings to keep
She's
Vander
trying to
out
make
of
it
trouble.
as easy for him as she can. Yeah.
Which I guess, frankly, that's totally in her own interest as well, because she needs Vander. Like, she's like, I don't want to have to deal with somebody else running this place, so I want to keep Vander happy. So I'm like, listen, you just got to throw one rat to the dogs. So just give me a name. Yeah, you probably know the people who did it. I'm not asking you to give them up. We just need somebody. So just, you know, pick one of your enemies or something. I don't care. Which is really, it's harsh. And Vander's noble, so he's not going to do that.
He's not going to do it.
So I'm okay with this.
Well, so you would think that she wants more than anybody's name, right? Because they have at least a loose description of the perpetrators. Right, they know.
Right,
they should know,
and they know they need 4 people,
and 4 young people,
4 kids, yes,
with anime protagonist hair, 2 of them, and
they were running really fast. Okay,
but
like,
they were running past people, so like you can go, you can canvas the street. Like I feel like you can get those details.
They were wearing wigs. But now we have them without the wigs.
But yeah, they would at least know 4 young people, right?
Yes.
And and I feel like the council, I mean, I guess maybe she's got enough oomph that she can pull one over on the council and be like, we've apprehended the perpetrators, and it's like, good, and not like, hey, we want to see them, and it's like, what is this old crusty man, like, wasn't there like 4 of them, and like, and weren't they young, like, we've read the reports, why is there just this homeless dude that you've brought to us?
Yeah.
So I feel like she should be more specific because she's got pressure. I feel like she should be like, give me the 4. It was 4, right? We're not like spouting the wrong number. Yeah. Give us the 4.
Yeah, I know.
And we'll clean the slate, and this will be over, and we won't have to come down here and harass you trying to find them.
Yeah, the idea that people will be satisfied with just one person being
one random
taken
person
up
is
one random person for one. But even if they believed it was one of the 4, they're like, well, that's only one of them.
Yeah,
like we don't want the other 3. Like, you're going to keep investigating, right? Like, again, people are going to think it's a terrorist attack because they're like, well, was anything stolen? And it's like, well,
they can verify pretty easy that things were stolen.
They did steal them. Yeah, they did steal a bunch of stuff. It's at the bottom of the river now. So, anywho, okay.
If I don't put someone behind bars tonight, the next time I come down here, I'll have an army of enforcers with me. We both know how that'll go.
I'm sorry, Grayson, but I can't offer up my own people.
If you change your mind, this will reach me. And only me.
It is interesting that the pneumatic system that they have goes to the Undercity. You would think that wouldn't, but it's just interesting. Maybe maybe the pneumatic system that works as part of the old infrastructure when enforcers actually were down here, and
right. That's what I was going to say.
The only ones you can get are like old enforcer outposts or whatever.
Right.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah. Also, here's what I'll say. It's a good, good setup there.
Mm-hmm.
I feel the tension.
Yep.
There's some jankiness that we've gone over, but it's like, okay, we get the idea. She is like, we're gonna do, and I think the reason it strikes you is because they set up in that first scene. I know we complained about that first scene, but here the context actually helps.
Yeah.
Right? Because you saw that first scene. You know exactly what it means for the enforcers to go down there. And I guess at this, or at least I say exactly, our complaints still apply that we're a bit confused as to what the people making the show intended exactly with the first scene and like all the details. But setting that aside, blah, 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 we get the idea. So
the last time the enforcers were in the Undercity, there was a big problem.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't even in the Undercity. It was just on the bridge.
We should probably assume that they were driven out of the Undercity at that time.
Oh, okay.
We should assume that, at least my assumption is, the deal that Vander makes happens shortly after the bridge, and they were in the Undercity previous to that, and
right. Yeah, no, I recall that now. Anyway, I just wanted to. It's not all bad.
No. It's just mostly bad.
Echo is like, that's a lot for me to process. What kind of music is that?
This is Powder's music, and she's working on her stuff.
She's working on her things.
What are you calling this one?
Oh, right, she's in her little thing. Her little box.
You want to talk about today?
What's the point? I ruined everything. I always do.
Nobody said that.
No, just that you were twice the person at half my age. You heard them. I'm not a fighter.
You don't have to be.
Okay, pause it.
This would be a lot more impactful if Powder wasn't upset about what Vi had said. Right, because that's the whole reason she's upset here, is because Vi...
Yeah, well, so the reason this is confusing is because the way it's written, it's written as though, because I can't remember who said, that was Milo who said that. It was
Milo,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, so she hasn't brought up anything that Vi said, even though they played that scene as though like, oh, there's going to be this misunderstanding.
I think she's about to drop the hammer with like, it's like they keep saying that. I'm trying to remember, but it's like they keep saying this, and it's like, well, that doesn't matter, and it's like, but you said it, right? And that's the
right. If they do that, then I'll have complaints either way, but it'll be different complaints. The complaint I was going to have is if they didn't do that, then it's like, okay, well, I mean, you're not using the weird setup you did, but then now it's just confusing that she's not mentioning that she thinks Vi said the thing. But okay, well, let's play the scene out. Sorry.
Look, I've got these, and you've got those.
They never work.
Which is very true.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting that Vi. Oh, by the way, Versailles. But it's kind of interesting that Vi, because you think Vi would be pushing her to be more like her, especially when these things aren't working. And if these things aren't working, but she wants to encourage her to go forward with that, she wouldn't be bringing her on missions, right?
Right.
Until they work. And
yeah,
I don't know. I don't know what they want, Michael. I don't.
That's a very good.
Why is he holding an arrow? Anyways, sorry.
I don't know. He's Cupid. He's buff. He's buff. I think. Is he Latino or something? I don't know. He's got kind of olive skin. Anyway. Yeah. See, Eros. It says Eros, and Eros, as we know, is the Greek for arrow.
But yeah. Anyways. I don't know what the characters are going for, because Vi seems to be encouraging Powder, but actively bringing her into situations that are counter to the kinds of encouragement she's giving here. It just feels like
it's left remarkably empty.
Mm-hmm.
Like
they're beating around the bush, but they're not hitting the core of any of it.
Yeah, because there isn't a core. They don't. The writers don't have a clear idea of what is the actual dynamic here. They're just sort of. It's like an impressionist painting of a dynamic.
Yeah,
and it's a very.
And that's the worst.
Yeah.
The Impressionist is why Western civilization is falling, Michael.
Oh, hush. You go too far.
We began to fall when the Impressionists began their trade, Michael.
No. No. We're not going there, sir.
The fires of hell were stoked with the paintings of Impressionists, Michael.
Oh my goodness gracious. You cannot possibly mean that. You look at a Monet and it's like listening to music. Don't you dare.
Well, only if you've taken like LSD, but...
Let's move on. You're digging a hole for yourself, sir. I cannot help you out of it. What were we talking about?
They haven't defined... We don't know what the core of their relationship is.
Yes, they're. You're right. They're beating.
We don't know the core dynamic. We know they're sisters, right? But we don't know what does Vi want for Powder, and what is Vi doing to help Powder achieve that, or trying to help Powder achieve that. What does Powder want, and how is Powder trying to achieve that? Because
they don't have anything. They don't have any depth. But and they try to solve that, quote unquote, by switching, like
shotgunning it.
Yeah, shotgunning it. It's like a collage. I think I described it at one time. Like they took all these different little scenes and tropes and lines and things from different works that were coherent, and they cut them out and they put them together, and it looks like something, but it's not.
I think part of the problem. They want you to be invested in their relationship as a positive thing, right?
Yes.
But in order for the climactic event to happen the way it does, it almost entails that there has to be something rotten in their relationship.
Yes.
But the problem is they don't want to show that.
Yes, exactly.
And so you get this weird mishmash where and the thing is, I think it's possible. I think I have been invested in relationships that on screen that have a toxicity to them, in the hope that the characters learn to overcome that toxicity.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
But they didn't want to do this here. They wanted it to be all positive, and then all of a sudden for it to flip and hit you in the face. And when they do that, it just feels cheap.
Yes, it feels confusing and unclaused sufficiently.
Like an impressionist painting.
Like a collage. Well, let's finish the scene. I'm curious. See, it's a shame because I like the acting here. Like
good voice acting, good physical presentation. The artwork's all good.
Yeah. Everything's great. Like I said, if you did it in Spanish or Arabic or something.
Oh, we're going back to Mandarin. Okay.
No.
Nobody said
All right,
that.
let's do it.
No, just that you were twice the person at half my age. You heard them. I'm not a fighter.
You don't have to be. Look.
Keep putting her in
I've got
fighter
these.
situations.
And you've got those.
They never work.
They will.
Okay.
Come with me.
What?
Oh,
Come on.
she doesn't drop the hammer. I thought
she doesn't. She did. Yeah, I remember now. It threw me off. Yeah, pause it real quick. Yeah, I don't think they ever.
Do they never bring it up?
Shocked if they do.
Did I
They
just
never bring it
insert
up.
that in my mind? Because Alexis, by the way.
You inserted it in your mind.
Because I wanted it to make sense.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was saying is that so I feel sort of vindicated now.
Oh, yeah.
No, it was, I remember that throwing me off because it's like, oh, are they just going to leave that to fester? Like, because that's the scene they were creating. But yeah, they never address it, so it might as well have not happened that way. It's like really janky in that regard. They might as well have,
not done it.
Yeah,
just have her listen and be a little disappointed, and at the end of the conversation, leave. But they have to. Yeah. But the problem is, once again, they want it to be a positive relationship, so they want Vi to defend Powder. Where it probably would have been better for Vi to say, like, yeah, no, she ain't up to snuff yet, but we're getting there. And just leaves it at that, and doesn't do a wholehearted defense of Milo, who is the Giga Chad that we need in our lives. But
yeah. No, yeah. I wholeheartedly agree. The scene, again, like that whole little exchange there, like you're absolutely right. It doesn't. It's like I don't know what Vi wants or what Powder. It's very disjointed, and so I'm guessing this following scene is going to be in many ways just as like not comprehensible in context.
What are we doing?
Man, this place is a dump.
See that gutter running along the canal?
Yeah, that's the point. Oh.
Would that help you see? I mean, I guess
Clagger got his foot stuck running from enforcers.
Okay, so that's where Clagger got his foot stuck. So the enforcers are down here. So what is the point of the deal?
Oh, maybe.
Is this supposed to be pre-bridge?
Possibly. That brings up a whole nother level of things if that's the case. But it's either that or the enforcers occasionally do follow them down there.
But they're not they're not supposed to be doing anything in Piltover, so why would the enforcers follow them down?
Right.
So I guess it's possible. It's possible that this is supposed to be a bridge, right? But they were pretty young. And
they
it's
were
like
pretty young.
Where the enforcers, I mean, what we've seen of the enforcers is they tend to not act too stupidly, right? And so it's like, what did they do to get the enforcers to chase them at that age?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's also possible that the enforcers were a lot worse back then.
Possibly,
and then
but we just don't.
And then after the uprising, which is again interesting backstory that we don't clearly get. And that'd be very interesting too if it's like, okay, this actually had a sort of positive effect, but Vander's extremely ambivalent about because for two reasons. One, the Undercity isn't really any better.
No.
Right now that they're gone,
we have no idea if it's better or worse, honestly, because we don't get a picture of what it was.
Yeah, exactly. But that'd be fascinating if it's like, oh, they leave and then the enforcers actually are like, okay, we need to improve. Well, and then they actually change for the better. But Vander it's like, none of this really ended up benefiting us. We just lost a bunch of people. But you guys changed. I don't know. But again, I'm making up stories that aren't here. Also, that guy's gonna fall into the water.
I thought it was funny, so they left him there. He was out all night before we found him.
He's got to pee, Michael. You see?
Wait, what did she just say? She just said we left him there all night?
Yeah, he was...
They thought it was funny, so they left him there.
Oh.
He was out all night before we found him.
They're incredibly cruel, Michael.
That
Don't you
sign?
see?
Yeah.
You see it?
Huh?
Oh.
Milo tripped over his own paint bucket and nearly fell off trying to draw a giant middle finger. His ass made that splotch. And that? When I was a kid, some guy took my favorite toy and threw it up there. I used to come out here at night and stare at it, hoping maybe the wind or a bird might knock it down.
Okay, so I hate to interrupt this sad story, but
yeah,
did you not tell Vander? Like, Vander would have been able to get it down somehow. Like, you turn off the electricity or whatever, like get a long stick. Like, did you not tell Vander, like, my favorite toy is up there?
I mean,
that tells you something about the dynamic that they're nowhere near as close as you thought. Like, even if it wasn't like, oh, I expect Vander to fix this, like, if they're any close at all, it's like, how was your day? My favorite toy got stuck. And it's like, oh, where is it? Oh, I can get that down, or I can figure out how to get that down. Like
even if we don't
buy you a new one. Like,
even if we don't have a good relationship, I want to get that down because it might catch on fire.
Yeah, it's a fire hazard.
It doesn't look good. I want my business to be nice.
If it's an electrical wire.
Yeah. In any case, that is kind of weird. Yeah, they're trying to set,
She's supposed to be a character that has no family, no hope, but she doesn't. Like this is right. This would make sense if she was an orphan at like a terrible orphanage where like all the kids are incredibly cruel and the people who own the orphanage do not care about the kids. And then this story would fit, but she's got Vander. And she's got Vander and her parents from before. Well, we don't know when. We assume that she's living. If it was thrown up here, she's living with Vander at the time.
I guess so. Because we were talking before about the time when the enforcers were there. Also, they just sort of run around and do mischief. Like, why is he putting a middle finger on a big advertisement?
Because that's what Giga Chads do, Michael. All right, that's what. Yeah, no, I mean, they're just vandalizing businesses down here. Like, they're not helping anyone.
Also, that's like a super old advertisement. So I guess the idea, obviously, is that business went slum. So,
well, I assume the business. If we assume that maybe he did this either the business shut down at some point close to when, or maybe there's no business there and he was just drawing it there for fun, or the business owners died in the bridge incident, and that would be terrible. But we don't know. We don't get told anything about down here, which is really frustrating.
Wouldn't that be an interesting story if, like, the business owners were Milo's parents, and so he's putting the middle finger on there? Like, that wouldn't really make sense because the enforcers are gone after. But anyway, I'm making up stories that aren't
there. He's upset that they fought in the... Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Or that'd be either that, or it's, like, against the enforcers or something. But that'd be super interesting. Yeah, anyway, but that's totally...
There's a whole story there that we don't go into. Anyways, back to this bunny that definitely should have been rescued by Vander.
Yeah.
We've all had bad days.
That's the point, Brigham. They've all had bad days.
And we stick together.
Uh-huh.
But there's nothing about sticking together here.
These were in my pocket. They're from the apartment.
Pause it. Pause it. I'm sorry. I'm just laughing because Vi's expression. I wanted you to, like, pause it really quick because I was like, Vi
Let me
is
see if I
totally
can
like.
get
These were in my pocket.
Yeah, her eyes widen, and it's like, I know she doesn't know that that's what exploded, but if she did, she's like, those were in your pocket?
Okay, so
I just want to cut a bit of Powder pulling them out of her pocket, and she's like, these are in my pocket, and Vi's eyes open wide, and then it just cuts to an atomic bomb explosion.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry,
everybody.
A detail to add here before we get to what's in her pockets is that probably should have exploded by now. But I fully expected that the end of the first act at some point Powder would have gotten the rabbit down from, like, I thought that that's what they were setting up, was like she's gonna get Vi's rabbit down for her, like with one of her tools or whatever. Like she was actually gonna be useful for once. I think you may see the rabbit like in the other acts that implies maybe she got it down after.
Interesting.
But it's something that's never focused on or brought up. It's like one of those background details that people really fawn over.
Right.
But no, I fully expected like that. That seems like what they were doing. It's like a setup. Like there's the rabbit,
sure,
and it's something that's very specific and visual, and something that doesn't really even look that hard to get. And so it's like,
for some reason, I could have sworn, and I guess I just made this up in my head. I had it in my head that, like, Vi actually said or made the point of, like, and it got thrown up there, and I left it up there to remind me that sometimes
maybe
days are hard or something.
I don't think she says that. No.
Yeah, like, she would have said it already, I would have thought. So I don't know where that idea came from.
But again, you wanted to make sense of why they put so much attention on this rabbit without ever taking it down.
Yeah. I think that's what it was. My brain was like, well, why didn't she take it down? She's probably about to say it's for, and then she never actually said it. But my brain just was like, well, it'll be easier to watch if we just assume.
We assume the rabbit's up there for a good reason, and Vander never got it down.
Yeah, she didn't tell Vander or something. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. And one more thing is that nothing, and this is a general point, that applies at a lot of points in this show, but it happens on a lot of other shows. It drives me nuts. Don't you say a word. It drives me nuts when, like, dialogue that is meant to give an emotion, but it doesn't make any sense. I know that's like basically what we've been complaining about this entire time, but I'm specifically, I can't articulate it very well, but like that little moment where she's like, we stick together, right?
Yeah.
It's like this super generic thing.
She was by herself when she lost her rabbit. Like, sorry.
Like it doesn't have really that much to do. Like I can draw the lines, I suppose.
It's
but
disconnected.
None of it really addresses the actual issue, which is what happened that day.
Which was life was being cruel to her, and
life was being cruel, but also the more important point is that, listen, Vi, that's very nice that we stick together, but I don't want to go on missions anymore.
I suck at missions.
Because Milo wants to murder me.
Because he's a Giga Chad.
And I just, none of this is addressing, because we don't have a core conflict clearly defined. Like, we don't know why she's like, I like our story idea we cobbled together so much better, where it's like, oh, okay, Vi is pushing Powder too hard. Milo is like, this is stupid, blah, 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 like that whole thing.
Milo
like,
blames Powder.
Now we know exactly. We know exactly how everybody should react in different scenarios, and it will be coherent. And this whole scene can still happen, but it will be tinged by the fact that we discover very, very clearly, more clearly than before, the toxic element of the relationship, that Vi is genuinely trying to help. Vi loves Powder and is like telling Powder stories or like saying these things, But Powder is like, but I don't want to do it. And Vi is like, you have to, because if you don't, you're going to get
starve.
We're going to starve, or you're going to get like, I don't want you to get.
Doesn't matter that our father is Vander, who owns the most wealthy establishment in the Undercity. Why are we stealing again?
Why are we stealing? It'd be interesting that would fit nicer if you had Vi have this more questionable personality where it's really more about I'm doing this.
She's trying
I hate the top side, and I want you to also hate top side. I don't want you to become. That'd be an interesting angle. If it's like she's like, no, there are other people down here who just gave up after that, and they're just content to let everything rot, and we're not going to be that way. I don't want to see you become that way. And like, I don't want you, she could bring up something like, I had the notion of like, the story she could tell is how like one of her friends got killed by enforcers because she couldn't stand up for herself, right? Or something like that, and she tells us the Powder to terrify her, because she's worried. This sort of stuff. Anyway, again, I'm coming up with stories.
She's a very different. The story would make a lot more sense if she was a very different character, and the entire story was rewritten, and we just burned the whole thing to the ground. Anyway,
it's not entirely rewritten. You just you rewrite the dialogue. You can have most of the scenes in the same order, but you have to rewrite the dialogue in them and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then you have to rewrite a lot of stuff in the later episodes. But so that's true. Anyway,
what are they?
Let's throw one.
Should we show Vander?
No. Let's keep this our little secret. Milo's wrong, Powder. You're stronger than you think. And one day, this city's gonna respect us.
See, that little exchange there makes perfect sense in terms of
a little bit
the story.
Except for Powder was upset about what Vi said and not what Milo said.
Well, yes, that obviously. I just meant in terms of the story we sort of were writing. It's like, oh, okay, like they're finally kind of tying it back to earlier, because I was gonna say like, she's like, you're stronger than you think, Powder, and I'm just like, that is just not the right thing to be doing. Like that's you're pushing Powder when Powder's not ready. Blah blah blah. Also, why did she Powder? What did Powder say? She's like, we should take this to Vander or something.
Should we show it to Vander?
And then Vi says no, which is interesting.
She does seem to have a little bit of a beef with Vander at the moment, so I don't mind that per se.
I don't know. It seems
disappoint me that they don't try to fence this stuff, like, ever.
Yeah.
Because I thought they were getting the stuff to sell the stuff, and so you would think that the next episode they would be like, all right, who can we sell these stones to?
Yeah. It's like, which would make sense, and then you could make it about, okay, this is about Vi's pride, that she's like, she doesn't want to show it to Vander because she's trying to show she can.
She's proving Vander she was right, that she.
Yeah, or something. That makes sense, but that never comes up again.
There's freaking clouds in the Undercity? What the heck is going on here?
Yeah, it's very unclear.
I don't.
See,
this is like the Shadow Realm. What the heck?
No. So she's looking up at Piltover.
Oh, is that supposed to be
over there? Yeah. What? I think so.
I thought it's supposed to be the Undercity that they're in. Oh, I think you're right. I think that.
Yeah. It does.
Wait, why did they go underground? The last drop's underground. Wait. What?
The geography doesn't make any sense.
What on earth? They want it both ways. They don't want.
Yeah, because they go down this underground chute thing, but now they're way up on top of a building. I don't know. Maybe it's.
They climbed up. Like, is this not the last drop? They did not make that clear. I assume they just went to the roof of the last drop. Like.
Maybe they didn't. Maybe they went all the way. Maybe that's why it faded to black, because
that's why they faded to black, because this was a 3-hour trip. Okay, it wasn't that long, but it's like
here. Look, there's my pet rabbit.
There's my pet rabbit. Don't ask why I was so far from home by myself with my pet rabbit.
Hey, listen, maybe that's why Vander never got a job, because he didn't want to tell him because she's prideful, and it was 3 hours away. That's why.
It's when you leave your toy at a campground and you can't find it like the next day, and your parents are like, well, sorry, it's gone.
Yeah. Oh, God, it's the saddest thing.
It's the worst.
Oh, it's the saddest thing. Oh, God. Anyway, yeah.
What?
So we don't know.
That I think you're, because there's blimps. That has to be Piltover.
Yeah, that's totally Piltover.
I think you're right. I think I have no idea what part of the city is Zaun. I think I have no clue, Michael. I think I'm lost, Michael.
They did not draw a map when they were making the story.
No, they didn't.
They just sort of winged it.
They winged it. You know what would be nice? If she stood up and you saw Piltover dark in the distance.
Yeah, exactly. They drew this concept art before, and then they're like, this is so good, how do we work it into the story? And they're like, and here's the thing, it's an emotional moment.
Yeah.
It's like, but
yeah, the chorus swells, Michael.
In context, it doesn't make sense.
Okay,
it's like
it would make sense
shot,
if we knew, right, that Zaun
that
has
they had
this
traveled along
that
the way
Zaun has this
before.
upper side thing to it. And if there was the scene where it's like, come on, we're gonna go on a trip, and you see a little bit of them, like they take the elevator and they like go to some random abandoned building on the Zaun side of the city,
right?
And that way, I thought for the life of me they were just on the roof of the last drop, but it clearly is not the case.
That's what I thought too, is that they're on the roof of it, but then it's like, oh, okay, I guess they can see Piltover from here. Okay, that doesn't make any sense.
I've never caught that. What the heck?
Yeah, I just love how you're like, there are clouds. Why are there clouds?
Why are there clouds? There's blips.
They're not underground.
What the heck?
They're not underground.
They're not underground. Where did that happen?
Why do they have to go down that elevator
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
All right. Well, anyway, we're about to do the epilogue scene right now. We're about to meet the man himself.
The man that could have been great.
Listen to that swelling music.
He needs to get a new chair. I mean, someone took a bite out of that chair.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
How do you get a chair damaged? Like, you have to like shoot it to get it to blow out like that.
I mean,
and it doesn't have guns. Like that is a most unique blowout on a chair. Anyways,
it is a very. Here's the thing. It's quite possible. I mean, it'd be interesting if this was more clearly implied. It could be. So two things. One could be that this is the torture chair.
Oh yeah.
And they had some very strange contraption they used on somebody one time that went a little too far and did something. Or this implies that he's been experimenting with the shimmer stuff, and so some monster did that.
I don't.
But it's not very
that's
clear.
A really weird blowout for a monster to have ripped. Like because it's got this like inner circle. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Does
it's not important. No one cares. Oh, look at that guy. He's dope. We see him in the second act.
Yeah, he's the guy on the cover painting thing. Yeah. This poor kid.
You were supposed to follow them and not interfere.
Why is Silco following a bunch of kids? Like, the only thing I can imagine is he's planning to abduct them to hold them against Vander, right?
Well, don't they explain that? Like, I thought the idea was that he somehow knew that, like, they were going to go rob the apartment.
I think
they explain it. Either they explain it or they don't. If they don't, then you are 100% right.
The only reason I can imagine he's following these kids is he plans to abduct them. Which
I assumed it was because he wants the little blue ball things for some reason.
He doesn't even know they exist.
He doesn't know they exist?
No,
That's crazy.
He doesn't know they exist until the second act. Like, he doesn't...
Okay.
I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he has no clue. And
maybe he knows, like, it would make more sense if he knew about what Jace was doing.
He doesn't.
And was like,
I'm pretty sure he doesn't. He's doing his own thing down here. He's following his own tune. Like,
it makes
why? And you would think that there would have been an opportunity before this, when the kids were away from the last drop, that the goons would have jumped them to try to abduct them. So why the heck is he following them? Like,
yes, and also, why did the kid make things harder on himself by trying to jump them when it's just easier to follow them?
I think the idea is he wanted an extra payday, right? He wanted a little bit of an extra bonus, right? Clearly Silco's not paying him enough. Either that or he's just stupid.
I guess that's the implication.
That's the implication, but why is Silco tracking them in the first place? Like,
yeah, that is a very good question.
It's one of those things where it's like, oh, we need Silco to learn about. But it doesn't even matter. Like, that's the other thing that's bizarre. It doesn't even matter because none of his plans have anything to do with them. Like, so they just wanted this, like, oh, look, it's all connected. And it's like, no, it doesn't need to be. Like, and, well, okay, the other thing is they needed him to be mad at someone enough to shimmer them, right?
Right. They want to introduce him as he is a bad, evil mob boss, man.
But it just seems like he's kind of stupid. I mean, I love him. He's like one of my favorite characters, but he's just... he just doesn't make any sense in the show.
Yeah. By the way, he's like, I think I've said, well, I haven't said on here, but he is one of my favorite characters.
I like the idea of him.
I like the idea of him a lot, but I feel like his relationship with Vander would...
Oh, that would have been cool if they'd really...
Absolutely fascinating, but it
developed that super well.
Just, yeah. Anyway, he's about to do the eye thing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. They just caught us by surprise.
Look at that blowout. Sorry. Oh gosh darn it.
Yeah.
It's such a weird blowout. Like,
you were supposed to follow.
Yeah.
I know they want it to be like a damaged chair.
I'm sorry.
But why did they choose for it to be like someone shot a mortar through it?
I don't know. Maybe, you know what? I'm not even going to try to come up with an explanation.
Caught us by surprise!
Now his accomplice is asking
questions. Now pause it right here. Okay, two things. One, that is
questions. Sorry, keep going.
I'm trying to give the show a little praise that is like the coolest
It's a
shot.
cool set. Yeah, that's nice.
That is an awesome shot. I love that. Great intro to Silco. Excellent job. Okay, now...
What accomplice is he talking about here? Keep going.
Yeah, that I didn't even hear that line because I was focused on the fact that the kid is like, I'm sorry they got the jump. I guess he's just lying. I guess that's the simple explanation. But
okay, maybe if we watch it in a little more like holistically, if we make a holistic approach on this, maybe it will make more sense.
Okay.
You really tell he's scared.
Yes, they do a very good job of that.
Big old.
You were supposed to follow them and not interfere.
I'm sorry. They just caught us by surprise.
Now his accomplice is asking questions about you. And that's not a risk I'm willing to take.
Okay, yeah, you're right. That's
his accomplice, that must be Benzo, right? Benzo's asking who these people that jumped... But it shouldn't even be much of a question. Right. There was just some people that wanted to get some of the... Like, I don't get why they think a bigger plot would be going on, because the Undercity is just terrible and people jump you for no reason. And like,
well, listen, to be fair, Vander is, it makes sense to me that Vander is like, I know people jump people all the time, but I'm still going to find out who they were, because, you know, nobody's going to jump my kids. But we don't really see that side of him. But
it doesn't. I don't get why people are like. It's not like the kids were stopped and it's like, hey, we've been watching you for a friend and we noticed you got, like, if they mentioned something that implicated there was something, but they don't. They don't mention anything that implicates that they've been following them or like anything. Like, it doesn't make any sense why they're following them to begin with.
Yeah.
But let's pretend there was a good reason of why they're being followed. He doesn't spill the beans at all. He's just some random person. They've never seen him before. Like, there's no reason to assume that there's a bigger plot going on based on that interaction. Like,
yeah, you're right.
There's nothing.
There isn't, like, I mean, Silco could just not know that and assume, well, you've compromised this problem. But if Silco knew all the...
But they're specifically saying that Benzo, I'm pretty sure, is asking questions, right? And it's like, why the heck is Benzo and Vander asking questions about this? There's nothing...
I see.
Right. Silco's reaction is reasonable if Vander and Benzo are asking questions, but why the heck are they... Why would they be like, someone in this terrible city jumped my kids when they were running around by themselves? Like, you know, like it.
Well, it
would be like if you got mugged, right? Let's say you got mugged in like downtown Baltimore or something. You got mugged in downtown Baltimore, and you were like, "Who was that mugger working for?" Like. No, you're like, I got mugged by someone. They stole my money. I want my money back.
The way I was... Okay, yeah, I completely agree. The only thing I'll say is that, and I might just not be hooking this up with other things that have been said in the scene, but just taking it on its own, I'm like, okay, I mean, I suppose it could be that Vander's like, hey, you know, Benzo, while you're at it, like, could you find out, like, who those kids were? Because, like... I guess I'm thinking I want to teach them a lesson, which is not very Vander-like. But by the very fact that Benzo is curious, Vander and Benzo are curious just because they're like, who mugged the
kids? Like,
who mugged the kids? Maybe they've got some of the stuff, you know, or something like that. And Silco is just like, I don't want them to know I don't want anybody snooping to get any possibility that Vander knows I'm up to anything. That's the best I can say for it.
It's just it's just convoluted for no reason.
Like because none of it ever comes to anything.
Yeah, it's just bizarre.
The kids. It was their fault. The explosion in the upper city.
That was them.
Yeah.
Okay, pause
it.
So he's definitely very surprised by the blue nukes. He doesn't know.
Super. Yeah. He's surprised. That doesn't make any sense. He's surprised that the kids
were involved in the explosion.
Which, that's the only reason I can think of for Silco to have them followed, is that he knew something about what they were doing. So
there's no reason for Silco to be following them.
Yeah, you're right.
Especially when he says don't interfere. If it was follow them and kidnap them when no one's around, I would get that. Right?
Yeah, or is it just to spy on them to know what they're doing?
Why would you want to spy on them and not Vander? Like,
I don't know.
I don't know why is he doing this? What does he hope to gain from it? And they never say.
It's so odd, like how... Okay, because the only reason that they were going that particular way in the city is because they were running away from the enforcers, right?
I think they had to go through there anyways to get to the elevator. So...
Okay,
I imagine.
You're right.
I might be wrong.
Wait, did they? Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, they did. They went down the elevator. Okay. So that's fine. So they're positioned there waiting. I guess they knew they had left. Like, I don't know what the layout of the city is. So,
I don't know what I don't know what anyone's goal was. Why did Vander want to follow the kids? Why were they waiting around for the kids to pass to jump them if if they didn't know that the kids were about to steal something. So, like, why aren't they hidden in the shadows?
If Silco didn't know that they were involved in the... Like, if he couldn't put that together, then that means he didn't even know they were in Piltover. Or maybe he knew they were...
Well, these people were following them, right? And followed them to, like, the edge of Piltover. And then just waited around for them to... I don't know. It just, like...
Yeah, it just seems like they... Yeah, because that's the only way he would know that they were involved in the explosion. That's so weird. Again, it's the problem...
They want it to be interconnected. They want it all to be interconnected.
They want it to be interconnected, but even... I mean, I think in some sense the other problem is that it's like, why didn't... Because I'm looking at this, I'm like, okay, if I were working for Silco...
Yeah.
Like... And I know he doesn't mess around.
Yeah.
Like, the first thing I'm going to say is, I'm not going to mention that we tried... Well, I guess that's why... Okay, I guess maybe he walked in there and the first thing that happened is he gets thrown into the chair. Because Silco is like, I already know what happened. So there was no interaction prior to this.
And he figures it out because Benzo is asking questions.
Yeah.
But... I mean, other than just, like, where are the muggers? Like, that would be a reasonable question. Yeah. And Silco could be like, all right, you're staying in my basement for the next 3 months because, you know, I can't have you...
Yeah.
I can't have you get kidnapped, or I'm just going to kill you because I can't have your secrets going out, right?
What about his associates? Like, the kid wasn't alone. It was him and some others. Like, where did they go?
No, they're not important, Michael.
Yeah,
you'd think they would all be... maybe they're in the other room, but this is the boss of the little contract group, so he's being interrogated.
I guess so. Right. I mean, I don't know. If I were Silco, I would interrogate all of them separately, just because they're all gonna give me different information that might be valuable. Someone's gonna spill the beans. But maybe he's the only one who showed up.
Or maybe they're going one by one or something, you know.
Yeah, if he's the only one who showed up, then that tells us quite a bit about his character, which is interesting. That it's like, well, wow, you've got, like...
I'm pretty sure they don't mention the other ones, and we shouldn't really think much about what's going on there. But... Yes.
Anyway, we're going around and...
So, yeah, I guess Silco's reaction does make sense, right? Even if Benzo's just asking... Okay, Benzo should not be asking questions. Benzo should be asking who this person is so that Vander and Benzo can find him and teach him a lesson, right? Like, not going to be asking questions like, who does he work for? What was he doing there?
No.
None of those. Just like, who is he? Right.
Yeah,
Vander's reaction here is reasonable. Like, I can't have you as a loose end. We're going to see if there's anything we're missing from this and either keep you in the basement for the next 3 months till people forget about this, or kill you so that you can't tell anyone about what my operation is doing.
Yeah.
So his reaction here is fine.
Been arms looking for him.
Vander's in trouble.
Upper City.
That was them.
Yeah, the topsiders are up in arms looking for him.
Vander's in trouble. Smartest thing you ever said, boy. Get him a meal.
Okay.
Keep him off the streets.
Which, he does keep him off the streets, which is smart.
Okay. Right. Keep, and he says them.
Honey bunches of oats.
What do you mean by them? There, him and the other kids.
Topsiders are up in arms looking for him.
Vander's in trouble.
I think he just says him.
Oh, hold on.
Smartest thing you ever said, boy. Get him a meal. But keep him off the streets.
Yep, get him a meal, keep him off the streets.
Yeah, you're right, you're right.
None of the others exist. The show forgot about them.
We don't care about the others.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose maybe he, like, the kid recruited them but didn't tell them what specifically they were doing, so I suppose you could explain that. My question now, okay, so it's making a bit more sense now. Maybe we should have just watched the
Silco's
scene.
reactions make sense, but what other people are doing don't entirely make sense most of the time.
Yeah.
Silco is reacting to things that are nonsensical. Also,
yes.
Silco was following the kids for no reason, so...
Yeah, that's the main thing. The other thing is, I don't really understand... It's like... Sorry, I'm having trouble articulating it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand Silco's reaction at the very end there, where he's... I mean, I guess I sort of understand it. He's like, Vander's in trouble.
Oh,
and
no, that makes
like,
a lot of sense, because his kids caused a big commotion up top, and now
right.
Vander's got a... Vander himself isn't in trouble, but he's in a tight spot.
Right,
He's kicked his kids have kicked the bee's nest, and based on what Silco knows about Vander, Vander isn't going to just give his kids over to the bees. So I
guess
I get that reaction. That one makes sense to me.
This would all make a lot more sense if we just cut if we just cut the fact that Silco had the kids being followed.
Yeah,
because
that doesn't
that's
make
just
any sense. Yeah,
that's what's throwing me off, because I'm like, well, if you it's not rocket science. You could figure out that they were the cause of the explosion, unless you were not paying attention to Vander much at all, and for some reason you wouldn't really be able to have the interrogation scene. But for some reason, this kid goes to Silco and tells him, and he's like, "I like you," because I wouldn't have necessarily guessed that this was connected. Though at the same time, if there's an explosion up there, like,
and you get
Vander's
a description
gonna be
of 4 kids running away, Vander's in trouble anyways.
Yeah.
But he's even more in trouble if it's his kids, right?
Right. And what even ends up being Silco's plan later? Like, from this, because I don't remember really.
We don't want to. We'll get there, Michael.
Okay. Well, yeah. So that's the main thing. We don't understand why he was having kids followed.
Why was he having the kids followed? Why is this person part of his team that he actually knows enough that he's valuable to Silco? Anyways.
Yeah, that's another question. We're about to have an interesting scene here.
Yeah, we got a fun little scene.
Look at that character design.
Our timeline has moved up.
It's almost ready.
Show me.
Feeding time.
On the side effects.
Stabilizing.
So I suppose the rat has been trained when it senses danger, it drinks from the...
Right.
Right. Because otherwise it makes no sense why it starts drinking when you tap on the glass.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if they've, like, I don't know if... Yeah, I guess they have just trained it to do that.
I mean, it makes sense. You've trained it.
That is taking a while.
It does take its time, yeah. It's enjoying the moment. A few of us enjoy the moment the way that cat does. No longer enjoying the moment.
Yeah. It's pretty horrifying.
Then you get some better glass.
Yeah. But though I will say,
good scene.
I remember that
good
moment
scene.
where
good moment.
Yeah, very very well done. You know, we're gonna run into problems as to like how good of a plan this is to make this serum that makes people go. You know what?
What plan, Michael?
Touche. Well done. But yes, I am praising this little moment.
This is a good moment. Well executed. Good stuff.
Excellently executed.
Do you have a subject in mind?
Someone just volunteered.
Now,
who just volunteered?
It's the kid, right?
Okay.
You would think, right? So the reason he's keeping this guy off the streets is so Benzo can't find him, and so he can't tell Benzo what Silco is up to, right?
Yeah.
I think it would be way smarter to just kill the kid. Like, you can get a different test subject who can do this for you, but I don't think the kid is not reliable. You want someone who's a little more loyal to you. And
we don't know his relationship with the kid, really.
They seem to have a not great relation. You know, he was just choking the kid out, right? So you would think before you give, unlimited cosmic power to this kid that you just choked out, like,
well, I guess
I would kill him first. I don't know. It's just me. I'd kill him. I'd find someone else I didn't care too much about.
You're right.
To be my test subject.
If they don't have the best relationship, I don't want to make him way stronger.
I don't want to make him Captain America. I feel like, I don't know, it's just me. This is a bad plan. I feel like there's better options. It's not like you're low on resources, I don't think, right?
Also, just well, two things. One is that wouldn't it make more... Well, I guess this always goes back to why was he following the kids in the first place?
Yeah.
But it's like, why didn't you send, your 10-ton goon to follow them?
Yeah, I don't know.
Those guys who were choking out the kid. You would think the reason he would do that is it's like, well, I want to keep, the people who are actually out there on the streets who might be compromised further away from my operation. But if that's the case, then the kid shouldn't know as much as he does.
You should just feed the kid to Benzo. Show.
That would be the whole point.
As far as I know, Silco isn't. I mean, we don't know, but as far as I know, Silco isn't fully ostracized from the society.
That also is not clear at all.
It's not like he's the exile returning home. He seems to be allowed to have some presence, I assume. And so he could literally just go to Benzo and be like, hey, here's this kid that you're looking for. And the kid be like, he told me to follow. And it's like, what the heck are you talking about? Here's the kid that mugged, and it's like, okay, if Silco told you, what is Silco up to? And it's like, I don't know, he just told me to follow them. And it's like, that's nothing to go off of.
It doesn't, Silco's relationship with the rest of the underground doesn't make any sense to me because
we don't know. They never talk about it.
Yeah, they never talk about it. And I feel like that's super important because it's like Vander knows that Silco's out there.
The reason why I can assume that he's not ostracized is in the next act, a bunch of people... They don't rebel from Vander, but they split off from him and go to Silco. It doesn't seem like it's a huge deal when that happens.
Right. That's a rival factions, which is super... I mean, that makes sense, but it's like... I would feel like that would be a much more... That would be a much more prevalent thing they'd be talking about in the dialogue. Like, oh, those guys jumped you. Were they from Silco? Because there's this other... group who doesn't like us, who won't like you because you're directly under me, so it wouldn't even be a mystery. Of course they're from Silco's group. And then in some sense they wouldn't really be asking questions because it's like he would already be trying to spy on Silco because he's like, I know you're up to something, because that's who you are, I guess. It would make a lot more sense if it was more of Silco was doing a whole lot more under the surface than Vander ever realized. Vander just assumed, Silco is just like, you know what, Vander, I hate you because, you you know, you tried to drown me, but you know, I stabbed you in the arm or whatever.
Yeah.
And
so
we're even. We're even. I'm not gonna bother you. You don't bother me. And occasionally he shows up and makes Vander uncomfortable because he feels guilty, right? But like underneath the surface, he's been doing all this stuff all this time. Like he's just been seething, you know, and Vander doesn't suspect it because he feels guilty about what he did. And he's a different man
Very
now.
different
and
story
he's like,
you've constructed here, yeah.
Yeah. It would make Silco much more clearly, like, it would make Silco more tragic as well, because if you have him regretting the fact that he killed Vander, which we have that sort of later on in the story, but it would make it more poignant because it's like, man, you were really like riddled with rage, but then you're taking care of Vander's adopted daughter now, which I guess that is kind of implied, like those sorts of emotions later, but
it's
a bit of a mess.
Let me see. Are we done with this episode? Is that the end?
Yeah,
that's the end.
Yeah, that's the end. There we go.
Thank goodness. How
long was that section?
It was like an hour.
Okay.
We spent an hour on like 10 minutes, you know. That's what we do.
Man. Okay. We really are every frame of pause now.
We're degrading to that level, yeah. But yeah, first episode. We haven't got clear. We've got the ideas of what's happening, but we don't have clear motivations, clear reasoning. We don't have clear. We don't have clear anything. It's very muddy. Very muddy.
Everything we've said up to this point.
But yeah, that's the first episode, Michael.
That's the first episode. I
can stop recording now, maybe.
I mean, the problem is I don't really have concluding statements.
Yeah, there's nothing concluding to say here.
Everything I've said up to this point.
Yeah.
Just
rewatch the episode. You know? Just rewatch the episode.
Let's rewatch it now?
No. The people watching it, they just rewatch the episode.
Oh, I see.
And we can get them going on an infinite loop where they never stop watching.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
How long is this going to be? It's going to be like 5 hours.
6 hours or something.
That's right. Why is there opera? I came to love it, but at first I was like, Yeah, there we go. Anyway, are we recording? Have we recorded?
Yeah, we've been recording for the past 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Oh my
Just
goodness.
for the audience, both of us are completely in the nude recording right now.
I haven't said anything embarrassing. Probably some people.
I'm also in the bathtub right now. If you hear,
actually, that makes it.
If you hear a little splish splash, you know, it's just. I was taking a bath.
With your rubber ducky.
Yeah, I got my rubber ducky.
I meant the fact that your character is a robot of some kind.
Oh, I don't use a whole lot of electricity. Most of that is just eldritch blue.
My character is Zoroth the Destroyer.
Oh yeah.
Very, very epic.
Many people have died at the sight of that hairline. Yeah.
You monster. They say that. Anyway, what are we doing today, Brandon? What is
trying to get the internet to kill us, I think.
Because I am Mormon, for those who don't know.
Oh, you don't say?
Congratulations. One of my companions on my mission, he was like, I can't remember his name, so y'all can say I'm lying, but he was apparently like a champion league player. Or he was like on the way, like, he had played in like major competitions, and it was like those classic, like, no one's gonna get this except you. But it was like those classic, like, sports stories about like how so-and-so is going to be like drafted into the NFL.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to go on a mission. It was like that, except with League of Legends. I don't want to
diminish from the sacrifice. It's a little less amazing when it's like, I could have stayed at home and been on the computer.
I could have stayed at home and been on the computer. Hey, listen, there was like real money involved.
Yeah, I know. That's the amazing thing, that people can make.
So much so that
real money.
His parents were like, at first they're like, "You're just playing League all day. You need to get a job." And he's like, "Mom, Dad, like,
I make more money than you.
I make more money." And they're like, "Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I guess we do just sit at a desk all day. So you sit at a desk all day too."
It is a sitting at the desk all day. It's just amazing that people can actually make like money, like a lot of money in like competitive tournaments for these things. Like it's. But then again, I'm impressed that the NFL exists. So, you know.
How do you know this?
Anyways, we should keep going with this.
Well,
side note, there's some really fun videos of British kids eating American food and just being like, this is really good. Like they have like fried chicken, I think, or something like that. Or like, no, one of them was breakfast biscuits with sausage gravy. Right?
Yeah.
Very fattening. Yeah. Probably not super great for you to eat all the time. But it's so good.
Boy,
but their first reaction is like, "Oi, this is the gravy on biscuits. What is this? This is awful." And they take a bite and they're like, "Oh, it's so good."
That's right. That's right, baby. I've been to Britain and I've eaten the food they gave me. Oh yeah. Did I not tell you that? I was in London briefly.
I've only been to Canada.
I've never been to Canada, but I have been to London. I've been to London and Paris and Prague.
Do you defenestrate anyone?
Rome. What?
Did you defenestrate anyone?
Defenestrate? Oh, no, I did not defenestrate anyone in Prague. I did go to the Mucha Alphonse Mucha Museum. But anyway, yes, I did not care. I just had a bad experience because like we were at like just I don't know, there wasn't anything good to eat there.
Every frame of pause will kill you over this.
Why? Oh, right, because Mahler's British.
Mahler's British.
I'm not. I bet if I went to Mahler's house, he would have he would prove me wrong for his household.
Probably.
I have no doubt of that. But anything that was available to the public, I'm just salty.
Okay.
Because ironically, there was no salt
any good food
in the hostel. The hostel we were at, which was the nicest hostel that we stayed at for that entire thing. And listen, we were in Florence and all these other places, but they had better food, gosh dang it, than we had in that pretty nice British hostel where they served bread and like ham for breakfast, like cheese, and that was like what they gave us.
I see.
And it was terrible bread, and the cheese was just like big hunk flavorless cheese, and then it was just like meat, and I was just like, this is amazing, actually. Like, I'm not comprehending. Like, it's not that I'm feeling snubbed, because I mean, yeah, I'm just like a foreigner staying in a hostel. Like, what do you care? But just like, you could have a little more creativity. Like, just put something on it. It's not that hard. Like, I could do it, and I don't even cook. But anyway, enough making fun of Britain. Nothing against the British. I just see how I did that.
Yeah, that was a smooth transition. That was
it's like
nice.
our current dating world, which is why we're both sitting here in an empty theater watching Arcane and complaining about it.
Yeah, and there's not a hot woman in between us.
In between us? I'm not.
Maybe there'd be one on either side, I guess. I don't know. There's only 3 chairs here in this imaginary theater, Michael.
There's 3 chairs in this imaginary theater. How about we not talk about the objects between us?
I'll add in the next go, there'll just be like hands that come in and massage our shoulders.
No. You will do no such thing. You will do no such thing to me.
All right.
If you want to have.
You get a choice, Michael. You get sock puppets or theater masseuse.
No. I mean, listen.
You may either take the black pill or the black pill, Michael.
All right, I think this conversation's over.
Yeah.
I think we'll reconvene next time. Yes, perfect. We had just finished rambling about this.
That shot right there almost looks like Powder was doing a video overlay. Going to talk about what's going on.
Yeah, you're right. It looks like a let's play. It's like we're doing this cut scene. I like to play as Vi because she's got reddish pink hair.
Well, that's from all the cancer.
Yeah, that, as we all know.
Well, that's where pink hair comes from, right? Cancer.
That's where pink hair comes from. Is from cancer. Cancer turns your hair pink. That's exactly what happens, Brigham.
Mm-hmm.